Twitch people, you can say hello to YouTube if you like. Welcome in those cuddly rascals out there. Say hello. Or just even for the VOD, you know. Although YouTube's saying back, and it's like, it's Elfie Bean and Bastet over in the YouTube chat, and then over here in the Twitch chat, it's Elfie Bean and Bastet. You know, and Meissner, and, you know, Dominoc, and Lake of Gods, and all that. But yeah, no, little, I'm very curious about little World War roguelike. I think that's a neat idea. So enemy trench is the thing I'm referring to. I think that this is a neat idea. As far as your concern goes, Corn, I have a feeling it would probably be pretty easy to mod a game like this to just like change where your character's from. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a neat concept for a roguelike because I want to see how well you could like I know that like Dwarf Fortress generates a lot of trenches, especially in the Goblin strongholds. Like this almost looks like an area from a Goblin fort. Yeah, I'd be curious to see how that plays and how that looks. Yeah. It's like we have an interdimensional chat. People are chatting in 2 locations at once. And also a reminder to the folks over on YouTube, you do actually have access to more emotes over there now as part of the membership BS. So if you decide to become a YouTube member, you do actually get like 11 emotes now, unlike the 3 or 4 I had before. Oh. Also, when you see people posting beers over here, you can also post beers over there. Just simply using, you know, the beer emoji. So we're continuing the Fortress of Firebolt. This whole fort, the, like, you know, goal of it is to exterminate necromancy. So we are working on that progress, slowly. Slowly. Today, I think we're going to start doing 2 other things, though. We are going to we're going to continue reclaiming the middle lower cavern. And we are going to, what's the word? We are going to continue trying to reclaim the middle lower cavern. And we are also going to start stealing books. Very few dwarves have actually died to lava. I think like yeah, there's been a handful, of course. But there was like 6 that died right at the beginning of the last stream, and that's like the first real lava incident we've had. Aside from like the occasional like oopsie. We did just get a migrant. It says some, but not sure how many actually still need to show up. Well, the population ain't going up, so I'm assuming that's everybody. You had a terrifying thought. What if we replaced necromancy with necromancy? Well, then you'll just have cats everywhere. There'll just be Catsplosion 2 Electric Boogaloo. So this is the fortress. You know, it's starting to get kind of complicated. I think probably my favorite like area of this fortress is this. Part of the reason because we actually have a giant tortoise, which obviously, you know, isn't the giant variant of the giant tortoise. This isn't the giant tortoise. This is just a giant tortoise. But look how big the giant tortoise is. Holy crap. And it's a lady giant tortoise, so it keeps making us eggs. So hopefully we'll be able to, you know, do that. Yeah, I can't actually integrate my YouTube chat with the Twitch chat, but for whatever it's worth, Nivek, the way I'm kind of running this, because like was stated in the chat, it's actually Twitch. So Twitch is being the stickler here. This isn't YouTube being the stickler, but I kind of get it. The reason I'm not allowed to put YouTube chat into Twitch chat, and I'm not allowed to put YouTube stream chat onto the stream. I could stream, like, if I wanted to get super fancy with it, I could stream multiple sources to multiple locations, and I could put, like, the YouTube chat on the stream for just the YouTube side of things, and YouTube notifications on the stream for the YouTube side of things, but that's just, I don't want to set that up, I'll be honest, because I'm lazy. But it's too much work. But the reason I'm not allowed to do that is because, the reason I'm not allowed to blend the chats is because if somebody says a rude word, and by rude word, I don't mean like butts or fuck. I mean like rude word as in like a slur that could get you in trouble. If someone says that in the Twitch chat, Twitch knows who said that word, and they can ban that user from the site. And they know it's not my fault because somebody said that. Somebody else said that. Now, If I am importing my YouTube chat into my Twitch chat, and somebody on YouTube says that, and it shows up on my stream, Twitch doesn't know who said that. So the only person who is liable for that word being said in my chat is me, instead of the person on YouTube, because Twitch can't track that. So that's why I can't blend the chats. Because I'm in trouble. So I become responsible for all of the thing that's said on the other platform. But because Twitch chat is Twitch chat, Twitch is still responsible for the things you say on their platform. But if I'm importing chat from a different platform, then I'm responsible. So that gets sketchy really quickly. At the end of the day, I kind of get it. And to my friends on YouTube, I like you guys. I do respond to what you say. Generally, the way that I run this now, after several weeks of doing this, is when I respond to things that people say on YouTube, I try and just read the whole comment out. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to be honest with you guys, the average concurrent viewer count on the YouTube side of things is about 35, right? And it's about 2 minutes. Oh. Be polite, Jesus. Sasha, thanks for the $1. The average concurrent view count I have on YouTube is about 35, and it usually peaks at about 50. Over here on Twitch, we have about 150 right now, and we usually peak at about 250. The Twitch chat moves a lot faster. There's a lot more of you, so it's not that big of a loss, at least right now. I mean, maybe if the YouTube side of things grows, then it'll become a bit more tricky. And then I'll figure out some other way of doing it. But yeah, I don't know. But it's got nothing to do with me displaying it. Regardless of if I display it or not, if I were to use like Restream chat and put somebody else into my chat, it's still in the chat log, right? Because Twitch can't ban them, right? So it doesn't actually matter if it's displayed on the stream or not. I'm just not allowed to put YouTube chat into Twitch chat. I'm not allowed to blend the chats. So anyway, as for the fortress itself, we have a lot of dwarves. And to give you an idea of how many are named, it is quite literally more than half of them. And we have 219 dwarves. I'm not going to go and read through all of these. If you are very curious about a dwarf that you had, ask me if they're still alive, and I'll let you know. Just like spotting a few. There's Redbug. Raging Cave is still around with us, who's actually not pissed for once. If I look up different dwarves, Nimlark died, apparently. Boom Boom Shrimp's still alive. Kind of bland. Elfies, I think all of the Elfie Beans have died. No, Elfie 3 and Elfie Bean are still alive. That's good. Did Meissner ever have one? No, Meissner doesn't have one currently. Sasha Gray, I think, died as well. Reed is still alive. DX Pong died. Yeah, so we've got a variety of dwarves. So if you're curious about your dwarf, just give me a shout and I'll search for them. Or I want to say that Ordith died in that. No, Ordith is still alive. I just typed the name wrong. Ordith is still alive. You got injured was what happened to you. Or you were running away, one of the two. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, you're still alive. You're hanging out in the library. You're reading a Wizard's Guide to Resurrection. Which concerns authoring of the Groves of the Deceiver. I really like the name of the book, though. A Wizard's Guide to Resurrection. That's pretty good. Like, I'm a big fan. I'm a real big fan. But yeah, the kind of the way that I think I'm... since the Twitch side of things is stuck in ads, I think the plan for the YouTube chat, just for full clarity to those of you watching on YouTube right now, is YouTube chat, in my mind, is kind of the lurker chat. So if you guys want to talk about the stream, I am reading it, right? So I do see it. But you know how there's kind of like two types of conversations I think that people have when watching streams. There's conversations with the streamer, and then there's conversations about the stream or completely unrelated things. YouTube is kind of the best place for that right now. At least until I figure out exactly what I'm going to do with it as time goes on, because that's kind of a process that I need to figure out as time goes. And This is still a learning curve for me, and you know, streaming on a new platform for me is kind of a lot, and it's something that I'm getting better at slowly. So we're gonna wait for this ad to end, and then we'll play. I am trying to stamp out necromancy. That book isn't a necromancy book. It's a book about necromancy. It's fan fiction about necromancy. Yeah. There's no actual necromancy in it. You know, it's just it's a book about the concept of teaching. It's a book about writing a book about necromancy. Actually, it might not even be a book about writing a book about writing. It might not even be a book about writing a book about necromancy. It might not. It might not. It's Twilight. Yeah, there you go. It's definitely Twilight. Takes a lot of brain power. Yep. I mean, you try and play video games and read one active chat room. Now try playing video games and read 2 active chat rooms. Like, there's a reason why, like, a lot of these bigger multi-streamers, people like Ninja and whatnot, who stream to a lot of platforms at once, there's a reason why they just have no active chats. Like, they disable all of the chats, except for, like, the main one that they're using. There's a reason they do that. Just moving these slightly so that they look a little nicer. There we go. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, Raging Cave. Yep. Speaking of dwarves, I haven't looked at in a while. Raging Cave. You could do without all of these creatures and that tangled greenery. Don't say that too loudly. We just bought stuff from the elves. His very long beard is braided and his sideburns are clean shaven. He's very bored. He wants to wander and practice some martial art. Satisfied after learning about cooking, though. He's trying to decide which god he wants to pray to today, I think. Before it comes out on Steam. Are you asking if I will get the Steam version early or if I will go back to version 47 and stream that? I'm not going to promise anything, but I'll say maybe, because I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I'm starting to see people asking me to do that, so I think what I will just say is maybe, because I've maybe been looking into it. I feel like I would need to de-rust quite a bit before then, though. I'm just getting rid of all of these tombs that were designated to animals that aren't actually in them. But, I mean, my actual hope is that they'll just give me adventure mode early. So T-Day to me is a slang term for not smoking weed for a bit. It's like I'm taking a T-Day is what that always meant. I'm assuming you're referring to Turkey Day, so happy Turkey Day, Gold Bludgeon. I should slaughter a turkey. Do I have a turkey to slaughter? I do. I could actually slaughter some gobblers. I have multiple turkeys, in fact, turns out. Didn't realize I had a bunch of turkeys. Apparently I have a bunch of turkeys and a bunch of birds. I will just throw some nest boxes into here for these poor turkeys. It's a tolerance break, exactly. YouTube chat gets it. Game Eater say that my YouTube tutorials are so helpful. And also, I'm heckin' cute. Well, thank you. And thank you. But, I don't know how to respond to that second bit. So, that's all I'll say. How could someone not be stressed playing this? Because I enjoy it? What? This game's really easy. Like, I always sound like a bit of a weirdo when I say that, but genuinely, like, this game is really easy. It's, just a matter of getting past that learning curve. It's not stressful early on. Unless, like, you're settling in, like, an untamed wilds biome where if you chop down 2 trees, you get attacked by 50 giant bears. Unless you're doing that, which is your own choice. Unless you're doing that, this game's pretty easy. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the King's squad out. So I have this squad, which is the King, the Suited Giraffe, and Sneaky Snaky, my champion. They're going to start going out on adventures and gathering books. But in order to do that, what I want to do is I'm going to build a place to put the books. We are going to build a place to put books of secrets of lives and deaths. We have this library, so I could connect it to this library. Maybe ooh. What if we build a secret library down beneath it in here? That could be fun. Yeah, no, I mean, that's a lot of what the gameplay of this game is when you're just learning it. Is like, oh, yeah, no, you're learning you're learning the process of playing the game. Maffle's become a bone carver. I also need to check this because I always forget. Do I have any strange moods running? No, I do not. So the King is going to start going on adventures. The Fabulous Blade and the Brass Oars are probably strong enough to fight Necromancers straight up. So we're going to send them at this tower. The Brass Oars and the Fabulous Blade, they're going to try and raise this location. And there they go. When you were trying to make an ice castle, but everyone died of dehydration because you couldn't find a good water source. Sorry, you lost me at water. Yeah, you lost me at water. Sounds like we weren't actually getting rid of necromancy. No, we're trying to kill all of the necromancers and all of the necromancer towers. Which is clearly abolishing necromancy, right? They weren't making brew for some reason? Did you have enough barrels? Being very careful to not accidentally, like, kill this by digging in to the lava. The chat, did I accidentally dig into the lava anywhere here? Need a second opinion. Don't think I am. Yeah, I think we're good. I have in fact I've been able to make Mark's Dwarves work since they updated them, responding to a question on YouTube. Yeah, no, I have in fact been able to make them work. They work, they're pretty straightforward. The only real thing is just do not, what's the word? You just can't be too picky about what type of ammo they use, but they do equip the correct ammo every time now. They just equip the most expensive ammo, which is the only issue. Dwarves can't drink liquids that fall from the sky unless they are absolutely desperate and they can't barrel it, so they'd be drinking it from the ground, so they'd get negative thoughts from it in general. So you don't really want to use sky wine. For the same reason, like, humans drink water. You don't really want to walk outside and drink out of a puddle that just came from the sky, do you? You know? Like, just because water comes from sky doesn't necessarily mean it's water you want to drink. How do you get them to train? Hold on. First thing is training on live targets is 7 times as effective and 7 times the speed. But just let me cue this up. So I have these. I have 2 of these. And they'll either go in 1 at a time and train, or they will go in multiple dwarves at a time and train. I have these 2 squads, of which I haven't fully fixed their boots problem yet, but that's fine. I have these 2 squads. They're all pretty heavily decked out, so I don't worry about it, even though this one's gotten kind of small. They're all more or less legendary, so they're not training right now. But they go up 1 to 4 dwarves at a time. They shoot at the targets, and by default, if they shoot at the targets, the arrows are just destroyed, or the bolts are just destroyed. I prefer bolts to arrows, personally. But if there's a hole in front of it, then it falls down and lands beneath it, and then they pick it up, and then they can re-equip it. The problem is then you don't get stacks, so it takes them longer to equip their bolts. So instead of having stacks of like 35, 25, or whatever, then they will just have single ones, which honestly is fine. It just takes them a little bit longer for them to put them away. So it's not really an issue. It just takes a little bit longer. And yeah, that's about it. You just make sure there's a hole in front of the targets, and they don't always go in all at the same time, but that's okay. They'll get it done. It just takes them a little bit. And then once they start shooting at actual live targets at the enemy through any kind of battlement emplacements like this, it gets significantly faster and more efficient. Also, I can pull this lever because there's nobody up there right now. I don't want to accidentally drop somebody into the lava again. And also, I need to throw some dwarves that could be new Marks dwarves in. I'm going to get some new Marks dwarves. Let's throw in a cook, why not? And Jetpack Tuxedo, you can be a new Marks dwarf. And Anon 4, you can also be a Marks dwarf. And Maffle, you can also be a Marks dwarf. The set schedule for the squad, literally everything is default. Except on the no orders thing, I've set it so that they keep their gear on at all times. That's the only thing I've changed. No, that bug's been fixed. Nivek. I wouldn't recommend doing that anyway because it will upset the dwarf that made the bolt originally. No, bolt gives you a fraction of a bar back. And each individual, what's it called? Each individual workshop that melts down the bar gets a percentage of a bar, which it keeps in a hidden inventory that you can't see or touch. And then so let's just say melting down 1 metal item gives you 1/8 of a bar. They have to melt down 7 more of that exact material from that type of item to get the full bar. So it's a very slow process. Speaking of, I actually have a lot of stuff I gotta melt down, so let's just get that going. Melt metal object. We'll just set that to repeat until there's none left. And it starts to cancel, and I notice it canceling. We've also been binding our own books, which is good. I go up here, and I check the library. We're actually out of writing material. So I'm going to go down here to the craft store shop, and I'm going to say, choir. Make a choir. I should have a decent amount of paper lying around. I'm just doing this automatically because I have no idea how much paper I have. I also should cancel that Silk Crafts job. I actually need that running. All right, sweet. You're here often, but you don't get the process? To me, that is such a self-explanatory thing, I don't know how I would explain it. I mean, I do it at the beginning of the VOD for this. Basically, every VOD. I mean, it's literally just you channel out the space as you're doing it. So usually what I would do is I would dig out the space, like about this big. Then I would smooth it or whatever I want to do. And then once it's been dug out, then you channel it. That's it. Like, it's a very mechanically simple process. I mean, for this area, we dug into this level. I dug out this space, and then I channeled it down. And then I smoothed, and then I channeled it down. And I smoothed, and then I channeled it down. So, morning, Blue Owl. Like, there's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that seem like they're going to be really complicated, and then when you think about them for more than 10 seconds, it's like, oh, that's actually really, 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 really simple. Like, it's... Just imagine you're playing flat Minecraft, and things start to make more sense. Am I making rock blocks right now? Guess not. I do have the jobs to make rock blocks. Am I out of boulders that they can make into blocks? It's starting to kind of look that way. Okay, so I'm going to... Okay, no, nope, that's limestone. Can't actually make limestone into blocks. That's used for other things. Mudstone. What's this? Mudstone. What's this? Mudstone. Chalk. You know what? Why don't we mine out down here? Because this is an area that I need to seal up anyway. The opinion that Dwarf Fortress is difficult comes from a single meme, which is an XKCD comic that was repurposed to be the learning curve of Dwarf Fortress, which I think is the single worst piece of viral marketing Dwarf Fortress has ever had. I'm using ramps and not the tool I'm supposed to use. I genuinely think is the single worst piece of viral marketing Dwarf Fortress has ever had. I know that like all press is good press to a degree, but like a meme about how hard it is to learn the game, repurposed from a StarCraft comic, is not good when it's actually a really casual game. Yeah, that's an XKCD comic. It was originally a StarCraft learning curve comic, which then got repurposed into Vim and a few other things, and then the Dwarf Fortress learning curve. And then, oh man, I want to say it was Yahtzee used that meme in one of his videos when referencing something else. And yeah, there was a couple times where like it like went viral and then it went viral again. And kind of just became a reoccurring meme about the difficulty of Dwarf Fortress, and largely I feel like that's just a complete falsehood. So I've captured this cavern layer so that we have access to spiders, because I find that other layers around here, or the rest of this layer rather, is not quite, it doesn't really have any spiders in it, shall we say. So I cut down this layer to try and get spiders and gain access to spiders, and we will just start mining down here. Because I'm pretty sure I just don't have any boulders. Morning, Nasty Ninja. Off to turkey time. You have fun with turkey time. Hopefully, the family that you get to hang out with is lovely and enjoyable to be around. And if you have a problematic uncle, you don't have to deal with them or listen to them too much. And get home safe. It was the original barrier to entry. Yeah, I mean, like, I mean, that's partially where the meme came from, because essentially, like, the reason, like, that meme became so prolific, in my experience, at some point, I need to make a video about it. This is, like, on the long list of videos that I would like to make, but I'm just not sure where to start. But part of the reason why I think that meme became so prolific is people played Dwarf Fortress for, like, 90 seconds after seeing that meme, and all they saw was the scary ASCII and the obtuse UI, and that was enough for them to go, yep, I believe the memes. This game must be really, really hard, because I can't figure out how to launch it properly. And so it was kind of like a combination of, like, the beginning of the era of, like, heavy video game hand-holding, which isn't a problem. I mean, it just makes games more accessible, which allows more people to enjoy games, which is a good thing. But when people are used to a certain level of accessibility in games, and then you encounter a game that is very much the antithesis of most of that, you believe the memes. So it makes sense. I'm really not a video essay guy. We've been over this many a time, but yeah. I have a few ideas for video essays that I'll probably never make, and that's probably one of them. What, like just like in-game tasks type things? I kind of like the glacial pace of Dwarf Fortress at times, but that'll give us a good supply of boulders. What's up, Havin? It's this layer that I'm like, eh. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go you there, funk, 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 funk. Up here, up here. That'll bring us up to there. Actually, no, not there. For anybody wondering what's happening, I'm definitely making a minecart route for boulders. Where does this go? Under there? Okay, that's fine.
Happy Turkey Day, everyone. Off to go eat.
Thank you very much for the $1 once again, Sasha. You're 100% of my bits revenue for the day. You enjoy your turkey day. I could probably just connect to there even. Because this is faster, Nivek. And because the children are, what's the word? In their own zone that doesn't actually go down to this quarry. Because I'd like them to be happy, not tantrum. I'd rather they are training skills that are useful. Okay, so I need to get them over there. Actually, what I should be doing, going from here. All right, that'll do. And then I can shrink this by 1 tile and do that no problem. Also, they would use wheelbarrows anyway, so it wouldn't give them strength training. Atlas, is that you? That's a good response. Played Adon back in the days, and you found ASCII stuff kind of immersive with graphics. When graphics are basic, it's more a place for imagination. I tend to agree with that, Porcelet. Like, there's definitely like reality to that, and I definitely feel that way to a degree. Actually, no, let's not go this way. So this dwarf's digging this way. Then the rest of this is going to take a little bit. But they are working on it as we speak. Up to right here. Although I'm going to actually need to cut this out. Ever so slightly. This is probably going to be mostly engraved. Yeah. So let's start up a engraved minecart track. Gonna go up to there. Right, I kind of screwed this up. Kind of need to be careful with the corners. So now that I've done that, yeah, that'll do. And you go up to here. And then you go up to here. There we go. Yeah, I do that. But we do that when we get new migrant waves. Jack. Otherwise, I'm just naming people constantly, and then we'll have no dwarves ever. If it's like lime green, it's definitely a dragon, and if it's brown, it's a donkey. And if you're colorblind, good luck. Or hit V, and then I think it was V, or L, and both of those will allow you to look at it. The issue is like the difference between like small birds that are all very similar colors. Because there are a lot of those. The Titan, oh geez, we got a surface creature. The Marsh Titan Tis Omame has come. Boniti has come. A huge quadruped composed of snow. Oh. It has 2 long curving horns and a regal bearing. I'm terrified. Ah. Anyway, it's gonna be kind of chilly. You missed the start because you were in a different time zone. We're doing all right. We just got attacked by a fluffy ball of snow, who I'm gonna go tell my squaddies to go kill. And I'm not even remotely threatened by this, so I'm just going to assume that it's a non-issue. And we don't have to be afraid of it. Desperately want to, you mean get killed by dwarves? Well, I mean, somehow this one's killed a whole bunch. You wanted to make the cool joke? I mean, you still can. Anyway, it's dead. This dwarf kicks the Marsh Titan in the foot, and the part sails off in an arc, and Baka Glass stabs the Marsh Titan in the body, and the severed part sails off in an arc, and now there's some water on the ground. And that's about it. And there's also its lower body snow. So good job, Baka Glass, you popped it. You feel you feel vengeful during an existing conflict, but content near a waterfall. I'm assuming that's because you just walked through a waterfall to get out of the fort. I hope it's actually the waterfall from the Titan melting. It's water. We don't make dwarves drink water. That's disgusting. Gosh. One shot? Of course, it's made of snow. What do you expect? Why is Dying Sun in prison? What did you do? You're repentant, at least. Well done. Dragoon's also in prison, who feels guilty. And 404 is also in prison, who's humiliated, but at least he feels pleasure near a fine bed. And he gets a bed. Well, that's good. Happy you feel pleasure about something. Is your dwarf still alive? Is your dwarf still alive? GM. Your dwarf is not still alive. Oh, that's GM. GM. I did give you a dwarf in this fort, right? Well, your dwarf is deceased and, like, no longer here, so I'm not entirely sure what happened to your dwarf. I know you had one here. I did give you one. Yeah, I know. I remember that. Odd. Oh, I know what happened. You were one of the dwarves that wandered off the map and either died or got lost. Yeah, we had a bunch of dwarves die off screen. Due to, you know, unfortunate situations, shall we say. So this is going to be a stockpile for stones that are not metal ores and not these. So other stone, basically. I mean, where's mudstone? Okay. And then this minecart route is going to come all the way here and then down to here. Let's see, does it all go all the way up? Does it go all the way up? Goes to there. Okay, that one still needs to be done. Goes all the way up to here. That's checks. Check, 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 check. Up to here. Sweet. All the way over to here, and then we continue it. All the way up to here. Yeah, you were a military dwarf. Then, yeah, you definitely died off screen. So either besieging a necromancer tower or something heroic, most likely. I'll just start using slate for this. But you lost the notification here. I'll tell you who gave it to you. LazyMan32 gave you your subscription. I think it was a 5-pack towards the end of yesterday's stream. So shoutouts to LazyMan. Yeah, it was definitely yesterday because today there was one gifted sub, which was the Lake of the Gods. Probably sleep lurking. Yeah, probably. Or like not even at the computer for some other reason. I mean, it happens a lot. I do think the priorities that Twitch has on gifting subs has gotten a lot better. Still not perfect, but... Still not perfect. And we are currently stuck in an ad, so I will pause the game. At least some people are. Oh shit, Bucket Glass, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, dude. You caught Reza. That's forcefully making Reza their 12th resub. Someone who I've met in real life as well. Met at TwitchCon. Thank you. Appreciate you, dude. It's the first 5-pack of the stream. And as a reminder to everybody, I do get 70% from all subscriptions on Twitch. So I'm one of the lucky ones who my chat supported very heavily. It's actually kind of wild to me. Because like I know that my sub count on Twitch is very inflated right now because of the insanity at the beginning of this month, like absolute insanity. But it's not a contest. Come on, Lake of the Gods. But because of the absolute insanity. But it's crazy to me when I go and I see streamers with like average concurrence of like, 3,000, and I have like twice the subscribers of them. It's kind of insane to me. I saw one of those yesterday. I was like, wow. Jesus Christ. Like, actually. Holy shit. Linux, thank you very much for checking out a gift as well. To Mist Cold. You just finished your bar? Your bar? What's your bar? What do you mean by bar? They do plan to make them colored, and that is in the works, but right now the artists are mostly working on, what's the word? Adventure mode stuff. Oh, wait, really? Hold on a second. You're a lawyer? Wow. I think that's the first time you've ever mentioned that. At least that I noticed in chat. Well done. You're such a goofball in chat. I never would have like thought of you as a legal person, but interesting. Congratulations. Well done, dude. I would have put you more in like stand-up comic, but yeah, congrats, dude. Let's cut out these. Now officially a goofball lawyer. I mean, it's a boring. It's a technical job. I think maybe boring is like a bit disingenuous, but. But congratulations, regardless. Both of these to take just from here, which means both of these are going to start canceling for a little bit until I get this thing working. But just those two taking from there. The rest don't need to. And also you get to finish like your bar exam just in time for Thanksgiving. That's also pretty good. Been making an old-timey basement bar called the Hobbit Hole. Well, at least it's called the Hobbit Hole and not the Man Cave. Just getting high by the James River. Hey, dude, whatever works. Whatever you got to do. I mean, Christmas last year, I brought a little bit of weed, and we took the dog for a walk. Me and my two brother-in-laws, we took the dog for a walk, and by the time we got back, Christmas was a lot more fun. That's all I have to say. It was a strange coincidence. All right, so we can't do this powered or high speedy or anything. It's gonna be a process, but. So this down here, you can have like 5 wheelbarrows at it. Oh, you're in Quebec, so you're in my situation where it's already over, right? Iron wheelbarrow. Regardless, though, go celebrate. You've earned it. The worst is the Ontario. So if I ever need a lawyer, is that where this is going? Okay, let's do this. Out of just bloody curiosity, what kind of law? Have you seen the DF mod that turns wooden doors into circular hobbit doors? No. I haven't really been paying any attention to the aesthetic mods. Because I kind of just won't use any of them, not because I don't necessarily don't like them, it's just because like uh-oh, I don't think that's going to work. I may have to fix this one spot. Let's just remove these and just go straight. Supreme Court of Canada. Wow. Cool. Like that's actually like a legitimate real person job, unlike me. I'm always like I'm always very like one of the weirdest things that ever happened to me was there's a guy who comes by this stream every now and again named Dr. Soaps. He used to have a different username back in the days, but he's been following me since like 2016, I think. And I remember him frequenting my chat and constantly complaining about med school homework. And then there was one day where he popped in and he goes, "Hey, do you remember this username?" I was like, "Yeah, vaguely. Why?" He goes, so I graduated med school. I'm now a heart surgeon." And it was at that moment that I realized, oh shit, I've been streaming for too long. I need to do something with my life. I was like, oh god. In the time that I've been streaming, somebody started med school and became a heart surgeon. Fuck. In the amount of time that I've been streaming. God damn it. So yeah, now he's a heart surgeon at a Vancouver hospital. It just gives me a little bit of existential crises. It's like, I have absolutely no plans on like changing what I do because of what my audience is doing. It's just kind of it gives you a very real realization of the passing of time. So I did send out some squads to raise a tower. Let's see how this fight went. They did destroy it. There was nothing there. They killed everything. Sweet. The Faiths of Shooting fled Mirror Vice. Water bottle by my foot, and I just knocked it over. I picked it up. It was closed, so it's fine. Heart surgeons need entertainment too. Oh, no, totally. And he gave me a bunch of computer parts at one point. But no, turns out it's a good thing to be friends with a heart surgeon, because if you ever end up in the hospital and get heart scans, you send him a text and send him your patient number, and he tells you if your heart's fucked or not. So, you know, it's a good thing to be friends with a heart surgeon. Okay, so that is a very full tower. There's 50 of them there. We'll save that one for a bit. Let's go for this one. This one's running low. We're gonna raise. We're gonna send the same 2 squads. Is that legal? Yes, because it's his job to render and look at all heart scans. And if it's a friend of yours and you're like, yeah, you can know what my patient number is, that's fine. You're gonna look at it anyways. As Pocket Glass, probably not the person to ask, actually. But yeah, it's legal. Because it's literally his job when he's not doing surgeries to just sit at home and render heart scans and send off reports. He's just not supposed to know whose heart it is unless the person asks specifically, because you can file paperwork to get all of the reports of your heart scans or whatever. I just send him a text and ask. So you do this job because I like it? Yeah, no, that's the way a job should work, right? Which is actually kind of interesting, Baka, because I know 3 different streamers, or know of 3 different streamers. I don't know them particularly well, but I know of 3 different streamers who all have various law degrees and either never graduated or quit after being a lawyer for a bit to go stream full time because they were so burnt out and exhausted. So if you like it and you enjoy it, good, because we need people that work in law, and it's a hard gig. Next up is Bucket Glass becoming the next Legal Eagle. I enjoy Legal Eagle. It's a good channel on YouTube. I don't know anything about how he is as an actual lawyer, but I find his videos entertaining. So we have a blacksmith here that is running back and forth and grabbing Glena. You'd like to be a judge. Oh, interesting. So I have a question. If you become a career judge, whenever it's Halloween, would it be in poor taste to dress up as Judge Dredd for Halloween? Because, like, if you're, like, at home handing out candy, you can unironically say, I am the law. Maybe not quite judge, jury, and executioner, but you let me know if that happens. Hell yeah. Judge Dredd. 1 E, no A, just an E and then 2 Ds. A comic book character, a fascist cop in a far-flung future of hellscape. Fantastic comic book. Not somebody to aspire to be like. Also, it's the fun thing about Judge Dredd is it's one of those series of comics that a lot of people enjoy. And then people who enjoy it way too much and think that Judge Dredd is the good guy don't realize that it's satire. It's the same sort of people that don't realize that Starship Troopers is a satire. You'd go as Judy. That is the... But yeah, no, I love Judge Dredd, but I'm not one of those weird people who doesn't realize that it's satire. It's fantastic satire. Also, my favorite comic book movie ever is the 2012 Judge Dredd. Period. That movie's fantastic. So this is a artifact that is being made by this blacksmith. So it's probably going to be a piece of furniture or some sort of craft. Iron bars, stray giraffe, cat bone, limestone blocks, gazelle leather, 2 pieces of galena, white jades, and limestone blocks. Any bets on what this dwarf makes, chat? There is one interview that I watched about that movie, which I think is on the DVD special features, Corn, where Carl Urban said that his face hurt by the end of shooting most days because of how much he was grimacing. He's just like, yeah, you know, like legitimately my cheeks would hurt by the end of a day. A thong? God, I hope it's a toy hammer. Yeah, when I'm referring to Starship Troopers in like a film context, Aviation Hub, I'm referring to the movie, not the book. But that's me responding to YouTube. Okay. Also made for a much better movie. No, totally. Starship Troopers is a great movie. Speaking of, the DLC for that RTS game came out recently, and apparently it's okay. People like it. Okay, so let's see. Does this go all the way down now? Yep. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Okay, sweet. So that's the end. And then I need to put one right here. So this is just going to tip right to the right. This stockpile is no longer going to have any wheelbarrows in it, because it's all of a sudden getting filled up with wheelbarrows. The Merc campaign is so good. I played through the campaign and really liked it, but towards the end of it, I started to really dislike the level design. It started off being like a really fun, chill experience, and then suddenly in like the last 2 or 3 missions, they crank up the difficulty to a point where I was like, I just don't want to play this anymore. I think that if that game had just like random skirmishes or like a map editor at launch, I would have put a lot more time into it. So Boulders Cavern 2 is what I'm going to call this route. We're going to put a stop here. We're also going to need to put a stop at the top. So I will scroll up. Goes right here. When empty of desired items, glide this way. When full of desired items, yeah, glide north, right? I think that's right. This is going to be filled with other stone. Let's go back down to where it starts just to double check. Yeah, glide north. Okay. So glide north. We're going to load from this stockpile. And yeah, I guess that's correct. Right. Now I just need to put a minecart on it. I don't have a free minecart. All right, well, let's make something light then. Nah, actually, I should make it out of metal. We should make a metal minecart. I don't care if it's heavy. I can make a gold minecart? Oh, fuck, I should make a gold minecart. Chat, gold minecart. A platinum minecart. Lead minecart. Or pink minecart. I'm thinking I make a pink minecart. Chat's voting gold. I was thinking rose gold, actually. Rose gold. Or bismuth, even. Bismuth would be way pinker. Let's do a rose gold minecart. You get the best of both golds. Just the one, obviously. I don't need multiples of these. You want it to crush people? Dwarves are going to be gliding it, so it's not going to get crushed. Although I could tell them to ride it back down. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should do that. So they load it and push it up, and then they jump in it and ride it back down. Except I'm going to need to put a couple walls in order for this to work. Although I'm not entirely certain it'll make it this way. It may actually derail. But I will try this for you, chat. It may also, like, just not make it through the first area, but we'll see. Because there's kind of a lot of this where it's not going to get much speed. So I'd have to give it some rollers. Is there any power close by? Not really. I guess the nearest power is, like, up here, right? Yeah, there's no real easy way for me to get power down to this. I mean... Yeah, no, then it would be powered in the wrong direction, too. Yeah, I can't really... I'm not certain they'll make it, but... Iron animal trap, really. Iden, the blacksmith, has created Sastris Thimshur, an iron animal trap, and offers it to the ageless of creation. I don't think any of you guessed that. We'll starting to get a little worried about that squad. Hey, where is it, though? Has it already been picked up by somebody? Because you made it here. I'm not seeing it at all. What'd you do to it? Well, I will try and just place it over here. It was called... Okay, well, it's an animal trap. I can't have that many of those. I'm not really making them. I mean, I wouldn't make a water reactor because those evaporate, and I don't like water reactors, but yeah. I mean, worst case scenario, I do something. Something like that. We'll just place it there, and I'll figure it out later. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of not so bad worst case scenarios with that. Plenty of not so bad worst case scenarios. But no, I mean, there are ways I could power it, but then I'd have to have 2 tracks if I were to power it. So, regardless, we'll see if it works, and if it doesn't, that's also fine. I can also set it so that there's multiple stops and they kick it multiple times and whatnot. Rose gold minecart. There it goes. Seems like one of my very angry Dwarf cooks is doing this, who's very upset about experiencing trauma. I don't blame him. I would be too. Really wants to be with family. Unfortunately, you have no family. This is going to be the slowest process, because this is the heaviest part of this whole thing. I do like that we're living in a weird era of getting, like, movie tie-in games that kind of have no reason to logically exist. You know what I mean? Because, like, we got that Starship Troopers RTS. We got that, Terminator first-person shooter a couple years ago, which was, like, not great, but, like, better than, like, a solid 7 out of 10, like, better than it had any right to be. And we just got that RoboCop game, which is kind of the same thing. I think it's by the same studio even. And there's been a few of those recently. And that makes me kind of happy. Because it's just like, okay, we're getting like various little like tie-in things for franchises that a lot of us enjoy that, you know, never would have existed otherwise. Kodiak, thank you very much for the 25th month. Is there a way to force dwarves to acquire objects for a mood debuff? No, you cannot force dwarves to do anything. However, dwarves will only claim objects if they're hauling it. So if you would like them to claim clothing, or if you would like them to claim, let's just say, a craft or something, you have to give them a reason to be hauling it. Troll 2. What if it was a clay fighter spiritual successor? Like, what if they made a troll fighting game? Because, like, that would be pretty fun. Also, people over here on the Twitch side of things, since we're stuck in a save screen currently, if you want to help out the YouTube stream, you can help us, you know, maybe crawl up to a closer number of views that we currently have on Twitch. If you click on that and go over to the YouTube channel and you click on this like button, that really, really helps. It makes the number go up, and then that number going up, YouTube go, oh, number going up. And then they, you know, what's the word? Tell other people that they should be watching it. So let's see if we can make that number go up. Currently it's at 28. Maybe we can make it go up to like 40 or 50 or 150. I mean, like, there's 213 people watching on Twitch right now. I could probably make that number go up. Yeah, they're also making that. I don't think it's not a turn-based game, is it? I haven't actually seen any preview footage. Kodiak, seriously, thank you very much for the 25 months once again. Is that a turn-based game, or is that a real-time tactics game? Because I thought that was more like a Commandos style thing. Like a proper real-time tactics thing. But I could be wrong. So I get ad revenue. Yay. We're going to add this area to the burrow. All the way down through that. As well as all of this. All this. Then I'm going to go to the kids' burrow. I'm going to add this to the kids' burrow. You know what? Let's actually just add this layer to the kids' burrow. And then let's double check to make sure that there's no children missing that should be in that burrow. There's 2 that are missing. A force that is dark and vile has arrived. That's concerning. Okay, sweet. That squad has come back. Let's see how they did first. Then we'll figure out this force of darkness. This vile force of darkness. Also, you guys got it up to 35 likes. Not bad. It could do better, but 35, we'll take it. In the late spring of 373, the Uncommon Mansion attacked the excavated, not evacuated, renown of an unknown civilization. The dwarf Tobes led the attack, and the defenders were led by the human necromancer Atir. Tobes outmatched the human necromancer with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. No, I'm saying Commandos as in the franchise of games Commandos, not Commandos as in, like, the rank of soldiers Commandos. But, whatever. We killed a dwarf. We killed a human. We killed a necromancer. We rampaged throughout. Did we destroy it? We didn't destroy it, but we did rampage throughout it, so we'll have to do that after this vile force of darkness. What is this force of darkness that is vile? Oh. Well. Well, there's a disc. I think that was there before, though. I did actually play all of Shadow Tactics, but when did that game come out? I need to look this up. Yeah, I played all of which is Shadow Tactics Blades of the Shogun, by the way, is $5 right now. Great deal. Yeah, that game came out in December 2016. I tried streaming it. I streamed it for about 90 minutes, and I want to say I had 8 concurrent viewers. And at the time, I was streaming like a kind of a weird combination of Roller Coaster Tycoon, RimWorld, and Planet Coaster. And I think on Planet Coaster at the time, I was averaging like 50 viewers. On Roller Coaster Tycoon, I was averaging like 40. And on Blades of the Shogun, I had like 8 over like 3 hours. So I made the executive decision to not stream any more of it. And I didn't. And I will probably never play that game again. But it was fun when I played it way back when. Happy to help, Ghost Person. Okay. What was I? Right here. Oh. Bunch of Goblin Snatchers. So it was just a scouting party then. Question is, are they leaving or coming in? Where are they exactly? Okay, so they are just coming in. Well, some of these squads up here. Get up there, dwarves. They're trying to leave, or they will be trying to leave in a moment. My dwarves chase them. Well, I don't think that goblin's having a very good day, shall we say. We got 2 of them, looks like. 3 of them. 3 of them. And that's 3. Easy peasy. So since that was over nice and quick, we're going to jump up to the world map, and we're going to go attempt to raise this location again. Go get them, dwarves. Already warmed up. We all play the same games for the same tiny niches. We've already played the games, so it's like 8 years later, we're just like, hey, have you played this? And then it's like, well, I mean, like there was Desperados. Like there's been other games of that kind. I also don't know where the minecart went. I guess it's been pushed. Oh, here it is. Let's see what happens. It's been pushed up here, so it's already made it to the top. We got some boulders up here, but let's see how this goes. They're going back down a bit. Okay, well, I forgot to put a block here. So now they need to carry it all the way back down. Their final game? As in, like, they just quit game development? Final game is very sad sounding. What? I mean, I'm aware of Shadow Gambit. I didn't really have any interest in playing it, but... Does crashing hurt the dwarf? No, not unless they trip. But if they stay inside the minecart, they're generally fine. It's falling out of the minecart that's an issue. It's no longer making games. That's sad. Shit, I didn't know that. Well, is it business reasons or did they just decide to stop? Still kind of sad though. Too stressful? Okay, yeah, I don't blame them. I mean, as somebody who streams video games on the internet, people who like video games are mean. And that's the nicest way that I can put that. To everybody, especially developers. And it's really sad, but that sucks. And the bigger and more mainstream your audience, the worse it gets. Like, it boggles my mind sometimes. Expect the studio's going to reform with some of the original group as a new name. Yeah, that usually ends up happening. I mean, I think that's already happening with Zachtronics. Because, like, the 2 creatives from that small team all agreed to stop making games. And then they were just, like, already teasing that a lot of that team is going to go keep making those weird puzzles. People who play games are often demanding. People who, responding to Martin in the YouTube's chat, people who have a hobby that they really, really care about are demanding. I don't think it's games specifically. It's like, it's any hobby. I mean, like, you see the same stuff in war for like miniatures and model kits. You see the same thing for like people who like trains, all kinds of things. I don't think it's like, I think it's just hobbies. Music, you know, bands, you know, like how often do you see a musical artist put out an album and then a lot of people are just like, ah, this is bad, it's not like the old stuff or whatever. That kind of thing. I forgot. Not only did the dwarf goblin snatcher kill the elf goblin snatcher who snatched him, but they were in a fell mood, so the elf made the elf into a chair. Is this something that happened in your fort? That's kind of something. Like, geez. I like thing. All aspects should be perfect, and every time someone drops the ball, they should be persecuted for 99% of their effort. I mean, like, one of my favorite bands who I get to see on Saturday, which I'm very excited for, is In Flames. They were a thrash band in the late 80s, early 90s. Like, heavy thrash. And then by, like, the mid-2000s, they were a melodic death metal band, which I love. I love melodic death metal, and I also like thrash metal. I really like both of the eras of In Flames. But if you ask a lot of In Flames fans, they'll be like, they've gone soft, their music sucks now, it's bad. And then they write songs about how their fan base sucks. And like, fuck you guys, we do what we want. And honestly, I respect it. Oh, really? Is it the Whitechapel Meshuggah In Flames tour? Or Whitechapel In Flames Meshuggah, because Meshuggah's headlining. Because that's who I'm seeing tomorrow. Hell yeah! I'll post pictures on Discord. So this is the ride back down. Whee! Uh-oh. We lost the dwarf halfway through. Were you okay there, dwarf? Yep. Aside from the part where it flew off the track again, the dwarf was fine. Ne Obliviscaris. Yes, I've seen them twice. First time as an opener for Cradle of Filth? I think that, or I'm confusing that with a different show. And I saw them a second time as an opener for somebody else, and I can't remember who it was because it was a while ago. Yeah, I've seen them as an opener twice. When it comes to bands that like mix genres very heavily, I always recommend Blackwater Holy Light. They also have a violinist now. It used to be a synthesizer, now it's a violinist because they realized they were always just using the violin synth, so they just went and got an actual violinist, which I think is kind of funny. They used to always play with like a synth backing track, and now they just went and got a violinist, which is probably the proper way of doing things. I hopped out at full speed to scare us. I mean, I think they just got bunked out. But you only like the early In Flames stuff? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, for me, like, my favorite In Flames album is Come Clarity, which is, like, where a large portion of the old fan base was like, fuck this shit. And Siren Charms is a great album, and so many people were like, man, this is for pansies. I guess I was just a whiny teenager right around the time that they started making teenage angst pansy music. I was an angsty teenager at the right time, I suppose. We're paused because there's ads running on Twitch. Just finished their own tour. Last time I checked in with them, they were mostly funded on Patreon, so it's good to hear that they're doing well. I know they wouldn't headline over here. Smaller show. I think they actually headlined a small show around here, which I didn't go to because I was going to a different show the same day, I think. Now you want to listen to In Flames? Please heal me, because I can't sleep. Thought I wasn't breakable and this shit's killing me. Although he doesn't say shit in the actual lyrics. It was actually... The last time I saw In Flames was in 2019, and their vocalist Anders comes out on stage. And this was the tour for I the Mask. And Anders comes out and he goes, "So, guys, I got real bad news. I have an extremely sore throat. I will try not to spit on any of you." This was before pandemic, so people were way more like loose about this kind of shit. He goes, "I will try to not spit on anybody or get anybody sick. The good news is, for those of you who like our old shit, because I have a really bad sore throat, I can't sing. So all you're getting is screeches and harsh vocals." So he literally did like thrash metal covers of all of their soft songs, which was real fun. It was like actually kind of fantastic. One of the best shows I ever saw by them. So like he was literally playing like In My Room off of whatever the name of that album was with the weird stretchy skull, which I can never remember the name of. Which is like practically a Linkin Park song, but like just screeching. It was great. It was a good show. Anyway, I should probably be talking about Dwarf Fort. That is fantastic, though, Stone. You should almost write that down and like share it on the subreddit or something, so some other people can see it. Gotta start getting ready to skedoodle. Are you going all the way back to your family member's house twice the weekend? Cause like Thanksgiving stuff, I assume. If so, you have a good Thanksgiving, Alfie. That's to me the end. I don't think so, Lanix. I don't think so. The ASCII version of Dwarf Fortress is the same game. Like it is the same game. I think that people were worse at the game is the wrong thing to say. I think that the general knowledge level is significantly higher now that the game is out on Steam. So people were better at, outside of like the hardcore player base, because the hardcore player base never really encountered any of that. There was an era of the game where stress was like 50 times as effective and way more detrimental to dwarves and their psyche. So there is that. But I think there's two things going on in Dwarf Fortress right now where things don't seem as dark. One, people have watched a lot of tutorials and have actually gotten pretty good at the game. And so don't run into problems as much. And two, we don't have adventure mode. So people haven't been digging into the stories as much. And I think a lot of the new player base are a lot more focused on min-maxing than the old player base was, because the old player base had played the game long enough to figure out, like, not how to actually play the game. That's a very wrong way of putting it. They figured out how to make those stories happen. So you modded stress. So, yeah, I mean, stress, I know somebody who's still, like, every time they start playing, stress equals 0. Or all or whatever in DF hack every time they start playing. So I know people who still do that. Like I know somebody who vaguely through the Dwarf Fortress community who the only way they play is with Armok's Blessing and stress off, which is Armok's Blessing just maxes out every single stat on your dwarf and gives them every single personality trait that makes them happy. So they're like, it's impossible to make them upset. But all of the dwarves have the same personality. It's, yeah, Armok's Blessing. But I actually liked the really heavy stress era. The era where it was virtually impossible to actually satisfy your dwarves. And, like, losing was an inevitability, not like a... losing was inevitable. You were going to lose. And it was going to happen fast. Losing is fun after, though? To degrees. There is degrees of fun in losing, yes. But I have to go back and play a lot of older versions. I mean, I've talked about this a couple times, because it's not a secret or anything. But I'm recording footage for No Clip and their Dwarf Fortress documentary. So I, over the weekend, will be recording, because they just finished their big project. So they're just like, all right, give us footage now. So I will be going through and playing and recording a bunch of footage from old versions of Dwarf Fort. No, I won't be streaming it, but I have to go back to You mostly do Armagh Chaos, so all your dwarves go insane after a few years. So you play the game like Deep Space then? Where it's just like, oh yeah, no, there's bodies everywhere. Well, you see, it happens. It's one of the funniest things that I think Deep Space has ever said to me while streaming is just like, oh yeah, no, there's bodies everywhere. It happens sometimes. It's like there's just like 15 corpses in his tavern. It's like, eh. It's like 40 up, like most angry dwarves just tantruming constantly. Oh, you know, it's entertainment, right? I'm sure if we were to look at the legends of goblin dwarves, you'd find something there's not as stars aligned as that, but I mean, yeah. I mean, like the game is still the same game as like that world with that story that I told that's in a short on YouTube. That's one of my most viewed shorts of me talking about that necromancer lady that would get married 4 or 5 times a season, murder all of her spouses, it was wives and husbands, and then turn them into like zombies and then enlist them as slaves in her army or send them out as assassins. And she was also a queen of a human civ, like that kind of thing. Like just this evil boss queen. Store's moving real slow. Feel like this dwarf should probably be removed from the military. Let's see if you make it. Or at least if the cart makes it. Pocket Glass, thanks for another 10-pack of gift subs. Jeez, dude. Okay, so they do lose it. Okay, well. I think I'm just going to tell them to kick it, because riding it's a little silly. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to tell them to push it. Safer. Our free-for-all for ruling? Oh, yeah, no, totally. No, she, like, lied and cheated her way into the position of power and then became a necromancer. It was pretty cool. She actually became a necromancer after becoming queen, too. All right, so now that I've done that, let's just designate a shit ton more space down here for mining because this is my quarry. And also, we're getting a bunch of ore out of here as well, so it's just kind of a win-win. Hey, Leek, thank you very much for the 12 months. And seriously, thank you so much, Bucket Glass, once again, for the 10-pack of gift subs.
Twitch.tv Cernotis #blindrel.
What? I don't even know what that random text-to-speech was, but thank you. And for reference, if anybody's wondering, in order to start hype trains now, we need 4 interactions. I turned it up to 4 from 3 because we kept having hype trains that would just like start and then literally go nowhere with 3 people. So it just kind of makes them redundant, which is kind of a waste of time for everybody. So did increase the difficulty ever so slightly. It just means they'll level up faster when they do happen. Is phthalite all the way down here? There's some types of stone I haven't found further up, which is good. Wonder if that squad's returned yet. I need to check. Gotta say, I really like this tune. It's probably my favorite, more low-key track in the game. On gathering candy for this fort? Maybe. I've been thinking about it. I don't really know. I don't really have any like long-term endgame plans for this fort. I'm kind of just trying to finish my goal, and then we'll play it by ear with how I plan to end the fort. I don't really need candy because like steel is like OP. I mean, I'm gonna start gathering necromancy books today, so we're getting close to the beginning of the end of this fort. I will say that much. But I plan to end this fort next week. Because I'm starting to get people asking me when I'm going to start a new fort. And generally when people start asking me when I'm going to start a new fort is around the time I should probably start a new fort. But I don't know. I've done candy for the past few, so maybe not. Depends on how I feel. I do have access to a candy spire. It's right here. And we are, you know, slowly chipping away at it, but I don't know. We'll see. It's not a priority. I'll put it that way. Okay, so they can all go do that. And while they're doing that, I'm gonna work on this. And the squad is back already, so let's double check how that went. I'm going to go raise the place again. Probably a new world. Probably a new world. This one's kind of a one-off. The Dwarf Tobes led the attack, and they outmatched the human with a cunning plan. Just a normal human, not even a necromancer. We didn't destroy it either. Well, we killed the human. We rampage throughout. Let's go attack it again. Try and raise it. We'll just send the one squad this time. Oh, shit. Don't take books. It's kind of annoying. I want more slate. So now we wait on this. Trying to think, what can I do with this? Start placing steel pedestals. Because this is going to be the secret half of the library. Not entirely sure how I'm going to build this. Let's use 2 copper bars. Wonder if I can... Guess I probably can't hang a wall off of bars, can I? Or hang a door off of bars? Yeah. Okay, so what I could do is I could put a wall right here and then deconstruct it. Infinity, what up? It's good to see you. But yeah, I don't know. I'm only just starting to think about what I'm going to do for the next fort, so it's still very much like I'm not sure yet. Pocket Glass, thank you very much for checking out another gift. Once again, you're very kind. Cheers, dude. Mayleek, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs as well. Thank you much, chat room. And Baka Glass gifting a sub directly to Beep Beep as well. Thank you, Baka. Bam. Appreciate you, man. Wait, hold on. Did they already return? What? Did I not assign them? Oh, I didn't. Oh, I did. I see. I only assigned one. Duh. So just a reminder, in order to start Hype Trains, it needs 4 separate people to take part. But pro tip is that Twitch considers an anonymous gift to be a person. Technically, I only need 3. But I will shut up with that sort of stuff now. And thank you very much, Baka, for your generosity. Same with you, Rayleek. See, there you go. Now we only need one more person and you can see the actual countdown. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting a subscription. Hey, Shark Jumping Walrus, what's up? All right. Thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs, Mina Matri. You're very kind. Appreciate you. As well as an anonymous gifter gifting a sub to Shavarath. Thank you much, chat. I think that's a hype train. Like 100% certain it is. Oh, hey, we hit the 69 bits. And this is the benefit of them being harder to start, is they start up at level 4. Thank you, chat. I'm slowly building this out. So I put that one tile of wall right there so that I could build a door here. And then I can remove this and the door will stay there. Although maybe it would look better if I put the door up here. Yeah, we'll try it out. We'll see how it looks. What is this again? This is a Weaver Guild Hall. The Ancient Orb. I think I'm gonna put some looms up here. Just a couple. Kind of make this area look a little bit nicer. We'll use some black bronze to make these. And I will place some tables. And some tables. And then also some thrones. So it's a little bit nicer for those guild members. That's one of the lesser guilds in my opinion. Double checking this. Everybody has quarters, that's good. And I also need to jump up to here and grab this. And I'm also going to add babies to this zone. Because I do actually have a baby now. Let's also check child. And Raz with the $25 in bits. Your vote is Jet. Jet's a really nice one. Jet's a really, really nice one. Uh-oh. If I had to point a finger at my favorite stone color for this particular fort, it's probably Andorite, this stuff. Andorite? I don't actually know how to pronounce it. But that one is really nice. The nice blue. But probably rock salt. Rock salt or quartzite would be my favorite. The werepanda Mixu Tuxum has come. A large panda twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow chartreuse. Its dark brown hair is short and even. You will know why you fear the night. And holy shit, that's a 50 subs. And my phone just vibrated. Jesus Christ, dude. I just had to rewire my brain to read this text. I sent a text to my mom yesterday saying I'm thinking about trying snap peas in my closet. It's true. I'm going to grow snap peas in my closet. And she just responds with dwarf snap peas. And I was like, why is my mom talking to me about Dwarf Fortress? What the fuck's going on? Thank you very much, seriously, for the 50 pack of gift subs. That's absurd. That's insane. Thank you so much. Just over here wanting everybody up. Making up for yesterday? Yesterday was fine. Yesterday was fine. Yesterday was a little bit slow, but it ended off. It ended good. Overall, though, passively it was good. I do not know why it keeps doing those. I don't know what that means. All right, let's see where this... Oh, there's the panda. Well, I ain't locking this. One of my crossbow dwarves already sees it. Also, shoutouts to Brian over on the YouTube side of things for becoming a YouTube member. I'm just going to send this squad out. Because this dwarf here is firing bolts, and it is actually injuring it. It doesn't have any items equipped. It is seriously injured already. This Donnie here is continuing to fire bolts and back up. My spear dwarves come running out. Grey R is up front in the lead. And the creature's already dead. Did anybody even... Who got it? Stabs the werepanda in the left paw, fracturing the bone. Did you get it, Dewsum? Nope, you didn't. Did you get it? Nope. Did you get it? No? Did you get it? No? Who? Oh, I see. It was just listed as a goblin. So it was a goblin. It was this one. The Raw was their name. So shoutouts to Grey R, who just like jumped up and stabbed the thing to death. Cannot just stand by. I will have my revenge, they say. Well, the creature is dead. Did not know Kung Fu. Yeah, that panda absolutely did not know Kung Fu, fortunately. Fortunately for us, the panda did not know Kung Fu. Fortunately for us. Well then. Jack Black would not be proud. So I was building this, I think. Yes, that's what I was working on. Unsuspend that. Unsuspend this. Yeah, I think I'm going to move this door construction. I'm going to move it up to here. So I'm going to deconstruct this wall right here. And I'm going to reconstruct it up here. I'm going to move this door up here because I don't like the way it looks sideways. The more I stare at it, the less I like it. So that is an absurd hype train. Like, absolutely humongous. Thank you, Rayleigh, for that absurd amount of subscriptions. That's 60 total. And Raz, thanks for the $25. Anonymous with the gift sub. Nina with the 5-pack of gift subs. Shark Jumping Walrus with the 69 pennies. Anonymous with the 1 gift sub. Pocket Glass with the 1, the 10, and then 1 earlier, as well as the resub from Rayleigh. You guys are all very kind. Just had an image of the dwarves surrounding it, the 70s Batman-style skadoosh, reappearing off screen, and then the dwarves being replaced by bloody piles. I mean, that's kind of what happened. I mean, I went full screen and then unpaused the game and it was dead. I was like, what? The hell? Still gonna kind of have that kind of off look. Okay, so that's 68 subscriptions. $25.69 in bits. For reference, yesterday in total it was like 30 subscriptions by the end of the whole stream. So, yep. Making up for yesterday. More ways than one. Yesterday was totally fine, though. It was a little slow at points, but... Well, I guess happy Thanksgiving. That's all I can really say at this point. Oops, that's walls, not floors. I have the wrong tool. We'll just let them fix this. Now we just need to wait for these squaddies to return. This is kind of interesting. When I click this button, it gives me their pop-up, even though they're not on the map right now. Okay, now they're coming back. But this one, when I click it, it doesn't. Actually, hold on. Can I? Anyway, they're back, so let's see how they did. Yesterday got into DF. Yesterday got to go sleep when you were on. Oh, cheers. Happy to help. Did I actually hold on? I missed this. We did destroy it? Yes, we did. Okay, sweet. So there literally was nothing left there. We just went there and destroyed it. Goblin Helix of Wet Boots and the Brass Hex. I feel like we should just go destroy that. Let's just finish up these towers, because there's 3 left down here. And then I need to do a recount. I think all of the remaining ones might actually be part of the faction that I'm allied with, like this one. We have to attack the humans. That one's kind of scary, because there's a lot there. There's 20 there. Let's just go hit this one. We're going to send both the squads. No, our Thanksgiving was last week. It's Americans who get Thanksgiving tomorrow. Canadians' Thanksgiving was last month. Givens today? Is it today? I thought it was tomorrow. Cavern Dwellers. Oh. Some toad found a bunch of, elk... Wait, what? Never mind. One of my cats got into the caverns. And they found a bunch of flying cave swallow people riding cave toads. Don't understand that, but okay. I'm not sure how that cat got there, but cats are liquid, so I guess you never really know. Tomorrow is the Thunderdome. That's very spooky sounding. You're thankful for blinds tutorials. Oh, thank you. Oh, Black Friday shopping, right? Chat, I have a genuine question. Does anybody here actually go out on Black Friday to go shopping? Because I can tell you that's something like my family has literally never done. Even when Black Friday was still like a thing. Like we just didn't do it. Fuck no. Oh, hey, Nix. What's up? Not since COVID. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually gone out on Black Friday. Like, genuinely, I'm pretty sure I've never actually gone out on Black Friday. That is something. That burrow fill? Oof. Man. Gets me going. I have not. There are people there. That's fair. You worked retail once on Black Friday at 2 a.m.? Oh my Christ. Different era. Different era. I mean, I will be honest. I bought something for Black Friday yesterday. I bought snap pea seeds. And that's it. Because shipping was free. Because it's Black Friday. It's like, Black Friday deal. We're doing free shipping. No actual sales. I was like, all right. Well, I was going to buy seeds, so I'll spend $3 instead of $13 because I don't have to pay for shipping. Shipping on their seeds is a flat rate of $9, so. You bought some games on Steam that I showed off? Cool. Neat. Yeah, I don't know. I've never been much of a retail junkie, I suppose. I had to read that sentence 3 times, tight, because every time I read it as house. Bought a new house. I was like, that's not what that word is. Why is my blind spot right on the M of my? I was like, bought a new house and gaffing tape from Daddy Bezos. I'm sitting there going like, how the fuck did you buy a house on Amazon? What? But mouse. Okay, that makes much more sense. Companies were wild back then. Free TV with each purchase while supplies last. Company would have 3 TVs total at open. Yep, no, that makes sense. I think, I think big box retail going downhill is a net positive for the planet, but I also don't envy anybody out there who works retail. You guys are heroes. I just, I never had to work retail, but I did have to work in food service during Black Friday and whatnot, and it was clearly not on that level, but wasn't fun. Stuck in an ad. I think I might go back to just doing 3 minutes of ads once an hour instead of twice per hour with half the amount of time, because I don't know. I don't like pausing every 30 minutes. Makes me way too aware of how quick time or how slow time goes by. Makes my day seem longer, put it that way. You did buy some Christmas gifts for the family because free shipping. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's like the legitimate use case. I know what I'm getting my parents, and they don't have a Black Friday deal, so I'm just waiting for money. Mom, if you're listening, mute the stream. I think she is. Let's see, is my mom in the chat? Nope, my mom is not in the chat, so I'm probably good. I'm getting my parents fancy earplugs. They are sports fans. They like the BC Lions, but the games are far too loud for them. So I'm buying them like concert grade earplugs, the ones that you can dial up and down and all the fancy shit. Somebody just added me with this. What's this? I recognize this tile set. Huh. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but I mean, looks like ASCII bullshit. It's a gothic roguelike RPG. Fight the physical and the metaphysical. Evils brewing below the surface, rapidly modernizing society. A rapidly modernizing society. Huh. Interesting. Is there an emote for being a trickster? Like in my chat? I mean, the lick emote or that, or plotline, yeah, that'll work. It's got English town names? Yeah, it does. Here's the link for anybody who wants to look at it. I don't know, I'll throw it on my wish list. Somebody I know just like DM'd that to me. Person who works in video game PR. Getting some gems out of this as well. I may actually set up a second minecart track that runs alongside of this one. Let's do that. Although I kind of screwed up in one way. Let's do this. Oh. Would you look at this? Magnetite everywhere, as far as the eye can see. Let's dig around this. Oh, do not dig all the way up to that. Do not dig all the way up to that. That bad. Very, very, very bad. In fact, don't even dig this far. Just go to there and then go over to here, and then we'll follow this side. Can even make them cross. Be kind of fun. Go up here. 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 And then up here. Here. Yeah. And then we run along this. And then cross paths again. Go up one. Deconstruct this. And deconstruct all the way up to here. We'll make another one of these. Fake Massachusetts town name generator perfect for D&D. Fake Massachusetts.glitch.me. Interesting. Why Massachusetts specifically? It doesn't matter if it hits a dwarf, because the dwarves are pushing it, meaning it's not going fast enough to actually hurt them in any way. Minecarts that are being pushed are perfectly safe. It's when you're kicking, throwing, shoving, powering them, those ones get dangerous. But just pushed minecarts are perfectly safe. So it's not a concern. It's only a concern when you're not doing that. So it's not really an issue. Well, in this case, they're rose gold, but yeah, no death by minecart. Like I said, it's only a concern if you are, like, powered them. If you've powered them. I think minecarts kind of get a bad rap because everybody just kind of assumes that all minecarts are dangerous. Only powered minecarts are dangerous. Let's go down to here. Now, what might end up happening is they may crash into each other. But I don't see any problem with that. I think that's just comedy. Where am I? Here. Okay, so we go down all the way down to here. Let's just make sure that this is all in the right place. Yes, it is. Dwarf withdraws from society, which just jumped me way back up from where I was previously. Where am I? God. Okay. Dwarf withdrawing from society. You've just thrown off my groove here. Let's try this again. Okay, let's go to here. So I don't get any weirdness. Go all the way down to here. There we go. And I can have 2 minecart routes. They don't get damaged, but the minecarts stop moving. If there's dwarves riding the minecarts, they might get injured. Follow the strange mood. Ubak the cook is running around and they're grabbing leather. It's definitely going to be a leather works. Does Ham Toro live in Ham Ham? I kind of refuse to believe that that's a real place, by the way. It's just like Yonkers. I refuse to believe that Yonkers is a real place. It's just such a bizarre name for a thing. There's somebody in chat who lives in Yonkers, I guarantee it. Okay, so my not believing that that was a real place was correct then. Weird. All right, so let's make this and call it Boulders Cavern 2 Extra. Extra. We'll start her up here. And it'll be slide this way when empty of desired items. And then we're going to put a stop here, which is just going to be going north when full of desired items. And we are going to fill from here, and we are going to fill with other stone. And the minecart that we're going to put here is that extra rose gold minecart. And I'm going to put a track stopper here. I don't know, I'll just use a boulder that's right by here. That's fine. Then let's see if this works. I started it at the top so that they don't need to walk as far with the minecart this time. How do you manage drinking food orders? My dwarves always seem to run out of drink fast. Make sure you're not cooking seed and make sure you're not cooking your alcohol. Because by default, when you go into labor and you go to your kitchen orders, they cook drinks. So if you're cooking a lot of meals, you'll run out of drinks real quick. Make sure you're not cooking seeds for things that you want to be brewing because you want to be replanting those. And make sure you're not brewing things you don't want to be brewing. That would be my advice, is just double check all of that. And then just make sure that you're farming. But I literally never have an issue. It's like every couple of years I just go, brew drink from plant. Because I think I still have a brew drink from fruit order, don't I? No, I do not actually. But I can just be like 500. And then it'll just be like, well, I've got 10,000 plants, so food's just going to appear. I mean, you could also just give people useful advice. If someone's using DF hack, they probably don't have problems with their food supply already. They're probably well enough, like, what's the word? Learned of the game that they don't need that anyway. And also, generally, I find if somebody is asking for assistance, if you just say, if you're using DF hack, use this. That's probably a bad thing to do. And the reason I say that, and the reason I say that you shouldn't, like, immediately jump to DF hack as the advice giver, is because you want to teach them the way that the game lets you do that in-game first. So if you jump directly to just, this is how you do it in DF hack. Sure, yes, you could do that. But it literally takes 3 clicks to just do it in the vanilla game. And that's probably the better way to teach it. Because if you jump directly to DF hack, what's going to end up happening is you're going to have a lot of people that know how to use DF hack but not how to play the game. Anyway, a dwarf tantrumed and was found dead. So I'm not entirely sure what happened there. That dwarf's been tantruming for a bit. 404. What did you scrap with? Okay, you picked a fight with a miner and they ended him. That's a shame. We're not going to run into that issue with DF hack because the DF hack developers communicate very closely with Putnam, and Putnam's working on the game and making sure that DF hack stuff will get out day 1, generally. So I wouldn't consider that to be an issue. One of my dwarves, Rupert, discovered the reproduction behavior of creatures. Congratulations, Rupert. You've made a discovery. Maybe you'll write a book about it. Not really. I'm sure Rupert is well aware of birds and the bees. It's more of like animals, like, you know, livestock or cattle or pet dogs, breeding, that sort of thing. Not between dwarves. I'm sure that dwarf is well aware of how dwarven anatomy works. So as long as the 2 tracks don't collide at one of the corners perfectly, we are good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. They didn't bump into each other. Because it would stop them, and then they'd both have to pick them up, put them back on the track, and then keep going. Dwarf killed the first forgotten beast you ever encountered with a pick. Picks are pretty good. They're not the best weapon in the game, but they are a really, really, really good weapon. They're better than, like, an intentionally bad weapon. Picks have fantastic piercing values. Yeah, picks have similar values, not identical, but similar values to whips, which is one of the reasons they're quite strong. Just making sure this whole thing works. Pew, pew, pew. If somebody asks a in-depth question where it's clear that they know about the game, I will often add on a DF hack asterisk if they've been playing the game long enough that that's probably something they're using. But if it's a basic question about like how the kitchen works, I will show you how to fix that in 3 clicks in-game. Because that is significantly more useful, because 1, it teaches you about the kitchen menu. 2, it shows you that you can actually limit certain types of things to be cooked. And 3, it helps you understand the game mechanically. If you just say, ban this in DF hack, it doesn't teach you any of the actual mechanics of the game. It just teaches you to use a cheat code. So that's why I'm scolding Banana here. We clear? We're on the same page? Because it's like, it's redundant to teach. It would be like asking, how do I finish this quest in Skyrim? And your response is, this is the command line code to complete a quest in Skyrim. It's like, okay, but that's not what I asked. That's kind of the equivalent there for me. It's called chew. Ah, then you can Pikachu. Right. You know, I've seen pikas in real life. They are adorable little rodents with big mouths. And apparently that word means penis in Portuguese, as all my Brazilian friends like to inform me. But these little fuckers, pikas, look at them. Look at them. They scream real loud. They go, me, really loudly. They don't sound real. Like, you'll be just out in the mountains, and then suddenly you'll just hear this weird meep sound, and you're like, what the fuck was that? They are one of the weirdest sounding rodents ever. And they sound giant. Like, they sound like a very large, high-pitched squeak. And they look like little teddy bears. Yeah, no, they are... Apparently, they're the inspiration for Pikachu, yeah. But they're not super common. I've seen them a couple times, though. They're like weird, loud hamsters that scream really loudly. And you know, honestly, if I was looking for a mate in the mountains, I too would be screaming really loudly. Volbok the cook has created a frilly aardvark leather skirt and offers it to the ageless creation. Remember, you know what I said like literally 3 seconds ago? Anyways, where was that artifact? The skirt was frilly. It's a frilly skirt. This is Vermizish. This is a frilly aardvark leather skirt. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality, and it is encrusted with oval limestone cabochons and encrusted with praise and cabochons and table-cut yellow sespertines, and encircled with bands of bismuth, bronze, and guava wood. This object menaces with spikes of glana and cave spider silk. On the item is an image of Slugman in aardvark leather. Such value? Yeah. It's because gems and bismuth and all that fun stuff. How you doing, Deep? Also, you don't need to censor the word dick in my chat, Leo Blade. You can just type in the word dick. It is fine. I'm sure we will all live. Besides, how else would we make this into a Dick Van Dyke appreciation stream if we can't type in the word dick? I need flux stone to make more steel, so let's go get some more flux. Isn't limestone flux, or am I crazy? Yeah, it is. What? There's literally flux right here. My guys. That's all mudstone, so that... Here, I'll just mine up more of this chalk. That is the main source of flux we've been using. Was the story who roamed around? Oh, there was a brief period of time there where I thought it would be a good idea to stream and just chatting for the music segments at the beginning of the stream, and there was a person named Dong Awareness who would pop in and post ASCII dicks. There really isn't a story there, and I've told it a million times, so why are you making me retell it? It's just, there was a person who used to do that who we thought was kind of funny, who everybody thought was a bot, and then you'd search his name on Twitter and everybody would complain about his harassment. It's like, well, I mean, it's just a dick. It's just the internet. What? It's funny. Maybe for you. For me, it's kind of old. I've told that story a million times. I'm pretty sure that's how you travel through time, not condense flux. I think you have your lore mixed up. Yeah, it is. I don't like seeing it, Ander. Like I said, you have screwed up your lore, my friend. You can only watch the beginnings of streams. I've only told it at the beginnings of streams. But, anyway. Status of soldiers. Did another raise. Rampage throughout. Why haven't we destroyed it yet? Well, let's keep hitting it. Sending 2 squads this time. Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of those stories where, like, it's kind of funny the first time I tell it, and it got old a long time ago, and sometimes people ask me to retell it for some reason. It's one of those things that we thought it was a hysterical, and then we, after thinking it was hysterical for, like, a month, we realized that half of Twitch was, like, actually going to war against this guy for posting ASCII penises. It's like, I guess you've never been on the internet before. And that's, like, kind of, I guess, the beginning of me realizing that I have unpopular opinions when it comes to the internet. It's like, well, if you're on the internet, you kind of just have to accept that you're probably going to see a penis at some point. It is impossible to build a space on the internet where you don't encounter a dick at some point, which is why you shouldn't let children on the internet unsupervised. As a kid who was unsupervised on the internet, yeah, you shouldn't have let me on the internet unsupervised, Mom. But, you know. And then, like, I say that around other streamers, and they're like, that's a horrible opinion. It's like, it's a fact. It's like, it's just something you accept. It's like, it's impossible to moderate out human indecency. Like, you literally can't do that. It is impossible. Facts are opinions nowadays. Yeah, I suppose. I suppose. Alright, so we're gonna mine out these gems and all this magnetite once we're done mining out all this stone down here, because I think they're still digging. Yep, they are. But there's also tons of galena around the middle. So might as well also queue that up for auto mining once everything else is done. Oh, I mean, I did. I absolutely did. My parents, bless their souls, my parents would take the modem, unplug it from the internet, and put it under their bed at night, and that didn't stop me. I would wait for them to fall asleep, and then I would sneak into their bedroom because they had thick carpet, and I would crawl across the edge of the room. I would sneak underneath the bed. I would grab the modem. I would crawl all the way out of the room. And then I would plug it into the internet, and I would literally do nothing except for sit there and stare at downloads because our internet was so slow. And I wanted to download things, not necessarily from the Swedish Public Library, but sometimes from the Swedish Public Library. And in order to do that, I had to literally do it in the middle of the night, because if I did it at any other time of day, I would get screamed at because my mom couldn't load her emails. My older sister couldn't, you know, do whatever she was doing, and my younger sister couldn't play fucking Barbie web games or whatever the heck she was doing. So because of that, I had to wait until the middle of the night, and I wasn't allowed on the internet in the middle of the night, so the only way I could actually do it was by, you know, waiting until everybody was asleep and then fucking turning it on and doing it that way. Of course, I also got up to other shenanigans, but, like, the vast majority of that time was literally just spent watching stuff download late at night and listening very carefully for my dad waking up, because I knew exactly what time my dad set his alarm for every morning. So in case my dad woke up early, and there was one time he got up early and he didn't catch me because he wasn't paying much attention. Sounds like your experience trying to watch anime. I mean, it was me trying to download movies, sometimes video games, a lot of free-to-play games. Me download patches for free-to-play games. Like, I played, like, Combat Arms and Allegiance of Valiant Arms and Crossfire back then, which were all free-to-play FPSs. And so they would patch, and I wouldn't be able to play for 5 days because I would have to wait for patches to go through. Let's build a soap makers area. Let's do that. A nicer soap makers area. Question is, where do you put? Also, for clarity's sake, I had dial-up internet until about 2006. So, all of you guys talking about the different internet that you guys had, I had dial-up internet until about 2006. So, the soap maker's shop is going to be behind the hospital. Maybe it's time we fancy up the hospital a little bit. Let's get some more beds in here. We should be trading with dwarves pretty soon. What's out, Shaima? Sometimes hard to say people's names, but hello. To play Ultima, so you had to ask her to PvP faster so you could call your friends. That was me in RuneScape. Except it was me hogging the internet with RuneScape. There's one time I got in a lot of trouble because my mom had to go out all day and she was waiting for a phone call. And I guessed the time of day approximately that the phone call would come in, so I just went and played RuneScape. And then turned the internet off around the time I thought the phone call would come in, but turns out I'd already missed it. The phone call had already gone through and we'd missed it. And I got in a lot of trouble. But, you know, internet. It's a nightmare. It's ruining our society, some say. This is going to move. This is an artifact floodgate. Move that into the artifact hole. Hold.
Good morning, all.
Just for the internet? Yeah, no, we never had any of that. Satchimal, thank you very much for the 16th month. Artifact floodgate. Yep. It was one of the first artifacts we got. It's got platinum in it. It's actually pretty valuable. 3,000, considering it's like a tower cap floodgate. It's pretty valuable, all things considered. The internet is fine. I don't not disagree with that blanket statement. I think that the internet and social media are kind of one and the same, but I think the internet largely is fine in the right hands. It's a very, 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 very scary thing, the internet. I'm so sorry. Napalm. Well, duh, mini monster. But that's kind of besides the point now. Let's do this for the entryway. I literally just used all of the siltstone. I guess I did. So that's 90 blocks. Man, I really need better supply of blocks that aren't mudstone, because mudstone's kind of a boring color. Is it real to make all the dwarves happy? Well, it's certainly not false. We are in an ad, so I'll pause. I don't know, Banana. I think you're just kind of having a conversation with yourself at this point. I don't even know what you're on about. I'm assuming you're just, like, mimicking people's parents talking about random crap on social media, but, like, what? You just need to give them bedrooms, dining rooms, taverns, temples, build all the things that the dwarves need, and generally they're pretty happy. Moreb was listening. Like I said, I think you two are having your own conversation. I'm completely lost. How old is this fort? 22 years, I think. Made a fort where everyone was happy by killing all the unhappy dwarves. Mm-hmm. That's one way to do it. Not recommended, but that's one way to do it. I made forts where everyone is happy, and I didn't have to kill everyone. In fact, I didn't have to kill anyone. I've made forts where we don't have anybody in this layer of anger. Done it a couple times, actually. Certainly not impossible. There are some dwarves that are tricky, but it is very much possible to do that. I'm just going to ignore everything that Banana and Moreb say for the next, like, hour. You guys can have your own conversation, because it's officially about nothing. If I wanted to listen to a thing about nothing, I would just go watch Napoleon Dynamite. No, you're not. You're punning back and forth and RPing as soccer moms, so nah. I'm good. I'll stay over here. Certainly, Satchmo. Certainly. You had a fort where you just exiled the only person that you had the sad status and boom, problem solved. Turns out sad dwarves tend to make more sad dwarves because the sad ones start tantruming and like doing negative things, which upsets other dwarves. Can they eventually come back if you exile them? Not unless they become a vampire and lie about their identity, which is extraordinarily unlikely. But no, if you exile somebody, they've been exiled. They would have to, like, get imprisoned by another faction, and in order for that to happen, you'd probably have to, like, retire the fortress. I'd have to bet. You're on the ignore list at least until you stop RPing soccer moms and pretending that social media is just moms gossiping. just because I don't feel like taking part in that conversation whatsoever. Normally I don't verbally state that, but today I did because I'm in a thinking out loud mood. Vampires sound very fun? No. Currently they're actually really boring. Very easy to spot. Super easy. Not fun. Hopefully they get better sooner rather than later, because the kind of hope is that Tarn will make them not blue all the time anymore. When you capture another location, will that place receive migrants? Sometimes. If it's a tower, they don't seem to be, at least in the current version. But if you capture like a Dwarven Helix or a Goblin Pit, yeah, they'll start receiving migrants. And then their population will slowly grow, and then you can send your messenger out. So we finally destroyed it. Then you can send your messenger out to request workers. Like, these are my captured locations. And like this one has workers available, which is just one dwarf. Which is the one dwarf that I expelled to there. This one has one dwarf too. And also has one dwarf. These are all the dwarves that I expelled to these locations. Yep. So me, Nivek? You can track them? Dwarves that you've expelled? If you expel them to one of your locations, it'll say where they go. And then they pop up as a resident of that location. This dwarf I expelled to this tower, Staffwet, because they kept tantruming. So I expelled them to there, and then I clicked there, and they're now a resident, so I can see it. Yeah. And then the others were the dwarf that went and captured it themselves, because I sent out my dwarves in squads by themselves once everything is dead in that location to attack the spot. So, you know. So when you expel somebody, clearly you have very little experience expelling people. When you click the expel button, if you have nothing in your holdings, if you have no helixes and no captured locations, it just expels them out into the void, and then they die. If you have locations under your control, either what's the word? Either if you have locations under your control, either captured sites or helixes that have popped up under your control, or if your faction has captured locations around you that look to your thriving economy, then you can send them to specific locations. These are all the areas that are under my control. So if I were to expel this dwarf for whatever reason, I could send them to Russet Larks, or Splattered Cave, or Blaze Gravel. Those are the towers that I've taken over. And then you can actually go request them back using a messenger if you wanted. Can retired forts be on that list too? So if you take 3 seconds of logic to think about how the game would work, retired forts are no longer a part of your holdings. Are not a part of your fort's holdings. That's a part of your faction, right? So if you retire a fortress and then start a new fortress, that old fortress is not a part of your new fortress's holdings. Okay, so we're going to do that. And I'm going to make a route here. We're going to not use any of these minecarts because I don't have any. Let's just make a silver minecart because, yeah, let's just make a wooden. Wooden minecart. Just one. Want to get here quickly. Yes, I am well aware of DCSS. Be very strange if I wasn't. And before you ask your next inevitable question, I don't like DCSS, and no, I don't play it. Am I aware of CDDA? Never heard of it. That was sarcasm. Of course I've heard of it. You're asking somebody who's obsessed with a niche genre, and you're asking me about the most well-known games in the niche genre. So it's generally pretty safe to assume that I've heard of it. We're going to call this soap. Or capture something. I am very woke, yes. Much aware. Mm-hmm. So you built that. Might be a good time to start. The world map is what makes Dwarf Fortress Dwarf Fortress. Well, you say it's a trick question, so I'm going to just not answer it. Might be what makes the world world. Sure. Yeah, well, if you're making massive empires, then you should like start capturing things and pulling them into the individual forts holdings so that you can do more with that empire than just, you know, building forts. Because there's a lot more that you can do than just building forts. Let's use slate. I really like the color slate for these. The asheries, and then soap makers. Make these out of platinum. Well, you said it was a trick question, so I'm not going to answer it. Sorry, I don't trust you. You tell enough random jokes and puns that I feel like you're just making non-conversation, which, to a degree, there are days where I will be in moods where I can play along with that. Today, it's the last day of my stream week, and I've streamed 2 12-hour days in a row, and I haven't slept a lot. And I also edited a video that kept me up until 1 in the morning one of those days. I'm pretty tired, a little on the cranky side, and a little bit of a short attention span for trick questions, jokes, and random crap. So I'm very much less likely to play along with trick questions and silly stuff. So also looking at it on Rogue Basin, no, I haven't played this. At least in 08. Last updated in 2010. Yep, nope, never played that. I wonder if Josh G has a backup of it. Josh tends to be the best person for that sort of thing. Guy who made Cogmind. All right, let's see how much Talo do I have in my inventory. 1,700. Okay. Let's make a bunch of stuff. We're gonna make ash. Let's just make 500. Actually, I super do not have enough logs. Let's do 150. And then we're going to make Lie. 150. And then Soap from Talo. 150. Yes, mash. Because I'm trying to make ash, so my brain put those two things together and it came out as mash. As long as it's not a monster mash. Because that would be the wrong season. But yeah, no, you are all good. Don't worry about it, Moreb. You are funny most days. I'm not in the funniest mood today. You know, I'll be honest with you, I never buy grown wood items from the elves, and because dwarves can't make them, I never end up with any, so I have no idea, because I've never tried selling them back to them. I know cloth items that you make are fine. So like plant cloth is fine, silk is fine. As long as it doesn't involve the killing or shearing of an animal, they're generally fine with it. Chose violence? Not really. I chose honesty and clarity, which is, I'm gonna be honest that I'm a tiny bit cranky today. I chose being tired of it all? No, just chose it's been a long week. You're putting words in my mouth, mate. And can be resold to the elves. Well, there you go. Devilish Potato gave you the answer. Grown items are ethical and can be resold to elves. The only things that really catch me up with sales is usually like if I end up with an item that is randomly like studded with a material that I didn't realize. Yeah, decorated items. Like that's kind of what I was referring to. Is like those are the ones that become issues. Because like, oh yeah, I don't always realize that random decorated item number 47 that I'm trying to sell has a wood studs on it. Not used to that. Okay, so all my squads are back. I have to go raise this place. Ably led, clashed with 51 animated humans. Oh, this was a fight. Tobes, the creative defense, outmatched the human necromancer of High Crest. We killed a necromancer. Wow, that's a lot of necromancers. Necromancer. Bleak Slayer, another Bleak Slayer, 2 more Bleak Slayers, 3, 4, clashing with just normal Bleak Slayers, even more Bleak Slayers. Wow, this is quite the spot. I have to keep fighting with this one. Bleak Slayer, 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 Bleak Slayer. If things go wrong, it doesn't completely ruin your reputation with the faction forever, Panderific. So, like, if you're trading with the elves and you screw it up, if you've been trading with them for a bit, or if your faction's allied with them, or if you're at peace with them already, you have to screw up trading like 4 or 5 times. And then also clear cut the map for them to attack you. I've screwed up trading 3 times with the elves. They are still trading with me and still bringing massive trade goods to me. If you screw up trading and then immediately kill all of them and burn all of the supplies, yeah, you'll start a war immediately. So if your goal is to start a war, very effective. If you're doing it out of spite and thinking that, like, oh, now, like, they were going to attack me anyway. They weren't going to attack you anyway. You need to do that multiple times for them to attack you. It's mostly Bleak Slayers until the end here, where the Brassor is led by Tobes, clashed with 36 animated humans. And so there was 51 animated humans left there. So we're going to go hit that tower again. And we're going to set them to raise. This time I'm going to try something I haven't tried. We're going to also send one of my ranged squads. We're going to send an extra squad because there's so many of them. I'm not sure how well they'll do, but I'm kind of curious. So good luck. I may send 6-4. Militia Captain. Legendary Marks Dwarf. Well, I mean, sucks to be you. I guess you will have a much harder time trading for giant tortoises then. See, they recently brought me a unicorn. And look at that. And, you know, giant tortoise. Look at this. Look at this Chad. I love this dude. It's also available as a pet. None of the dwarves want it, though. Fortress attracted no migrants this season and no traders. Well, that sucks. Yeah, I very much like value trading with the elves because they bring some of the most interesting things that other factions just straight up don't even have access to, so. And they're easy to trade with, and the reason I don't like fighting them is I find them boring. Their weapons are super weak and ineffective, so it's kind of like punching a child. It's just like, well, why would I do that? So this is the Planter Guild Hall. It's like, I will occasionally go to war with the elves. Like, I'm not above it, but they are not the most fun adversary. And that's generally my issue with them, is I like interesting adversaries. Oh, you mean like butchered livestock from the mounted animals? Yeah. I mean, like, I like fighting with the goblins because they bring metal and weapons, and I like fighting with the humans because they bring weapons I can't get. And also they're a bit of a challenge. Whereas, like, the main issue I have with fighting with the elves is they are just so weak. I really was hoping that, like, they would make them stronger for this update, and I had, like, a few working theories that I was very hopeful about, and none of my theories came true, and I was sad, but that being said, it is, what's the word I'm looking for here? It is largely fine because, like, there are improvements that they want to make for future versions of the game, just unfortunately not the one that I was hoping they would do that for. Like, I was hoping that we would get, like, buffed elves for version 50, but instead we got buffed caverns, and that's fine. Just because they are, like, the community's favorite adversaries, so might as well actually make them mildly challenging. This is the Weaver's Guild Hall, and I'm just tired of it being an empty room, so we are prettying this up a lot. Or, sorry, not the Weavers, the Planters Guild Hall, right? Yeah, the Weavers was the upper one that I did previously, so this is the Planters Guild Hall. Speaking of, how many Planters do I have assigned right now? Let's assign some more. Some dwarves doing mostly mining and not much else. Give them the opportunity to go do some planting. We got buffed DF streamers. I mean, I got buffed. Honestly, like, if I could change one thing about Steam DF launch, you know what I would change? I would make me get less famous off of it and make there be more streamers overall. Because if I'm being honest, as nice as it is that my stream has grown and my income has gone up a lot, I really wish that there was just more people streaming Dwarf Fortress, because it makes potential future growth less likely and a lot harder. And that is kind of scary for me. But because, like, I've been here the whole time. I wish more people stuck around. Well, that's going to be a bit of a nicer place for the planters. Am I worried things will drop off? I mean, I don't think things will drop off for me. I mean, numbers went down over the summer, which I was expecting. And since then, numbers have mostly recovered. So, like... Well, not mostly recovered, but, like... I mean, obviously, we're not back to where we were in December, but we're starting to get an uptick again. I'm not too worried. I think I'll be okay. I just wish that there was more people trying to do what I was trying to do. That's it, really. Let's just make sure the game didn't put barrels in there. Yeah, it did. My hope was that the average... I guess this also just goes for the player base, right? My hope with version 50 is that the average player base was going to land closer to around 10,000. And I was hoping that there would be more streamers on average. That was my big hope. I mean, obviously, the game is still being developed, so it's still working in that direction. But I do really wish that it was less of a, yeah, it's me streaming situation, you know? But no, I'm not too worried things will drop off because things are pretty steady for the almost 5 years of me streaming this game before it launched, like 4 years of me streaming this game before it launched on Steam. Things were pretty steady. And there was a lot less awareness of Dwarf Fortress back then. So yeah, I'm not too worried. I mean, obviously there's always stress, right? But that just kind of comes with running a business, right? Right now, I'm mostly just kind of like... Is clenching the right word? Mentally preparing for adventure mode. That's mostly what I'm doing right now, is just mentally preparing for adventure mode and getting ready to work a lot again. Because when we talk about like unhealthy work-life balance and absurd amounts of hours, like Jesus Christ, the amount of hours I did in December was something. Yeah, I got a lot of questions like right before launch, like, are you excited for launch? It's like asking somebody if they're going to be excited to do a shit ton of overtime. Like to a degree, of course, yes, always, but also at the same time, oh boy, how does adventure mode tie in with fortress mode? So if you make a fort here, right? This is my fort, and then you make a fort here, right? And then you make a fort here, right? And then you make a fort here. Right? And then you make a fort in a different faction, and then you cause a war between those two factions. And then you start an adventure over here in this human town, this human hamlet right here. Then you can go and you can adventure to your first fort, and you can talk to the mayor of that fort. And you can talk to the king who lives in that fort. And you can get quests from that person. And then you can go to this mountain and slay a dragon, assuming there's a dragon there. And then go back and then tell them that you've slain the dragon. And then they go, oh my gosh, you slayed the dragon. And then you go into the basement and you steal a bunch of armor. And then you wander around and you encounter an army that's attacking this town, which came from one of your other forts. And then you go, oh my god, they're wearing the sigil of my old fort that I designed when I was preparing carefully on their armor. That's incredible. And then you ask them for directions back to the other fort, and then you go all the way to that other fort, and then you hang out there for a little bit. And then you go, I'm going to go to the fort that's part of a different faction because that was cool. And then while you're walking there, you realize that it's a different faction, and they're at war with the faction that you're currently aligned with, and then you get stabbed to death. That's how it ties into Fortress mode. It's the same world, basically. So it allows you to play in the worlds that you've built as a open world RPG. That's how it ties in. But it's a very open sandbox in that it makes most games that call themselves sandbox games seem like concrete, because it is so open and there's so little direction. By that, I mean it is completely open and there is no direction. Right down to where if you were to try and complete a quest in current adventure mode in version 47, better hope you wrote down the name of the quest giver somewhere and are lucky enough to either find somebody in the game who knows them, or B, get lucky enough to find their location again, because good luck actually turning in a quest. Adventure mode has a lot of oddities and a lot of problems. So while it is a extraordinarily open sandbox, it's at times an extraordinarily open sandbox to a fault. So I have to be very careful to not overhype people on it, I think. Playing adventure mode on version 47. I mean, oh, why are you on 04? Not 05? 05's more up to date. He's unbearable. Well, there you go. Being a sandbox and how big it is, it's like a friggin' desert with sand dunes. Okay, well that's a nice. Uh-oh, I've got a ghost. Deal with that. No. Well, I guess I got ghosts. I need to memorialize. Huh. Guess I had a bunch of dwarves that just didn't get buried. Or maybe, oh, I think a lot of these actually burnt. I'm kind of oh, I know what happened. I know what happened. I know what happened. Their bodies got cremated instead of being buried. Hello, Diamond. It's not that big of a no-no. It just means I gotta make some slabs. Or memorialize some dwarves with slabs. Cave dwellers, drive them out. All right, well, this layer currently is being hollowed out by my dwarves. While they're digging out this, what's the priority level on that? 3. Let's keep this going. Digging this way. I'm gonna start fortifying the edges of this, and we're gonna start getting my squads patrolling, is what we're gonna do down here. Need some very effective live target training. I have to be a little bit careful so that they don't vault out into the caverns. Also, chat room, I need you guys to do me a favor over the weekend while I'm not streaming. I need all of you guys to try and set up Mark's Dwarves. And the reason I say is because I've had Mark's Dwarves in melee range, not actually melee enemy units. I don't know if they've made any under-the-hood AI changes to them, but it really seems like they just kind of run backwards while shooting bolts. Whereas in, like, version 47, they would just, like, run straight at the enemy. So I need you guys to help me do some science because I'm not all perfect science. But, like, even earlier today, we had that Mark's Dwarf running backwards away from the were-panda instead of just charging straight in. I'm just saying, if you are currently building a fort that could have some Mark's Dwarves, try building some Mark's Dwarves and see how they do. Because I think that's interesting. Was it you? Your dwarf actually died, unfortunately. Your dwarf fell into lava yesterday by crossing a bridge as I pulled the lever to close the bridge. So it wasn't your dwarf's fault. That was my fault. I just forgot that they were going to be right there while the bridge was still open. And your dwarf went, wee, splat. So it was very unfortunate. We all cried a lot. It was a sad time. There was much loss and sadness, and we were all very sorry about it. Me especially. Mr. Slappy Happy, I assume so. I saw the username earlier, so let me double check. Yes, Slappy Happy is pushing a minecart. Yes, Mohrab is correct. Does Mini Monster... I want to say no. I want to say I saw that name die. Yeah, we have minimum charge. Mini Monster did die, yes. We are stuck in an ad right now, so I'm just going to run a quick save and go use the toilet. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere too quick unless you really want to. From the makers of Interrupted by Kia, you mean? Today's stream is to both you and by levers. You just gotta pull them. Pull them and push them. Give them a good push and a good pull. You see, I'm less of a lever and more of a stayer. Okay, so... Dragoon is withdrawing from society. Who's a tanner? There you are. It's not an ad unless it's paid for. I mean, what? It's okay. Diamond just does things. Don't worry about Diamond. Diamond is kind of like Mohreb. We love them, but sometimes they just say things that, like, you just don't give it too much brain. Otherwise, it'll just start to hurt. So you've claimed a leather workshop and are running back and forth. No one's really getting roasted. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but... Avocado wood logs? You know, fun fact, I haven't done any sponsored content since December last year, and that was because Amazon paid me $280 to read reviews of leggings in the fashion section for 15 minutes. Worth it. Best Bear, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Yeah, no, I got a, what do you call it? A Twitch bounty to stream the Amazon fashion section, and I got a $50 Amazon gift card plus that money. And this was like at peak view count for me. And so at the end of a Dwarf Fortress stream, it was like, well, you're on the, it was like, you have to go shopping. Don't intentionally badmouth anything. I was like, okay, so this is like Amazon fashion, which is like directed at women, and you gave this to me. Okay, I guess we're gonna go read reviews of leggings then. I kind of wish there was a VOD of that somewhere. No, read reviews. Read reviews. It was sponsored content. Well, it wasn't to specifically read reviews. That's what we did. It was like, the hell else am I gonna do in the Amazon fashion section? And they were like making a huge deal about some model, and it was like her collection, I guess. And it was pretty funny because after that was over, I got a DM from Kit Fox's community manager who's like way into fashion and is just like, so what do you think of it? I was like, well, I have no idea who any of these people are. It's like, really? It's like, no, no, I do that. Why leggings instead of bras? Because I want it to be like relatively Twitch safe. And besides, I found what I did was I went to the full collection and I searched by the worst rating. And all of the worst ratings were leggings. So we started reading those. Like literally that's what I did. I searched by the worst rating, like the lowest star count, and started reading the worst reviewed things. So we were reading leggings. I also read some makeup reviews, which is a little trippy. But yeah, no, that VOD doesn't exist. It's gone. It was leg day? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, no, realistically, it's been like 2 years since I've done any sponsored content. Like, period. Unless you count those tutorials that Kit Fox commissioned. But that's kind of a different thing, because that's Kit Fox commissioning a tutorial. They didn't actually sponsor me to do them. They paid me to make tutorials that they could mirror post on their YouTube channel. So they commissioned videos from me, so it's kind of a different thing. I'll be honest, I can't remember the details. It was a lot of like size not being represented accurately or just like crappy material. It was a lot of that. A whole lot of that. Oh, you've gathered quite a bit of stuff. I'm sure you're fine, Dwarf. Let's get some of these tombstones placed, because I've got ghosts popping up left and right. Boo. Oh, that's spooky. I'm terrified, Lucas. Curious to see how this goes. Oh, they're back, I think. Nope, they haven't left yet. What? Where are you, Dwarf? Oh, you're going back to get provisions. Well done. Have I ever read out the graves? I do, but there's some things in Dwarf Fortress that just kind of become the same. And that's one of them. So I just kind of stopped a while ago, if I'm being honest. Put them on training, because I do have some pretty green squaddies in that squad. But it's always just like Dwarf was friends with Dwarf, lover of thing Dwarf liked, died in this year is usually all it is. Like, as varied as this game can be, even for me, there are some portions of it that are like, you know what I mean? Like, less interesting than the rest of it. So, like, artifacts are a lot more varied, so I tend to read those. But gravestones are kind of just meh. Does give cause of death? Yeah, but usually I am well aware of what the cause of death is, so, I mean, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it does. It doesn't if they went missing. Like, if nobody saw them die, then it's just a mystery. So this is a leatherworker's shop, and they've claimed limestone, durian wood, oval white jade, cabochons, macadamia wood logs, pigtail cloth, oval jade cabochons, and logs and rhino leather. That's going to be exciting. if nothing else. We're going to wait for that. Oh, shit. Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. It is very small. This is a little bit awkward because none of my military dwarves are here right now. All right, well, let's do this then. Dwarves should all start running inside. Wait, hold on. Oh, I see. You're just coming back from that siege. We're not coming back from that siege, but you're coming back from me booting you out of that siege. I'm going to pull this lever. Why do my dwarves... why do the dwarves in my relatively small fortress create artifacts that use a small number of materials and a low value? Does the size of the fortress matter? I'm not entirely sure what the numbers are, but new fortresses with low population and low overall value use less valuable items. I think it's because they use what's available, and they want varieties of what's available. So, like, a dwarf will pick items based on their skill. So if it's like a metalsmith, they'll want a metal bar to start. And if it's a leather worker, they'll want leather to start. And then that kind of balloons as the fortress gets more valuable. So if there's absolutely no possibility in hell that you will have, let's just say, I don't know, leather, right? The game is less likely to force that. So, like, they get more elaborate the bigger the fortress gets, is I guess the short answer. Based on experimenting and messing around with time, they definitely get more elaborate. Okay. Norstat comes running inside. Goblins are already up there. Squads aren't back yet. Let's send the Marks dwarves up here. Let's hope that they all have bolts. Actually, let's not send them up there. Let's send them to defense tower. 404 Loud's been put to rest. Good, good, good. So here come the goblins. Snatcher, 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 snatcher. But this won't be too hard for us to take out, I think. It's a pretty small siege of mostly archers and some child snatchers. And a dragoon has created Zoknus Emur, a rhinoceros leather shield, and offers it to the ageless creation. That's pretty badass. Leather armor? Look at that. This is a rhinoceros leather shield. It has I wish it would have a horn on the front of it. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular limestone cabochons and decorated with durian wood. And this object menaces with spikes of rhinoceros leather and avocado wood and white jade and pigtail and macadamia wood. On the item is an image of an orange tree in white jade. And I'm going to go up to here, and we are going to put it here. So you have time to develop more industries if you want more valuable artifacts. Yes, and if you want artifacts of a specific type, train your dwarves in that skill. So if you want, let's just say, a lot of weapon artifacts, make weapons guild, weaponsmiths guilds right off the bat. If you want a lot of furniture-based artifacts, make a lot of stoneworkers guilds right off the bat, and get a lot of dwarves making blocks, stuff like that. So depending on the items that you want, you should make that type of guild. Let's just get them to go stand out here. A lot of them are just picking up bolts. Come on, dwarves. Fine then. I'll make you guys go stand over here then. A lot of them are getting in. God damn it. This works better when I have two squads. Oh, there we go. They're opening fire. I have a feeling that one goblin just like vamoosed because I suddenly see goblin blood everywhere. This dwarf is probably, okay, not going to be shooting bolts. I'm going to have to let the king sort this out, believe it or not. The king is going to have to fight because I have no other squads on the map right now. And it appears that I'm actually losing some dwarves out on that fight. None of my melee dwarves, but some of my ranged dwarves are having a hard time. I was curious about how well they would do, and it turns out not great. So, I'm going to go set up my king down there. My king and king's trainers, obviously. Yeah, the Marks dwarves didn't do much. That's unfortunate. Time to close the back door so they don't get out. And watch the king fight. King, it's your time to shine. Quite literally. So we've got the champion. We've got Suited Giraffe, the mayor. And the king is sleeping. Well, I suppose that checks out. So we've got Suited Giraffe, who is a great mace dwarf, and Snaky, the champion, who is a legendary spear dwarf. And I'm going to send the Bolt squad over here so that they have the opportunity to assist. Here comes the first bow dwarf, and my mayor runs forward, and the bow dwarf very quickly seems to be having a rough time of things. Another bow dwarf comes up and over. The dwarves get to dive onto him, and immediately he's heavy bleeding. As long as I keep coming in one at a time, I'm sure these two dwarves will be able to take out this entire army. The next goblin shows up, and the military dispatches of him pretty quickly. There's bits and pieces everywhere, including a goblin ear on the ground. Snaky most recently said, let's see, what's your most recent thought? How fragile we are, begun fear. How easily broken, begun fear. They're both terrified, but it's fine. Oh, the king has arrived. The king, however, has not brought his... Oh, he did bring his axe. Okay, it's just in his right hand. The king is now standing here and waiting and going, I'm here for the stabbing and the death. Something just died. Oh, okay, it's fine. It's just it's a dwarf being laid to rest. So there's nothing else in the walkway. Oh, there's one. There's some more. We're going to move the Kingly squad and also the Marks dwarf squad up here. So we're now going to follow the king. The king goes and begins beating things to death. In fact, just killed a goblin. The king hacks the goblin in the head with a steel axe, and the severed part sails off in a neck. Sails off of its neck, sails off in an arc. The king then runs through, doing sizable amounts of damage. Very considerable amounts of damage. Seems like the crossbow dwarves were actually able to do some work up here. I mean, we do have this this guy here who's currently just vomiting on the ground, and there is a dead goblin in front of them, so that part is good. The Marks dwarves are also heading up behind. And the king is standing over the body of a dead goblin. Marks dwarves are standing in wait as backup. We have a goblin up here who is now getting the ever-living crap kicked out of them. And I really wonder to myself, where are the rest of them? Are they all outside still? I know I closed the door. Oh, geez, there's actually like kind of more of them outside. Huh, well, that means we can regroup and fight off the rest of them. Kingy, you can go back to whatever yous were doings, and we're gonna zoom out a little bit, and I'm gonna get back down into this combat area. I'm going to send the Marks dwarves back up to here, because I'm assuming they all still have ammo. Well, only one of them doesn't. I'm sure you have time to go get some, and then we can open the store back up. Oh. Don't micromanage it, is my tips to make it chill to play. Dwarf Fortress, people think it's a micromanagement game, and you can play it that way, but you will get a lot more enjoyment out of the game if you just let chaos happen and try and orchestrate chaos into happening. That is the best way to enjoy Dwarf Fortress. But that's just my personal opinion. Not everybody agrees with me. That, or alternatively go into a fortress with specific limitations, such as I can't dig, or do not memorialize any dead, so there's ghosts everywhere. That leads to forcible fun. Just remember, you are a malevolent god in Dwarf Fortress. Uh-oh. They're shooting bolts at... Oh, because my squads have just come back. So now these goblins are officially between a rock and a lake. God damn it, Mincott. God damn it, Mincott. You better get out of here. I swear to goofballs. You better get out of here. I realize that my squads are just, like, completely annihilating these goblins up on the surface, and that's great and all, but, like, come on, Mincott. You really have to do this to me? You can climb. I have some faith. I mean, not much, but I'm hoping. I'm hoping you climb. You have any swimming skill? I don't see any. Oh, boy. Come on, Mincott. Balls. Well, I guess I should do the thing again. I'm going to start dumping lava out here again. That's what I'm going to do. Just so that I can get that body out of there. Because, like, come on. Bah. Man. Oh, well. Let's, turn that off. Open this up. I mean, I've had dwarves climb out of that before. It's less of a swimming and more of a they just need to be near the edge of the wall so that they can climb. Armor or not, it doesn't matter. I've seen them climb out of those. But if they go away from the edge of the wall for one reason or another, or path in the wrong direction, they're basically just dead. My phone's going off. Let me see. It's going off multiple times. Probably my mom. It is not. My mom. It is my neighbor. Oh. My neighbor said he made too much food and he's asking if I want leftovers. Cool. Is there a way to change the resolution of DF in 47.05? Your monitor keeps resetting every time you Alt-Tab. Don't play the game in full screen. Okay, hold on. Let me actually show you, because I have an install. Just looking for my install that isn't full of random crap. There it is. So this is the install folder for DF 47.05. You go to data, you go to init, and then you click on, I think it's just init, is it? Yes. So then you go here, and then you can turn on whether or not you want the it windowed, intro on or off, volume, all that stuff, and then this is your windowed resolution, and then this is your full screen resolution if you play the game in full screen. I never played the game in full screen, so it's set to 0. But if you are playing the game in full screen, then you type in your resolution there. That's how you do it. And then you save this file, and then that's it. So that's in the install folder, and it's you go to the install folder, data, init, and then you open up init. That's how you do it. Yeah, I'm also renting that neighbor's patio to grow tomatoes on next summer, so yeah, he's a pretty cool neighbor. The game decided to just nope out on the frame rate. It's probably because of the dwarves coming back. But did actually lose a couple dwarves. All right, so let's see what happened in that siege. We did destroy it, because the little sprite is gone. There's also I don't know if you guys are noticing this. There's a bunch of little forts, and I don't think these were here before. I'm starting to think that those forts might actually be like necromancer refugees. The dwarf Tobes unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Okay, so we're clashing with 40 animated humans, 30 animated humans, 27 animated humans. We eventually killed all of them, found nothing. Okay, then why did I lose some dwarves? What? That's bizarre. Anyway, we killed them. So let me look at these. Civilization, the imprisoned thorns. The influential tulip. It's a human fort, an elven fort. That's a human fort. Because these forts have been popping up. Like this one of Bulbous Dabbles, which isn't part of a faction. Yeah, these aren't part of civs. So I'm starting to think that some of these forts might actually be... Okay, that one is actually part of a civ. These ones that aren't part of civs, I'm starting to think that these might actually be necromancers that I've killed. What's up, Notokasa? How's things? They took my bones! Yeah, pretty much. How dare you make me part with my buddies? Squinting at this map to see if I've missed anything. I long for the day that we can either zoom in and out on this map or have filters for this map. One of the two. All right, let's go hit this raise. We're just going to send these two squads. Get back out, dwarves. Oops. Don't want them bringing books back. Undead necromancers? No, they're dead. The necromancers are dead, trust me. No, but like, there are characters that come out of the locations for the necromancers. So like, zombies, intelligent undead, other necromancers. They're not necessarily undead, but just because I've destroyed a location doesn't mean I've destroyed every unit that is associated with that location. Some of them will escape. There's sometimes a little line in the combat log for world map conflict where it's just like, they fled or whatever. Like, so-and-so fled. And when you see that, it usually means that they, instead of, you know, like, just lying down and dying like they're supposed to. For some reason, I'm not able to melt down items, even though all of these are set to be melted. So I'm going to unset these from being melted, because I'm very perplexed by this. Zwan Alb, hello. Meat and flesh-covered skelly. There has to be enough thing there for it to be possible. What's the word? There has to be enough thing there for them to be able to resurrect it. So basically, like, skin can be resurrected. I will never forget the one time I had a fortress that, let's just say, was constantly under assault by undead things. And let's just say that constant assault by undead things kinda, let's just say, ended, shall we say, in a bad way of, you know, maybe like, actually, I'm gonna cancel this. We'll just let this flow. Of let's just say maybe a bunch of zombies walking in and killing everybody. However, the benefit of having a fortress like that is that you also get some pretty exciting things happening. And one of the very exciting things we had happen in that fort was a bunch of undead necks crawling into the fortress like inchworms, scaring the piss out of my children. That was the only negative, really, is that they were scaring the children. It's a lot of steam, jeez. You remember the inchworm neck? I want to say that was part of the community world that we were doing, where I was like being very diligent about like cataloging everything. Yeah, the necromancer that romanced necks. Yes, it was a good time. I need that to get covered with lava. So we'll just let that flow for a bit. Interim neck. Yep. Workday complete. Hell yeah. What's the plan for the rest of the day? For the rest of the day, then? I'll do my best as willing to help. Deserters? I mean, I would be deserting too, especially if it was after dinner. But I would be deserting as well if it was just like, here's an army of bad things that want to horribly murder me. All right, yeah, I'll run away. Bye. See ya, nerds. Also, there's a large crowd of people watching today. I just want to say thanks. We have 230 people watching here on the old Twitch. All right, so now that we've done that, I'm going to do something completely different. Right next door, close to us, is this. This is the Tower of Basic Dawned. The Tower of Basic Dawned is going to get raided by the king, and I'm going to tell them to loot everything. It is abandoned, there is nobody there, and the king is going to go, with the help of the champion and our mayor, to go get some books. Think he'll just lay down? Sounds like a good way to spend the rest of the day. Of desperate species who have found company in each other. A real found family? Well, that's awesome. The king is going on an adventure. Yep. The king, the mayor, and the champion. Suited giraffe, snaky, and the king. Does sending the king stop him from making mandates? Duh. How could he make mandates if he's not on the map? I mean, they still sit there, but anyway. Speaking of mandates, thanks for reminding me. Bolts, crowns, crossbows, and doors, and maces. Steel, bolt, rock, crown, steel, mace, steel, crossbow. What am I missing? So there's always one. I always forget one of them. Crossbows, crowns, doors. Brilliant, you never considered it? I mean, I wouldn't say it's a good idea. If you're that obsessed, let me tell you this. If you are that obsessed with getting rid of mandates, go into the game's RAWs and mod them out. There's a guide on the, or at least there used to be a guide, on the wiki on how to do it. It's not hard. So if you're that bothered with, oh no, Elfie's in prison. If you're that bothered by mandates, just get rid of them, dude. Like, genuinely, just get rid of them. If you ever make another feminism joke in my chat again, I will ban you permanently. You've been warned. Speaking of, let's make more statues. It's been a while since I made a bunch of statues of Avus. No, it's fine. Just don't ever do it again. It's okay. Just don't be an edgy shitlord. Which is why whenever people pop in and the first thing they say is like referencing like edgy YouTubers, my immediate response is, leave your jokes at the door and we'll get along just fine. Well, let's make these out of iron. Iron statues. So I will back up and jump over to here. Also, we're getting stuck in ads right now, so make iron statues instead of steel, because I've got way more iron than steel. Iron statue. Could also make lead statues. 50. Related to a historical figure. Pressed gold. The chinchilla god. Let's do lead statue. Not sure how much lead I have right now, but let's also do 50. And we'll make lead statues of... kind of... although, actually, for... we'll let the artist choose on the lead ones, and then I'll double check how much lead I have. 830, yeah, that's plenty. I can make, like, 5 times that amount. I'm also always tempted to, like, make lead jewelry. But... I do have some worshippers of the chinchilla god here. I can tell you how many I have. It's not many, though. So he has 6. God of mountains and caverns. Weight training sieve. I mean, it is one way to make your dwarves really strong, although then it's really funny when you find an extremely slow dwarf and you're like, why are you so slow? And then you look at their description and it says, oh, you are carrying 300 lead rings. Oh. It's always just kind of funny. But yeah, no, mini monster, you are all good. Do not worry about it. I believe in warnings. I think warnings should be fair. Especially when we talk about, like, minor infractions. Is there any way to sort of encourage the worshipping? I don't think it's possible to convert dwarves from a religion to a religion in Fortress mode. I'm pretty sure that's not possible. I've done some experimenting. I'm pretty sure all of that stuff is, like, Legends exclusive right now. Does Firebolt have platinum? I found a couple very small platinum veins, yes. You had minors and fractions in your fort. They channeled under each other. At the minors and fractions. I see where you're going with this. Remember how earlier I said I have very little sense of humor for this? It's a huge cavern I'm digging out. I don't know. I want a supply of boulders, and also there's galena everywhere in it, so we're making lead and silver. Speaking of, actually, how much silver do I have right now? 422 silver bars. Can start making silver warhammers. Let's train up some weaponsmiths. Let's make 200 silver warhammers. Yeah, I made a bunch of platinum crowns a while ago. Let's also make some silver crafts. Let's make 100 silver crafts. There is no conversion of religion or gaining of new god worship within Fortress mode. I'm not sure how else to word that. Okay, state, like, I don't think that's a thing, followed by, is that a thing? No, I'm like, that's not a thing. I don't know why Vox Tubersum's right hand is here, but it's stinking up the place, so I'm going to just get them to throw it away. The king has returned. So they went and explored this location. They looted a book called Rebirth Within Reason. My love was looted. They looted my love. My love is the name of a book, and Master of Fractal was also looted. So I'm gonna pop up the names of these books, and I'm going to go to here, and I'm gonna look them up. Let's just say Codex. Traditional dwarf. A copy of that book would be called a traditional dwarf-like. Actually, hold on. Where are they? Are they still carrying them? Probably just in their inventories. Okay, so I see. Dyke Chucked My Love. It concerns the hillocks of Dyke Chucked. That's a name. This dwarf has a book called Rebirth Within Reason. It concerns the return of the dwarf Death Slayer, Endok, the venerable hands of Goring from the dead, as a Death Slayer in Dyke Chucked in the midsummer of 339. Meanwhile, the last one here is Master of Fractal, Ognet, whatever. It concerns the creation of Fractal Ognet, which I'm assuming is either a book or some sort of thingy. All right, so let's go do this again. We're gonna go keep stealing books from here. Oh, also this is an issue. Because this also happens for military dwarves, if your king leaves and comes back, and this also goes for mayors or any nobles, if they leave the map and come back, they get their bedrooms unassigned. So that's something that you have to deal with if you do this. It's awful. It's how all military work, if you pay attention to them. King's out, gotta sleep in his bed. I mean, I would. Wouldn't you? The Mint Tree. It's a neat name for a location. Oh, also, by this time next week, I will probably have my copy of the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack in hand. It looks like my friend Kevin has acquired a new kitty cat. His cat passed away last year, so new cat acquired. So they are leaving. Basically, I just need to pay attention for when they come back. Because as soon as they come back, is when I need to check their books. Because I need to check their inventory immediately upon them returning. Part of the reason I'm doing this with such a small squad is so that there's less dwarves to go through when they return. That military has their bedrooms assigned? Yes. So if a dwarf leaves the map to go on a mission, they lose the assignment of their bedrooms. Why did you just drink your drink on the way out, you doofus? Dwarf's just like, well, I'm just gonna sip this anyway. Now I gotta go refill her. What'd you get? Do you have a good selection of alcohol? Blood Amaranth beer. Gotcha. Go on your exploring adventure. Also helps that they're not going super far. No, because the scribe has to read the book to copy it. So that's not actually true. Big break. If they copy the book, they will become a necromancer. But they can hear a story from another dwarf about it, somebody writing a book about the secrets of life and death. And, wait, what? Why are you stationed? How did I manage that? Go train, or whatever you're supposed to be doing. Oh. Because it says you're trying to attend a meeting. Are you trying to attend a meeting with the mayor who's not here right now? Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. That's very funny. This dwarf's standing at the edge of the map waiting for the mayor to come back. Or the king. One of the two. He's waiting for the mayor to come back. He's like, you fucker. I used to have a militia commander in a much older fort that had a bunch of pet cats, and they would all stand at the edge of the map waiting for him to come back. Shouting mayor. He's standing in a tree. Where are you? I have a complaint for the manager's office. It is realistic? What, standing outside waiting for the mayor to come back? I suppose. But, like, realistic, sure. Bit absurd, eh. I was caught in the rain. Thanks, Dad. Karen level, Dwarf. Not ultimate, Dwarf is Karen level. I feel like it would be fun to run a fort where every single dwarf is named Karen, but at the same time, I feel like that would also be kind of obnoxious. So I'm never going to do that. But now I'm mildly tempted. I'm just curious as to which dwarf this dwarf is waiting for. But yeah, I should probably just use a different squad for this. I'll just use one of my Mark squads. Because I think my king leaving and having dwarves do this is bad, because this dwarf is just building up stress. This is how you make dwarves go insane, is if they have the attend a meeting job and they can't complete it. That's quite the meme factory, Banana. Speaking of meme factories, chat, if you want to help this meme factory keep pumping out memes, go over to the YouTube channel and leave a like on the YouTube stream. It does have 50 likes and 35 people watching, which is fantastic. But if we can make the like number go up, then more people will tune in, maybe. And also, we did get one new member today, which is 100% more new members than we got yesterday. So that's cool. While I sit here and wait for these guys to return. Oh shit, the other squad's just returned. It's really cheap to be a YouTube member because I don't really offer many perks. And then I added higher tiers because someone said I should, but I don't actually expect anybody to subscribe with them. The Uncommon Mansion is attacked the letters of pantomiming of an unknown civilization. The creative defense of declining led... the Dwarf Tobes, the creative defense of declining, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the human necromancer Ushus, Leadbook. Our tactical planning was superior, but the defenders had a strong tactical advantage. Almost 2K? Almost 2K. What? What's up, MacBody? Almost 2K what? We killed some Bleak Slayers, some more Bleak Slayers. We're tussling with a Bleak Slayer. Oh, almost 2K subs, right. Yeah, that number's gonna go down a lot, if I'm being honest. The second we hit the first, because somebody gifted 660 subs at the beginning of the month. People have been very generous this month in general, but on the first day of the month, a ton of subs were gifted, and then like since then, like today like really gifted 60. So like the numbers have been kind of insane this month when it comes to gifting subs. The funny thing about that, Banana, was literally the reason he gifted that many subs, at least the reason he gave, It was Lily Yeager who did it, and the reason he gave was his mother-in-law died. he was celebrating, which is one of the most mind-boggling things that's ever happened to me. Celebrating, yes. Apparently, person both left him a lot of money, and the entire extended family hated this person, and apparently they abused the crap out of his wife. So it was a disliked family member who had a lot of money, so he was in my chat celebrating. So we fight more Bleak Slayers, another Necromancer, another human Bleak Slayer, another Bleak Slayer. These are intelligent undead, and my dwarves are 1v1ing them, which are pretty strong. The human Bleak Slayer's eyelid was torn out by Boom Boom Shrimp, and then Boom Boom Shrimp proceeded to rip their lower arm, and then proceeded to cut and rip their lower leg, and then smashed their left ear, and then tore off the left ear. You are really playing with your toys here, Dwarf. And then finally kills them after ripping their arm and ripping their other arm. You would do so poorly in Vegas. I just don't gamble in Vegas. I feel like it's a bad idea. The humans, more Bleak Slayers, more Bleak Slayers. I'm glad these guys didn't attack me and I destroyed them first. Yeah, if you're going to watch both streams, I do recommend you mute one of them. Wow, it just keeps going. DJ Rock got one. Eustace got one. And then finally, we destroyed them. Yeah, damn. Not bad. Gamble in Fallout New Vegas? True. Yeah, don't gamble in Vegas. Gamble in New Vegas. Looks like a road. It's weird how much darker color it is. All right. So unless I'm missing any, I think this tower is the last not occupied tower. Okay, there's one up here. There's a human tower there. There's this human tower here. And then I'm looking around. If I'm missing any towers, chat, let me know and I'll look harder. But at a glance, I think that's all of the not occupied towers. By occupied, I mean this one is occupied by dwarves, which is the Infinite Razor, which isn't my civ, but it is a civ that I'm allied with. So we get to decide if we're going to attack that or not. But let's kill the last few towers. Clasps? Why can't I click it? Bizarre. I will just let it wait a little bit. Once I've killed all necromancers, it's impossible to destroy all secrets. They will get back out. Necromancy will come back. I don't think it's possible to completely destroy necromancy, period. Green marks are allied, yeah. Wanted to start a war in Anno for like 3 hours, but I leveled a lot of your pop-up before, and now your production is insufficient, and I've been trying to fix it. Oh boy. Yeah, this would be really bad if this squad just leaves and doesn't come back, actually. All right, well, let's go do other things until they come back. See what's going on down here. Oh shit, I think they finally finished digging out this huge area. A large part of the reason why I'm digging out this huge area is so that cave spiders can get in here and spin webs. So we can have just, like, infinite cloth. Let's just get rid of that one, though, so they don't dig out to the edge. Be kind of careful with this, though. How do I manage to zoom in so much in your game? By holding control and zooming in. This is how far you can zoom in. What version of the game are you playing on? I know that they increased the amount that you could zoom in a little bit when SDL 2 came in. Yeah, the tiny, friendly cave spiders, not the giant, evil, terrifying ones. Starting to get a little worried because they came back in like a day the other time, but okay, so why can't I attack that location? Oh, I know why. My mayor's not on the map, so I can't send out the order. All right, so if they don't return by the last day of winter, I'm actually going to cancel that job and jump back to a save so I get those dwarves back. I'm a wee bit worried, actually. Because I need this mission to finish. Wait, what? What do you mean ASCII doesn't let you zoom in more? What are you talking about? No, it doesn't. This is how much you can zoom in with ASCII. What do you want about? I don't think that's accurate, Linux. This is as far in as you can zoom in with ASCII. Whereas when you have the graphics on, you can zoom all the way. Oops. You can zoom all the way into here. So that is just like false, Linux. Do I prefer ASCII graphics? I like Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress. The graphics don't really matter. If you play this game long enough, they all just kind of look the same. But I used to always play ASCII, primarily. Or I'd use an ASCII tile set, which is like customized ASCII, basically. So I don't know. It's kind of a non-question, I would say. Also, something I wanted to try. What is that? Fix retrieve units. This is something I wanted to try. I was curious if this would possibly save some of my units. Now I suddenly wonder if it just did. I'm looking at all of these dwarf names. Maybe. That would be neat if it did. Doesn't look like it. Being too hopeful. No, it didn't. Did fix some dwarves that were stuck, but not all of them. It did also just like drastically increase the number of Crundles on the map. Sorry if I'm being kind of non-responsive right now. I'm a little worried about this. Them leaving and not coming back. Chat, I'm just going to jump back to a save because I need my king to be on the map. I need my king to be on the map. Okay, so is this before they left the first time? Yes, okay. Apologies for the kind of cancellation of that, but I really need my king to be on the map for me to be able to complete this. Oh, okay, I know where we are. I may get to do that siege again, though, which is fine. Okay, so what was I doing? This was after I'd built both of those. Let's go back down. Let's go back down. Let's go back to here. And I will use retrieve fix units again, but just to get stuff back on the map more than anything. And, okay, so this is back up here. It's probably before I started doing a bunch of beautification up in this layer. Let's check this, see what I did. Okay, yeah, no, we haven't really lost any progress. I was mostly just kind of idling and talking. It's just I lost one location, which is okay. So I instead am going to send this squad. These guys. They can leave. Oh, never mind. I'm going to immediately cancel that mission because I do in fact have to redo this. Do not explore. I lied, dwarves. Just don't do that. Okay, so now we get to fight off these guys again, which will be fun. That'll be fun, right? Fighting off a bunch of goblins. Everybody loves that. Okay, so we're gonna turn that on. I'm gonna turn this off. I'll let the dwarves run inside, which they should. Keyword. Chat room, could I get a round of beers? Just curious about how many people are listening to the stream. I'm gonna get that sealed off and make sure everybody is assigned to this. Because there is a vile force of darkness. That requires at least, I don't know, some excitement. Where are you headed? What are you doing? Pending meeting? Oh, great. Question, dwarves. Why in the world are you going that way to station? What an odd direction to go. Well, this dwarf has been caught outside. Ghosts have been put to rest. Don't start drinking for another hour? Is that what you mean? I may need to... Okay, no, I don't actually need to move dwarves. Although this dwarf I'm very worried for. Getting chased. This is also before that dwarf fell into the water, I think. Yeah, it is. Are they killing something? Are they fighting with this human pikeman? Yeah, they are. Dragoon made that leather shield again. I ever tried to play Dwarf Fortress with a controller? It has no controller support? Why in the world would I do that? Are you asking if I've ever tried to be one of those gimmick streamers who's like, I'm using this extraordinarily stupid controller to play this game in a very unpleasant way? No, I don't do that. I think that's for goofballs. I don't do that. I like to enjoy playing my games. Not sure what they are attacking. Yeah, they're just hitting this poor pikeman. Well, rip that pikeman, I suppose. No idea who you were. Okay, well, they can move back over here then. Because this is where they should be coming into the fort. Although they're running up here to fight with Jetpack Tuxedo, who's outside for some reason. Who is part of one of my squads. I did see them running outside to wait there, but I have no idea what the hell that dwarf was doing outside. So Aegis was found dead as well. Well, that's unfortunate. This is what I get for saving my king. Because I lose 2 dwarves. We lose Aegis and Jetpack Tuxedo, which is a bloody shame. Two of my Marks dwarves go. And Patolas. Wait, no, never mind. Patolas was just put to rest. I still have to go over here and do this other thing that I totally forgot to redo, probably. Okay, no, I already did that. Sweet. Okay, so 2 things about me with controllers. I hate playing games with controllers. And I hate playing this game with controllers. I hate playing games with controllers, and I don't like controllers. So I would never try playing this game with any kind of controller, period. Because I just don't like controllers. I would ask somebody who's used a Steam Deck. I am not the person to ask. So this dwarf does have a crossbow equipped. It's just named, so it's invisible. They just start shooting bolts at this goblin and shooting bolts at another goblin. We have another dwarf who then joins them, UGDPY, also covered with bolts of all kinds. Shooting bolts of varying levels of effectiveness. They were able to take out 1 goblin who died after becoming a pin cushion. We have multiple seriously injured goblins kind of slowly walking through. One down here who's completely dropped all of his items. A few more coming up from the back. And the main squads haven't returned yet. And for some reason, these dwarves have decided to station on this side. This is the first time they have done this, where they have decided to station out here when I tell them to station in here. So I have no idea what's up with this. But I respect the bravery. Hopefully not too many of them, or any of them for that matter, fall into the lava. But, you know, mostly Teeth probably will. We are stuck in an ad, so I won't unpause the game until the ad is over. It looks like Bossa over here, the goblin crossbowman, is on fire and bleeding very heavily. Unfortunately, Bossa over here, also named Bossa, has lost a nose. So their nose is flying through the air. So this Bossa's on fire, and this Bossa is bleeding to death. Very upset. Poor goblins. Fortunately, none of my dwarves have fallen into the lava yet. Really Swifty doing work. Same with Maffle. I don't exactly have a huge squad of dwarves. But I should be able to move these guys up to here so that they can assist a little bit more. But yeah, I've heard good things about controlling the game on a Steam Deck. I don't even want to think about what that would be like, because I would probably hate it. Doesn't matter how good the bindings are. Yeah, I would probably hate it. Trackpads or otherwise, like I don't like trackpads. Don't particularly like touch screens. I'm one of those people who's gonna die with PC gaming. It's like as the children of the world decide that PC gaming is cool and don't do any other types of video games, I will slowly fall into irrelevancy. How's things, Sniper? How you been, dude? In Canada, Thanksgiving was a month ago, but noted. I'm sure the community appreciates it. All right, we can continue this fight. The Marks Dwarves fighting in melee seem to be doing quite a good job. This guy's burning to death, and they were still shooting bolts at him. It's like Goblin's actively on fire, and they're still shooting bolts at him. That's kind of funny. They start to head back, get underground again. Norstad has been found dead, so I did actually lose more dwarves going back to the save. So, but on the bright side, this goblin gets to run away. On the bright side, I've saved the king, so king may have come back anyway, but I didn't want to risk it. Just wasn't worth it. So was this before or after I queued up all of those statues? So it was before. Okay, so lead statue. Silver statue. Iron statue. Silver crafts. So the iron statues, we're going to make 500. Nickel, silver, or no, just silver, not nickel, silver. Silver. We'll make 80. Also queued up nickel, silver crafts. How many iron bars do I have? About 10,000. Do 80. 100. 500. And let's do 300 lead. And they're all going to be of Avu's Crest Gold. I've been making iron and steel, like, literally this entire fort. So. $11,000, actually. Sorry, I was incorrect. I have 234 steel. And this is a map with literally just lead, silver, and steel, and a little bit of platinum, and this is all that I have. Lead, silver, and iron, sorry. And then a little bit of platinum. But this is all that I have. This is why I tell you, like, you don't need to have every single material on your map, because you will just acquire stuff. Only about 7,000? That's still way more than you'll ever need. I mean, when you start doing what I'm doing, where it's just like, well, I guess it's time for us to just start making statues, I guess. That's when you realize, oh, okay, yeah, we do actually have a lot of stuff here. Which, you know. Long way to go. Let's also make some more rock coffins. Let's make 60 of them. I was aiming for 50, but I missed. We're going to scroll back down to here. Let's see how things are going down here. Still mining away at this. I don't just give random tips. You have to ask questions for me to give tips. Not dead. Currently sleeping, so great. I would assume blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom. Haven't said anything in a while. Your mom's still alive, so I'm sure you're happy about that. You don't have any friends, really, but you do have quite a lot of family in the fort, even though your auntie is dead, unfortunately. Your great auntie Amethyst. You're doing all right. Younger sister's still around, too. Dwarves are singing in the tavern. They are simulating instruments. most of the kids are playing. Moods of the kids are pretty great, turns out. Some of the happiest dwarves in the fort are actually the children. They're off playing with toys and puzzle boxes. Dwarves are just sitting there playing air guitar, is what they're doing. Which, honestly, one of my favorite things. When they're just sitting there playing air guitar. Done collecting the item. Oh, squatties are back. Okay, that was us destroying that tower. All right, let's just go destroy the last two. So we're going to send you. I have no idea, really. There is a Twitch stream, because like old dwarf, like it's impossible to know how many hours you have in a video game where it's just a game that you download and it isn't attached to some silly storefront, right? Because like Dwarf Fortress has been around for a long time and hasn't been attached to a storefront for the vast majority of that time. So realistically, I have no idea how many hours I have in this game. Like, you want to actually ask that. So, good question. In the new version? Well, what I can say is there is a Twitch tracking platform, which I don't fully take this accuracy, but it claims that I've streamed about 7,500 hours of this game. Are you really heavily delayed, Sniper? Or are you just... Oh, I see you're staring at this. So it claims that I've played around 7,000 hours, or streamed around 7,000 hours, but I don't think that's super accurate. Especially considering I've played the game on and off for about 6 years more than that. In the Steam version, I have 1,388. But I don't just let the game run. So, I don't know, 10,000 hours? Does Twitch keep track of total hours streamed? Yes, but not games. I know how many hours of watch time my stream has, but that matters to most of you. If I were to guess, I've probably streamed about 6,000 hours because I'd be willing to bet a good chunk of that because it just counts the amount of time my channel is live while it's in that directory. So if I were to bet, I would assume that a good chunk of that is actually me just like streaming records at the start of my stream. While storing items in stockpiles. What are we storing in stockpiles? Where are you going? Barrels with beer, okay. Suddenly, like, everybody is putting stuff away, so I'm just like, what is going on? I mean, I guess a bunch of them are doing constructing, but still. But yeah, there is no way for me to actually give you an accurate answer for how much time I've played Dwarf Fortress. There is no real way for me to do that. As neat as that would be, I genuinely cannot give you an actual accurate answer. So Lie is getting canceled. I'm going to get rid of that melt object job because it's something's weird with that. Get rid of that job. Bring drinks. Yeah, we can get rid of the brew drinks job. It's fine. Ash make Lie. So they're not making Lie. Why are we not making Lie? So from Talo needs Lie containing item. Do I need buckets? Is that the issue? It's probably buckets. It's probably buckets. Need buckets and flux, buckets and flux. Okay, so let's make buckets. Let's not make wooden buckets. Let's just make iron buckets. And we'll just make 100. Make 100 iron buckets. Welcome back, Sniper, at tier 3. Cheers, mate. I still owe you a sound command from the last time you did that. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers for the generosity of Sniper? No, they don't. They also don't like being traded leather or any kind of animal product or meat. Imagine you're trading with PETA, basically. Except if PETA also would shoot you for trying to sell them something made of trees. Okay, so this dwarf is sleeping. How many kills do you have now? 11? 34? I'm going to do a thing real quick. Can I not do that? Trying something. What do you do now, Cole, now that you're in charge of that squad? What do you do? Nope, nope, not that squad. That squad stay spear. My bad. This squad right here, no uniform. I mean, go put some clothing back on there, dwarf. I'm curious as to what this dwarf goes and does. Because that squad's been stuck off the map for so long. Anything at this point to make them come back. Because I still can't destroy the squad because they're mostly off the map. But I guess what I could do is I could, now that I've changed the captain, is I can remove all of this. And then deconstruct the squad. Delete the squad. Because that's all I really wanted to do was get rid of that squad. Now I have this squad that's just leaving. And this squad who's also just leaving. Going all right, really, Swifty? Your dwarf was a bit of a hero earlier, kind of charging at a bunch of goblins with a crossbow out. And you won. Because you kept shooting bolts. The wants and needs. Yeah, that's a very important tab. Like bolts, crossbows, maces, quivers. Steel bolt. Silver mace. Leather quiver. Doors. Caveman, thank you very much for gifting us up to Really Swifty. Let's do 10 of each. That's fine. Give them something to do. Was it YouTube short worthy? I don't know about that. Maybe. I'd have to go back and rewatch it. It depends on what I'm talking about at the exact instance. I know it didn't get clipped, so I'd have to go back and rewatch it. I do have a couple clips I need to edit, though. I used to use this service that would, not auto-edit, but, like, there's, like, a web-based solution for editing shorts, and they recently went under. So now I edit them in Twitch's editor, and then download them, and then put them in Adobe, and then edit them a second time, because it's unfortunately the easier way of doing things now. If these ain't legendary miners by the end of this, I'm going to be kind of impressed. There's so much space down here I'm digging out. And look at all of this. Look at all of it. Oh, man. That blows. So do you know how I jumped back to a save to stop some things from happening? Well, guess what just happened? The game just crashed. That's the second crash I've had on this fort, I think. Damn it. Grr. Unpleasant sounds. The frustrating thing about this is just that now I've officially done this. Well, I guess not officially done this, but I've now get to do this exact a quarter of a year again. Just get rid of this squad. Get rid of this squad. Well, I guess we get another attempt now to save all of those dwarves. So let's just turn this off again, because I know for a fact that there's going to be a siege in a second. And I can also get my Mark's dwarves stationed already, I suppose. Third time's the charm? Yep, I suppose. I don't know. That made me a little salty. Chat, cheer me up. Say something funny. Or don't. I don't know. It's up to you. Gonna get that leather shield again. At this point, I just kind of want to let this year run through and, like, do nothing. You guys are very predictable. That's exactly what I thought you would say. By the weight of 1,000 suns and survived? Did you happen to have, what's it called? But like precognition on or something? Your uncle was busted for importing orangutan skulls. Is there any way to legally import orangutan skulls? Like, is that a legitimate business venture? I have a hard time believing that. Like, just in general, I have a hard time believing that. You just took two. Oh, so you were actually just straight up strong enough to not die. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. I've been crushed by the weight of 1,000 suns, and fucking you bet your ass I died. But I also think that that's hysterical. That's kind of amazing. I guess that your uncle is a bit of a strange person then. Shoutouts to Tolas here for spotting these ghosts for us. Although I did get to save some dwarves. Norstat didn't die in this timeline. You still made the shield. The goblins start taking damage from the bolts. At least it gets to start with a siege, so that part's fun. They're very obsessed with shooting the ones down here. This one seems to have gotten by with only a few pins in his cushion. This goblin down here is having a very rough day. It appears that our militia commander is firing many steel bolts directly at the goblins. Someone decided to leave all of his blood in a really nice line and is still continuing to do so until falling over. The continued goblin onslaught is, continuing to slowly move into the fortress. And because of this, I need to use my king squad to their full effect, and we'll see how this goes. So the goblins are coming through at full speed. The one that's first is injured and is chasing Autumn, the pet cat, up a little higher. We've got several completely healthy ones, but then behind them are very injured ones. So we got 4 healthy ones in a row, and then after that, they're becoming injured again. I'm going to tell this squad to go station down here. I really need both of the crossbow squads to do this effectively, but I'm going to tell them to go stand right here. And this squad is going to maintain standing right here because I think the king is sleeping. I saw the king in the barracks. So we've got Suited Giraffe, who's almost immediately bleeding, and Sneaky Snaky, who is my champion. Suited Giraffe is now vomiting. Sneaky Snaky seems to be doing quite a bit of work, is jumping from goblin to goblin, and quite quickly making short work of them. We've got a goblin down here who's bleeding. Sneaky Snaky's doing good work. It appears that Suited Giraffe is having a bit of a hard time, so we will watch Suited Giraffe, who's now suddenly heavily bleeding, which is terrifying. Health-wise, their foot is gone. Oh no, their 4th toe on their left foot is gone. All of their armor is being stripped from their body, which is horrifying. She's full of arrows. We may lose our mayor. This is truly the darkest timeline. We have acquired a new mayor, most likely, who is cold-blooded. Cold-blooded, the new mayor. Welcome to the fortress. Sneaky Snaky, our champion, is standing over their most recent kill. The king, in a fit of anger, comes running down to avenge our great mayor, Suited Giraffe, fighting through many a goblin. The siege is still active. The crossbow dwarves come down as defense and assistance, moving forward through the trap to then fight with the remaining enemies. And we station the king's squad as well as the Mark's Dwarf squad to fight with these goblins, and the backup arrives quite quickly. The king runs through almost immediately, jumping onto one of the goblins directly in front of him, and so far has actually gained 3 kills from this fight, as one of them was from before. And then one of the few remaining goblins is running away in fear. I would be too if I was that goblin. And just like that, the siege is over as the last few goblins cower at the strength of the dwarves. Dwarves come running up and over the hill in no time at all. Run all the way around, almost irresponsibly fast. It appears that our Sneaky Snaky here is very enthusiastic at the speed that she's running, stabbing to death. Or these goblins killed one of her few friends. I'm assuming they were friends? Oh, no, they weren't. Well, I guess maybe that's for the best. Or maybe they were, actually, I don't know. But is terrified and upset after seeing that dwarf die. And these squads can go back to training. And I'm gonna turn this off. Spurrow. And Patolus has been laid to rest. But we have a new mayor, so rest in peace, the mayor. Long live the mayor. Hey, chat, do me a favor. Remind me to save in like 10 minutes. Which dwarf has the most kills? I am not going to go sift through every single one of my military dwarves to tell you that, but it's in the ballpark of like 80 to 100. But I would need to sift through about 40 dwarves to tell you that, so I'm not going to. Sorry, but I'm not feeling that generous today. It appears that all of my squads are returning. Let's just double check that this went well. Okay, done. Let's go attack this one. I will wait until both the squads are back on the map. Once this squad leader up here is back on the map, this one, we can send them out. As they are coming back as we speak. But yeah, no, it's just too many dwarves to go through. And I'd have to look at them one at a time. But like to give you an idea, if I jump to like this dwarf, Tobes, one of my militia commanders, has 33 plus 11. This dwarf, Eustuth, has 15 plus 34. This dwarf probably doesn't have too many. Yeah, 12. The champion has 10. So, you know. Does the fort get anything when raising? Raising just destroys the site. So it can't be used and can't be resettled. Outside of just refugees settling there for cowering reasons. We're basically just destroying the sites instead of like allowing them to keep living or be recolonized. Why is that desirable? The goal of this fortress is to destroy every necromancer tower. There is no mechanical benefit to what I am doing. Aside from if I were to settle another fortress in this world after this is done, it's less likely that we'll get attacked by zombies. Why raise instead of pillaging or looting? Because we're destroying every necromancer tower. How else do I explain this? I don't know, it's just what we're doing. What's the benefit? There is none. This is Dwarf Fortress. It's a sandbox about telling stories, not a game that gives you mechanical benefits for every single thing. Sorry if I seem kind of sassy. I'm like a little salty at the fact that I've had to, a necessary save jump and then a crash. So I'm kind of annoyed after having to do the winter of the 13th of the year 373 for a third time. Van Hori, thank you very much for continuing to inflate my sub count way too much. Thanks for the for the 5-pack of subscriptions. You are very kind. But yeah, quite literally, it's like there is no purpose. I'm doing this because I want to, and that's about it. We could speed this up by pulling this lever. Time to save now? Sure. Could probably wait a little longer, but sure. But yeah, the plan is to finish this fort up and start up a new fort soon, TM. But I will actually go and loot those books soon. You can loot books after you've destroyed the site, so it doesn't matter so much. For whatever that's worth. How's the closet lettuce? I'm still in the like early stages of growing. Like you need to remember, I planted all of the closet lettuce on the 12th. Largely. Like, hold on. When did I post the first picture? I can actually tell you. EU still exists. I can look that up in a second. I can only scroll through one thing at a time. And currently I'm looking for pictures of garden. What was the day that I posted the pictures of all those cups? Yeah, I planted everything on the 12th. It's been 10 days. It's going to take a little longer of that for me to actually get a harvest. Let me show you. Currently, These are probably the biggest ones. Butter crunch lettuce, if you look at the top, they are just starting to get their baby leaves dropped, and they're just starting to grow their grown up leaves. So I could eat them right now and just go, but like I'm waiting and probably another 4 weeks. Maybe a little less. 3 weeks, likely. So, but I'm staggering them. I'm planting more every week. So. I've also got 9 radishes that I started last week that are this tall. So. But Van Ori, you want to know if your dwarf is dead. If they don't show up, they may... No, you are still alive. So your dwarf is like that weird... Okay, so this dwarf might actually be one of my favorite dwarves in the fort. And the reason this dwarf might be one of my favorite dwarves in the fort is because they're completely naked. And the reason they're completely naked is they can't grab things. They eat and drink by standing above it. You got very badly injured very early on in the fort, and you're not stressed. Like, at least I don't think. Yeah, no, like, you're just completely neutral. By all accounts, this dwarf should be tantruming to all hell. Has hands, but his teeth are gone. Is mostly just like was mangled in a really bad injury, but is literally just naked. Has no family in the fort, so can't be with family. Can't acquire objects because hands don't work. Can't craft objects because hands don't work. But is a scholar and has like I think made some discoveries. We're in an ad, so I can read through this. He had a soapy bath. Yeah, you were accepting suffering the major injury, which made you become less angry. You developed a romance? Oh, shit. Oh, no. You were in love with Suited Giraffe, who is now dead. Oh, man. Yeah, you have hands. They just don't work. Man, that's a bummer. That's so sad. Damn, dude. Well, hopefully you go on to discover some secrets or something in the future. Some strange, unknown realities. It might be sad, but it's a good tale. I think it, and now you're telling, oh my god, if you're telling a story about the mayor, you're currently telling a story. What story are you telling? The Guild of Roughness formed in Firebolt. Okay, not what I was hoping. I was gonna say if it was a story of the mayor being elected, my brain would have died a little bit. Value peace, value sacrifice, you value tranquility, and you have a developed sense of empathy and decorum. What is your reading skill? You're a legendary speaker. You know, chat, I have 4 legendary speakers in my living room and a legendary subwoofer. Maybe it would be useful to put a bunch of smelters in my combat area, but I actually don't care that much about cleaning it up. What I should probably do actually is just make weapon traps everywhere and just use all of the... Actually, you know what? That's what I should do. I should just make weapon traps and just use all of the closest weapons. Make some weapon traps along here, and that'll clear some of these out. I don't actually care too much about cleaning this stuff out. It's not a huge deal to me. Actually, I wonder. Hold on. Let's cancel these real quick. I'm curious about something. Because I was running into this issue where they weren't actually melting them down, even with the job set, which is why I turned off the jobs, because I was like, they're canceling them for some reason. I want to try something. If I put a stockpile here. accept the stockpile, and then delete the stockpile, and then do this again. Huh. So they weren't technically part of my my sieve. That was the issue. So what I should be able to do, actually, is do this. And let's see, does that still cancel? Melt metal objects. Do you go do it? Nope. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why that happens. But for some reason, they can't melt metal object. Like, it doesn't matter that there's objects here set to be melted. They're not forbidden. There's no issues. For some reason, they can't do it. And I don't know why. I was thinking maybe it's because they weren't in a stockpile, but... maybe only metal object in stockpile? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we'll just try this. Let's just take you, go here, yes, all. You, right here. Metal, object, highest priority. Do it. Does it cancel? Oh wait, right, I have to reassign it to be. It would help if I did that. Okay, so now that I've done that, let's try this again. Nope, still cancels. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that's happening. So I'm at a loss. There's something weird going on with melting down items. So I don't actually, like I said earlier, I don't actually care that much. I'll just sell them whenever a trader shows up. What are you hauling? Oh, a goblin. In a cage. Well then. I saved literally 4 days ago in game, so we're good, okay? Remind me again in 10 minutes, please. Where are you going? I'm just curious, because this dwarf has no activity, but they are walking in this direction. So what are you doing? I guess you've turned around to go train now. Yep, now you're going to go to archery practice. There we go. These dwarfs be practicing. Go grab your bolts again. Although you stop here to socialize a little bit. This is, I think, my favorite thing that I've done. Is I made this a barracks that is connected to the tavern. So they, while they're training in here, which is what these mark dwarves do, is they go up to here to shoot, and then they go back down and they find themselves in a tavern to pick up the bolts. And then very quickly go, oh shit, instead, I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna recite some poetry for a bit. And they end up much happier, which I quite like. Or they come down here and they get served a drink by the bartender. Also, I need to assign the mayor to their new bedroom. Because the mayor now deserves the mayor's dining hall. Just have to remember where I put the mayor's office. That's the mayor's bedroom. It's around here somewhere. It's one of these. There it is. Oh, this dwarf is very happy. Extremely happy. Okay, so you have decent quarters and fine quarters. So you are no longer going to have the decent quarters. Sorry, dwarf. Just the fine quarters. Not to be confused with hind quarters. I prefer a hind nickel anyway. You wonder if it also helps them form relationships? I would assume so, because socializing is how they build friendships, just like real life. Which is why this dwarf here socializing alone is a bit redundant. This fortress is a little bit too big for the amount of stuff I actually have going on in here. Like, I kind of have too many dining halls. I think I could probably pretty this area up a bunch. What is this? This is a minor guild hall. If I put up some displays of like some displays of places for dwarves to go, you know, stare at pickaxes? I don't know. Let's just go place some statues everywhere, because I currently am building too many statues. Was I not? Oh man, all right. This didn't get. Okay. How much lead do I have? I have 826. All right, let's make 350 lead statues. Lead statue. 350. Also, I need to make a iron bucket. And 100 of it. Because I need places to make lye. Also need tombs so that I can get that dwarf buried. Socializing alone. Yeah, no, that kind of is what I'm doing right now. Or is that too self-aware? Chat, we have a problem. I have exactly 2020 subpoints currently. It's a bad number. That number's a bad omen. I need one of you to unsubscribe right now. I'm also joking. Don't actually unsubscribe. Please never, in fact, do that. But 2020 is scary. Save the game. Cap, give me a second. That works, too. Now we have 2021 sub points. Thank you very much, Lanix. All right, so save the game. Bang. Which also means I think you guys don't need to worry about this at all. This is a non-thing. But I think that this means we only need 1,600 more subscribers to get a new emote, which is definitely not going to happen ever. I'm actually like pretty convinced we're never going to unlock emotes again. But yeah, I need just under 1,600 more subscribers to get a new emote. One day? Uh-huh. Sure. I doubt that. We already have so many emotes. 1,000 subs to Pokemon collab? Come on, I'm nowhere near normal enough for them to even know who I am. Which is actually really funny to me that, like, Pokemon's so, like, big. Because now I'm actually just curious. When did she make her account? Oh, wow. Pokemon made her account in 2013. Damn. Never mind, she old. For some reason, I thought that she was, like, a couple years after that, but... When did she start streaming, though? Oh, she started streaming in 2016. Right. No, sorry, 2015. Yeah, she's been at it for a bit. She deserves her fame. She gets an A+ from me. Meanwhile, XQC made his account in September 2014 and started streaming in 2016. So, you know. Kai Sinet's the one that surprises me whenever I look at it, because Kai Sinet's still the #1 English channel on Twitch. He created his account in 2021, which is nuts. I'm still just a person. He's a person who drums up drama. XQC. Makes himself the center of attention and is very, very, very good at it. You know, it's actually really kind of funny. Do this in an incognito tab so you don't, like, completely destroy your YouTube algorithm. But go to XQC's YouTube channel, sort by oldest, and watch the first few videos he made. He's a completely normal person, and it's kind of weird. Like, legitimately, he is a very calm, collected, well-spoken, normal-ass person. It is bizarre in the first few videos, because initially, like, his first few videos on YouTube were just like Overwatch tutorials of like explaining mechanics, and it's fascinating watching him like when he was new at this. But now he's like a walking meme factory. It's I don't even want to say it's like a money changes you or like a fame changes you. Like, I can't tell. Because, like, I've met him before in real life, right? And I've never had a positive interaction with him. He's always, like, just come across as kind of an ass. But, like, it's insane to me how normal he seems in those first few videos. I need some more steel chains. He grew to be a butt. Sure. I don't know. I mean, I will tell you this. I am a different person with some success than I was before I had any success. I am a different person. So maybe it's just a success changes people. Okay, so they haven't fully left yet. We're waiting for this squad to return. The other squad has returned, though, so let's check this. Oh, they slipped in onto... Well, okay. Did I just set them to raid it instead of, like, actually attacking it? Well, let's try this again. Raise! Send those 2 squads. Don't steal anything. Good luck, dwarves. Get back out there. You love how long I stream? I think that the length of my streams is a positive thing, but, like, I will say this. I sometimes worry that I give people the wrong idea with the length of my streams, because I stream for a very long period of time whenever I stream, right? This is a fact. But I only stream 3 days a week, really. Sometimes 4. Usually 3. So I sometimes worry that, like, I'm giving people the wrong idea, kind of. Well, somehow I've run out of magnetite ore. Thanks for the bits. Appreciate you. How's Turkey been? Ah, this is what I need. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to go to magnetite. I'm going to stop smelting magnetite. I'm going to keep making pig iron and steel, but I'm going to stop smelting magnetite, because I've got 12,000 iron. Although, that being said, we are going to keep mining it. So it's good? Well, go take some Tums. And there we go. Continuing to mine. So this down here leads down into this cavern. Means I could probably just station my military, like, right here and then open this up. Could maybe be okay. Then throw me up in the background when doing other things, and then you left for a bit and you take care of something and you super stoked to come back and I'm still streaming. Well, I've done 12-hour days the last 2 days. And today's probably going to end up being another 12. Because I've been streaming CUD. So I stream Dwarf Fortress, and then when I'm done with Dwarf Fortress, I start streaming CUD. And that is 2 very long-term, long games. So the second fortress in the same world, how much would you interact with your old fortress? How much would you interact with your old fortress? Not much, usually. But something that tends to happen if you settle with the same civ, especially if your first fort went pretty far. I'm responding to a question on YouTube. If your first fort went pretty far, usually what ends up happening is you'll have, like, outpost liaisons or traders or names popping up in the background, or they'll show, or your old dwarves will show up as visitors. But as far as interacting with your old fortress, like RP wise, there's been times where it's just like, okay, this fort's job is we are going to export wood because that fort has no access to lava and they need lots of wood. So we're going to export wood to this fortress. And that's my headcanon. So I'm just exporting logs. But like that, outside of that kind of thing, like in game, the only thing that really happens is like you'll get migrants that were your old dwarves. It's a lot more obvious when you have adventure mode. Blind After Dark. We used to call it that. Okay, why is... I move the camera this way, and then it goes off, and the camera bounces down here. What the hell's going on with that? Weird. It never left? Caveman Doc, what? How can I bring something back if it never left? Is there a current mega project going on? We're trying to exterminate or kill every single necromancer tower on the map. That's the current project that's going on. We've got dwarves coming back from the necromancer tower. This is the possibilities of the dwarf. It concerns the marriage of the dwarf necromancer Ognet, who I killed, and Nish, Craftions. This right here, you're also hauling a book. Hold on a second. Do you have 2 pairs of pants on, or did I misread that? No, okay, you do have 2 pairs of pants on. I thought they had 2 pairs of greaves on, and I was like, what the what? It concerns the return of the dwarf Death Slayer, Endok. Okay. I'll come up here with the books to drop them off. How many towers do I have left? 3, I think? We're damn close to the end, which is why I'm starting to steal books now. But these dwarves just went here to go explore this old destroyed tower. Yeah, no, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But the 4, 5, and 6 are all owned by humans, and dwarves. So I'm going to have to go to war with another dwarven civ and a human civ, so I'm leaving those to last. I'm not totally sure. I think it kind of depends on what chat wants. Well, I mean, we could either keep these wars going for a bit and keep this faction running for another week. Or I don't know. That wasn't a tower, it was a fortress. And I don't know if I can. It might not actually be possible, Nodokasa. Okay, no, that's fine. Rebirth within reason. Venerable Hands of Gorn. Yeah, we already looked at that one. Possibilities of the dwarf we already looked at. All right, I can send these dwarfs back out. Don't we need to get the mug? When did I say we need to get the mug? It says maybe. I guess the question of the mug is, do you really want me to go through the entirety of this? Because literally finding the mug is me scrolling through literally all of this until I see it. And in case it's not immediately clear, it's a long list. So maybe we should just, like, not worry about the mug and stop asking. A lot of artifacts in this map. This dwarf needs a break. That dwarf needs a break. So we don't need to do anything. No, I was kind of thinking about just attacking some vaults, I would say. It was one of those, like, if it's easy to find, then sure, but I scrolled for like 5 minutes off stream the other night, and I couldn't find it, so. Until they add a search option to that, I just, whatever. Besides, it's entirely possible I'll scroll until I find it, go to look for it, and then the dwarves just won't be able to find it. No. It's not a high priority. It's never been a high priority. The reason it says maybe. Did you miss Cut? Yes, you missed Cut. It was yesterday we streamed Cut. We haven't streamed Cut yet today, though. You also missed it yesterday and the day before. Yes, you missed Cut yesterday. I can neither confirm nor deny whether or not you've missed it today. Chat maybe can. That or you can detect my sass, which either is possible. All right, this is maybe one of the biggest prisons I've ever built. Yeah, no, I will be streaming Cud later tonight for clarity's sake. I start with dwarves and then swap to other game after dwarf. Oh shit, I just realized I screwed up pretty bad. What are we impersonating? Ourselves? Like this dwarf. Supposed to be attacking something. Decided to go sleep in his bed first. Oh, or imprisoning, not impersonating. Nothing. I'm just making sure that I have enough so that my captain of the guard stays happy. If you don't have enough chains, the captain of the guard gets annoyed. Because the population is above 200, I think I need like 30 chains. So, I just make extras so that they're happy. Because they get happy thoughts if there's too many chains. But currently, a dwarf that's dead is what we're imprisoning. Crowns, crossbows. All right, well. Rock, crown. Steel, crossbow. Rock. Door. Leather quiver. Fort is fine. I'm a little salty because I got a crash right after. I had to jump back to a save. Then I got a crash. So this is my third time replaying the same period of time. So I'm a little salty. Aside from that, fine. It's mostly just I lost like an hour of progress. Yeah, pretty much. So I'm not thrilled. Fort's starting to get unstable? No. One crash is not unstable. Also, 2 crashes in a month on this fort is not unstable. Trust me, if the fort was being unstable, I would have retired it. Done. Start a new fort. Crashing when saving? Crashing? We had 1 crash. 1. And I'm pretty sure I know what caused it. 1 crash. 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. You're saying ing, unstable, jumping to conclusions, making up things that aren't happening, making things sound worse than they actually are. We had 1 crash, mate. The world ain't gonna end because the game crashed once. 22 years. Still a pretty young fort in that regard. This game is way more stable than like people give it credit for. It's like, okay, so I've played probably about 100 hours of this fort. Getting close to that. Probably like in the high 80s at the very least. And I've had 2 crashes. I know exactly what caused one of them, and it's since been fixed. And then the other one happened earlier today. This fort isn't even remotely unstable. We are totally fine. Frame rates are A-okay. There's tons of entities running around. It is totally fine. Let's see how that siege went. These are areas I've already attacked. Okay, so we rampage throughout trip clips. Let's hit it again. And they immediately leave again. Yeah, I mean, it fluctuates between like 40 and 70. January. But it depends on what's going on. But we're doing a lot of digging, so the frame rate's a little lower. I say we're doing a lot of digging, and then I jump down to the dwarves that we're digging, and maybe the digging's done, actually. Yeah, looks like the digging is done. And this over here can be mined out. Oh yeah, no, the frame rate on this fort's great. Like, actually great. How many dwarves usually go to raid encampments? If you tell a squad to raid, it's however many dwarves are in the squad. Are you asking me how many I send? I've been sending 2 squads at a time because I'm trying to clear out necromancer towers, which usually have decently large populations of zombies. It's a little bit of takes a little bit of time. But if you send out a squad, the entire squad should leave. And if the entire squad isn't leaving, something's wrong and you need to fix it. I'm looking for more iron deposits. My miner's busy. Or any metal deposits for that matter. I don't do anything really to help with frame rate aside from stairs and selling off unimportant items, and I don't overcraft things. But no, I do absolutely nothing for frame rate. In fact, I think my fort designs are like inherently bad for frame rate. I think it's kind of hysterical, actually. Overproducing items you don't need in copious amounts. Like if I I say that I'm not overcrafting, yet I have 12,000 iron bars. That's overcrafting. Having 12,000 iron bars. Also, the amount of food I have is kind of overcrafting. Basically, just having ridiculously, stupidly massive amounts of items is overcrafting. And that is crafting enough until your frame rate starts to slow down. Although I do have tons of soap now, which is good. No, just like I shouldn't have 12,000 food and 2,400 drink. Dwarves eat once a season, and they drink every 6 weeks or so. So once, maybe twice a season. Dwarves are not as hungry as humans in real life. I'm also probably going to clean that stockpile out. That's right, in the middle of my screen in a moment. The one on the right with all the clothing. I think I'm just going to set a mass dump order on it. Just throw out everything that's in it. Melt down everything else. I do need to start cleaning this fort, or the frame rate is going to start dropping. That being said, when items are in a stockpile, their physics is ignored. So if you have like, let's just say 100 items in a stockpile, then those 100 items are not being processed. You want to avoid having too much value in a fort. It does, but it doesn't affect them. Having a higher population affects that way more. The number of nasties that attack. Saw a VOD of me playing CUD. Yep. Thank you, Smoking. And also thanks for following me while I was offline. Also, Mo King, Mo Problems is what your name makes me think of for some reason. There you go. We should be through ads now. Okay, so what I'm going to do... all just finished goods. I'm going to select all of this and tell them to melt this down and see if that works. I'm getting a little perturbed by this. Let's see, do you melt this down? Job picked up. Yeah, okay, so they melt down items that belong to me. They just don't melt down items that are just sitting over there. I don't know what's going on up there. You know what I might actually do with this stuff? I'm just going to assume that there's something weird something fucky going on up here, and I'm just going to destroy all this stuff. Give me a second. We're just going to clean this stuff out because there's something weird with this. They're not hauling it to stockpiles. They're not claiming it. They're not destroying it. They're not doing what I've told them to do. So I'm just going to do this. Auto dump. Destroy. Just go away. Just go away. There's a sword still there, but that's fine. Someone already had your name. Yeah, that's gonna be a hard name to get, I would assume. Sup, Manticore? Destroy All Humans is a video game. It was a PlayStation game originally and was later ported to PC. This is a name elf gauntlet. I don't know why I have a named elven gauntlet. But I guess I will put it into my artifact hold. Was it the roleplay run that you were watching, Smoking, or was it the one-off that I did? Here it is. Weird. Not sure why I have an elven-sized gauntlet, but here we are. What's in this? Just quivers. Well, I'm going to throw out literally everything in this stockpile. We're just going to toss it. Get rid of it. Toss it. Kill it. Throw it in the lava. Throw it in the river even. Because I need to trade, and I haven't had traders in a while, so. Okay, so it's the roleplay run. Gotcha. To watch when you want to chill? Well, here, have this as well. That's where I archive everything. And then that way you won't get ads every 10 minutes like you do on Twitch, but I guess you can't save the VODs that way. Nilla, thank you very much for the whole year! From Dwarf Fortress's release until now. Making dingo soap? Lots of dingo soap. Just gonna start putting statues everywhere. Because I have all of this lead and I decided to make way too many lead statues. I mean, sorry, no such thing. In fact, I could just start putting lead statues into bedrooms. Let's just do that. Dwarves, you guys get statues now. Shout out to the dwarf who gets a large animal. I think that was a yak. Could be mistaken, but... Hopefully the dwarf doesn't absolutely hate the animal that they get in their bedroom. Is that a statue of a worm? That or a slug? Probably made by a dwarf that hates them. They have a habit of expressing their anger of things through art. All three of them were in the first 25 layers in the surface of the cavern being the 3 layers down. Really? Huh. Speaking of caverns. I can't mine around in this, not without more dwarves around. What I will do is I will do this. Or tantruming? Nope, you're just in depression. That's fine. Okay, so you've gone off to go raise this location. Attack is at a strong positional advantage. We struck down a human. How have we not killed it yet? The hell? Donnie still hasn't left. Donnie, where are you? Damn it, Donnie. Are you in prison? Did I accidentally arrest you? Oh, no, you're just leaving. Okay, that's fine. Oh, look. A ton of giraffe. Look at that. What, like all of the, what's the word? Like everything is like right next to each other when you embark in Joyous Wilds? That's interesting. Because like they're Joyous Wild, because like the depth of the caverns in relation to the surface is like, from what I can tell, based on the is based on your relation to sea level. Is why you get deeper and or shallower maps. 10 of these. Also, I know some people are allergic to bins, so pro tip about bins. If you make all of your bins out of metal, you decide you don't want a bin, you can just melt them down. Makes your life much easier if you don't like bins. Let's beauty up this thing a little bit here. Throw some statues in. Give them some tables. Chairs. Some musical instruments. So do some more of those over here. And let's place chests up here. This is just the Leatherworks zone, so it's kind of making things look nice. Also throw some fortifications in. And then jump down to this layer. If we've smoothed this, which we have. Oops, that is not what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do is this. On best ways to keep your dwarves happy, give them everything that they need. Make sure that there's bedrooms, places to pray, places to get the items that they would want. Make sure that there's ways for them to... Where are you going? Okay, so these dwarves are all... Oh, I guess they're going in the front door? I thought they would go in the side door, but I guess not. Are you going to go raise? Yeah, you're going to go fill your water skin. So this dwarf's carrying an item. What item is it? Okay. We stole that book in a different timeline, so I know what it is. I also stole that book in a different timeline, so I also know what that is. But yeah, you provide them with everything they need. That is the short version. Make sure every dwarf has a bed. Make sure every dwarf has ample access to fresh clothing. Make sure every dwarf has access to alcohol and food. Make sure they have access to cooked meals. That's kind of the basics. Figured out how to give them the items that they want. Make sure there's a stockpile for them to put the items in, because they can't claim the items that they want unless there's a stockpile for them. Because they have to be carrying them to and from stockpiles in order for them to get what they want. It's a bit obtuse. And then some dwarves that aren't greedy will literally just never claim the items that they want. So it's a bit of a all-around thing. Settling of a dwarf necromancer. Okay, that's safe. Possibilities for the sheriff. It concerns the failed attempt by the dwarf necromancer to corrupt the dwarf Errol in Siege Crab. Oh, something evil is erupting from the newly exposed pocket. It's a weevil monster. What is a weevil monster? A weevil monster, well, first off, it's never obsessed with anything, is a scaly weevil. It has a short trunk and it undulates rhythmically. Its black scales are round and set far apart. Beware its poison vapor. Oh no. Hopefully you didn't get poisoned by its vapor. Well, that means that I can take my Marks dwarves and I can tell them to go stand right here and shoot bolts at it. Stockpile loop? Do not make a stockpile loop. Just do not do that. What you should do is just make sure that things have stockpiles to go into, and the dwarves will go claim them. And then if there's stuff in a stockpile, when their items start to degrade and they decide they want more, they'll go to the stockpiles to get them. But they have to be in stockpiles for them to claim them. Also make sure that, like, you make all of the guild halls that they ask for. Make sure that you make dining halls. Make sure, basically just make all of the rooms. Make all of the things and your dwarves will generally be happy. If you try to over-engineer or overthink it, you'll usually end up making things worse. But I do have a YouTube video on making dwarves happy, so I would say watch that. So I need you to start shooting bolts at this thing. Dwarf. There you go. Aegis who's alive because we had to swap the timelines, fires a silver bolt at the Weevil monster, which hits it in the thorax. And the dwarf says, that was not satisfying, but I have improved my crossbow. Seriously injured and bleeding. The creature takes a steel bolt. That's way too big. Chat, I've got to shrink you guys a little bit. I'm sorry. You guys are getting too large for my taste. Steel bolt strikes the Weevil monster in the third leg, tearing the muscle. Keep firing. Keep firing. Keep firing. Continuing to bleed. Dwarves also get happy thoughts by seeing cool structures around the fort. Did you run out of bolts? Yeah, you did. Okay, so now we're waiting for other dwarves to come down. They'll go back up and get more bolts eventually. All right. I tell them to station here, maybe that'll help. They just have to see it. They're not very good at noticing it. Dwarves are a little dense. There you go. Now we're firing bolts again. Oh, it's dead. Dwarves got him. Go back to what you were doing, dwarves. Although, this might actually have lava behind it, so maybe I should be careful. And by that, I mean, let's do this on priority number 1. Hey, Wally. Well, Turkey Day in Canada was a month ago, so I will accept that as a happy belated Turkey Day. Fun incoming? Not really. Too good at getting around it. Maybe, though. Okay, so that tower is now empty. It's Black Friday in Sweden. Yeah. Tomorrow I have to... I hope that there's no crazy Black Friday stuff because I have to go all the way across town to go to the orthodontist. Oh, geez. Well, rest in peace, Dad Tier. I was correct. There was, in fact, lava behind that. Whoops. I feel kind of bad about that one. Not gonna lie. Now there's some diamonds on fire. I've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods, which is a pale metal maul with craft dwarf ship of the highest quality. Diamonds on fire? Yep. Go look at the burning temperature of diamonds. Okay, well, I can put it out pretty easily by going one layer above, making a pit pond, and set it as a pond after channeling it out. And this, I think, is going to become the first image of the king. The first item for the king, I guess. So that's pretty rad. King will probably come get it eventually. Yeah, they literally burn for, like, I think it's a whole year in game. Sometimes 2. So it's kind of a brutal amount of time. Blind do pretty goo. Frankly, pretty good. Pretty good. And also, there's a charity stream going on in the background quietly that my stream team organizes every year. And currently, it is... Let's see what the total is, actually. Total amount of money raised is $25,000. $27.87. It's the Rimworld Hot Potato Charity Marathon. Currently, Justice TV has it. It's basically a Save file passing marathon relay race, sort of. We did one in Dwarf Fortress earlier this year. And my channel, this channel here, we raised, it was about $12,000 in 4 hours. Can diamonds be a fuel source in real life? I am not the person to ask that question. The last RimWorld Hot Potato, as a group of about 30 people, the volunteers that year raised, it was like $130,000 for Doctors Without Borders. So today, this year, our goal is 75,000 because we're being a little bit cautious. But it's only day 2, and the charity event is going to go on to the 27th. I'll be promoting it heavier when I'm not streaming. Once I'm done. We raided into somebody who was taking part in it yesterday. But this is currently who has it. I'll just give him a shout out. I don't know the total amount that we've raised over all of the hot potatoes, but oh, wait, shit, we just passed into the Age of Heroes? Oh, wow. We're just double checking which one that is. Age of Heroes is the number of living powers in Mega Beasts is greater than 3. The Age of Heroes was a time of the last powers. The last powers fought their final battles. Man, I should do a lore video about the ages. That would be fun. That would be one where I'd commission like 4 or 5 pieces of art. 4, and just have like slow art bits go by. The problem that I've had with the lore videos is the last few I've watched have horribly underperformed, which usually means I made too many in a short period of time, so. Which is why I haven't made any in a little bit. Uh-oh, what pond are you trying to fill? Did I leave one of them running? I guess we are the last powers, and we are fighting the final battles. I do not think that Putnam fixed the bug of water getting stuck in buckets. Let's just dry these buckets. Yeah, it emptied 50 buckets. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. It's a brief description of the state of the world, basically, are the ages. It's essentially a brief description of the age of the world. This is all the clothing that we are getting rid of. They are leaving. All of those dwarves have left. Let's keep chiseling around in the down here area. In the down here area, yes. Very well said, me. All right, so we've put that fire out because I've dumped a bucket of water on it. Dad Tier's been missing for a week because he got lava dumped on his head. Rest in peace, Dwarf. How do I make this safer? Let's do this. Put a door there. And like a door here. Sort of you can force ages. It's not quite that easy, though. Most worlds end up being the Age of Myth. I've only ever had an Age of Death world once, and it was a pocket world that I let generate for 2,000 years, just like as an example. So it is quite difficult to get some of those stranger ages. Some water spilling out. So I'm putting these doors here just so that I have a little bit more time in case something horrible happens. Also going to do this, so that once again, in case something horrible happens, we can shoot at whatever pops up. It's obsidian. Okay, so we made it to the edge. This layer, so they can dig out this layer entirely. Then we can start working on this lower one. I'll tell you for a fact that this is going to be safe. Yellow diamond, clear diamond. That's obsidian. Oh, I see. It may actually just be because of this. Above it. PC Conti, the cook has been taken by a Fey mood. What I'm going to do is I'm going to channel down into that. I'm going to channel down into that. Going to channel down into that, although that might actually just be nothing. And I'm going to channel down into this. Those are the spots that I'm suspecting are going to have lava inside of them. So we'll let them dig out this and then go over and grab that, and then we'll follow that mood around. Also need to keep an eye on when this squad comes back. Should set up so that I get notifications when squads return. Dwarf, that is sketchy there, bud. Like, seriously. Holy crap. Man, I try to do this safely. Dwarves, I try to do this safely. Why do you have to make me so stressed so quickly? Like, I swear, I am trying to do this in a format that you won't all die. But you're making my life real difficult. Somehow an elf showed up, and they say that they have much to discuss. They're willing to part with 25 trees. I don't think I chopped down a single tree. That might be a fun thing to do. Don't chop down any trees. Like Friends of Elves run. No tree chopping. Chopping trees is illegal. Claims a clothes shop. Okay. So this should be safe. Yeah, no, it would literally just be a buy wood. Mushroom trees are trees. All trees are trees. All trees are trees. At least according to the elves. But yeah, maybe I think maybe that's should be my next lore project, because I'm also sort of working on a big lore project for I don't even know if they're lore necessarily, but I'm working on a full read through of Boat Murdered. I have thumbnails, I have art, I've gone through and scripted it, more or less. It's just a matter of me sitting down and recording it, and I have some friends that I want to record some bit parts because there's enough different, not characters is the wrong word, enough different people. Oh, there's the elves. There's enough different people who took part in the original Boat Murdered that I want to do it as like, oh, there's a couple of them kind of thing. A couple different voices kind of thing, so. So many bone bracelets. Can sell those cave spider soak bracelets. Pigtail bracelets. Brown recluse spider bracelets. And cave spider silk amulets. They're all bull. Cave spider silk amulets. Pigtail amulets. Sell them 2 platinum crowns. Maybe the obsidian crown. The slate crown, which is worthless. Some giant cave spider silk gloves. Yeah, we'll just do that. That should be plenty of things. But yeah, I am working on a big Boat Murdered read-through, similar to my Arch Crystal read-through. I've been putting it off because I've been busy with other things. So my kind of goal is to kind of get that done by New Year's. Actually, that would be a fun thing to drop on New Year's. I could probably get it done in a month. What do you think, guys? Giant Boat Murdered video to kind of cap the year off. I think that could be fun. Because originally I was kind of hoping that Adventure Mode would release this fall, and I would release it around Adventure Mode time. But obviously that's not happening. Wow, okay. I never did actually memorialize that body. Shit. That should get that done. It's a fancy looking area now. Covered in statues. Cluttered with statues even. Nobody has adopted the tortoise. Yeah, nobody's adopted. I don't expect anybody to adopt the tortoise. I would be kind of surprised if anybody does. There's a few different, like, animals I've had available as pets, like, as long as I've had this fort, and no one's claimed them yet. I mean, it's a text-based Let's Play. So it's like 12 different people writing brief synopsises of what they did is what Boat Murdered is. And it's kind of a very long story in a very strange format that can be difficult to read. Okay, let's see how much value I have. Not a ton, but that's okay. I'm gonna actually buy their logs from them. Did they not bring any cages? What? No animals? I want you to bring me unicorns. Unless I accidentally closed the cages section. Oh, no, they did. They brought me a cockatiel, a lorikeet, a bush tit, pond turtle, hedgehog, cardinal, a pig. A grackle. Just small stuff. Come on. This punishment for something that I didn't do. That's a shame. All right, well, I guess I will trade for just the logs. Feather tree wood is a weird thing. It's just weird that they lay eggs instead of having seeds. Is this a meme that I'm missing, Shaku? If you don't adopt, then you must chop. Must chop. Okay. I'm going to run a quick save and grab my sandwich. I will be back in a few seconds, chat.
Sandwich!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Cheese for everyone!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
No! Bah. Nobody's been using the gobble sound all the time. Okay, you guys did earlier.
Has a sword.
I don't have a sword, I have a sandwich. It's very different.
You fucking donkey!
Stop calling me a donkey, that's mean. I don't know, Lennox, can you? I'm starting to think those squads are in prison or something. Or they're taking forever to return. Okay, so I'm thinking this may have lava behind it, so we'll just send a dwarf down here to do that. The main squad is back. Let's see how they did. Did they not destroy that location? Well, they did literally nothing there. I'm going to ask this squad to go conquer and occupy. And that squad is going to be populated with the least happy dwarf in the fort. Actually, never mind. I just sent the wrong squad. I'm going to cancel that whole mission because that was the king that I just sent. I'm going to create a new squad, which is vacant. And we're going to put the least happy dwarf in the fort in it. Not a point until militia commander is selected. Oh, it's because my militia commander isn't on the map. That makes sense. All right, well, instead, let's just pop back up here and send my main squads here. We're going to attempt to raise this location. And then that is the second to last, I think, independent necromancer tower on the map. Don't give that one YouTuber any ideas, Tobes. That one YouTuber that makes knives out of random things. I'm reading this from YouTube. I was fortunate enough to get a free turkey from the food pantry this year, so I decided to roast my first turkey ever. It turned out perfect. Well, good for you. Grateful that you had a few friends over to share the meal with. Hell yeah. I've always lived very close to my parents. I've never moved particularly far away from my parents. Even the years where I didn't see them, I never moved particularly far away. That's why there was heat in there. So, for me, it was always like, when Canadian Thanksgiving happens earlier in the year, every year it's just a matter of like, all right, well, who's hosting this year? And then you just kind of go over to whatever family member's house is hosting. So I've never had to do the thing of like, well, I don't have anybody to spend Thanksgiving with. Which is kind of great, but also kind of sucks sometimes because you don't always want to be around family. So, I don't think there's a human in the world that exists who isn't annoyed or bothered by some portion of their family. Okay, so let's mine through this. Generally, in my experience, the best way to do this stuff is just do it from above. Just do it from above. Don't worry about going below. As long as you do all of this from above, you're going to do so much better. And then slowly work your way down. Yeah, although my dad's brother, who's been the awkward one for ages, might be in the middle of his redemption arc. He, my dad's brother, my uncle, has a girlfriend right now who, literally when he starts rambling about anti-vax stuff, she tells him that she's a medical professional and he needs to shut up with his bad opinions. And he listens to her, which is insane to me. So, I think my uncle needs to keep dating that dentist. You find this stream concerning, Olive, because of my need to completely obliterate necromancy? Well, in your next round, you can you can completely obliterate all non-necromancy, and then you can have your goal. So, are these dwarves just like gone insane, or are they just like stuck somewhere? Okay, so you're just taking forever. You're just taking your sweet ass time. How about you? You're also okay. You're gonna go pick up equipment. Great. What about you? You're okay. So they are leaving the map. They're just taking a while. Got it. That girlfriend that I guess that like person who's sort of connected to the family now, has improved my uncle enough that my dad and my uncle hung out for the first time in 5 years. So that's kind of insane to me. Well, you know, maybe things will improve over the next few years. We'll see. Rocky batchy years, though. Love is a hell of a drug. You know, the term domesticated, when it comes to, like, adult men and encountering like a new partner is a very real thing. Cavern dwellers? Where? Yeah. Something's going on down there. Did I ever spectate an eagle flying? Is this a Dwarf Fortress question or a real life question? Because one of my favorite live streams in the world is literally just a camera pointed at a bald eagle's nest. But in Dwarf Fortress? I mean, eagles specifically, I don't think so. Other creatures, yeah. Other flying creatures, yeah, as well. But eagles specifically, I don't think so. Why eagles specifically, I guess? PC Conti has begun their mysterious construction. So this is a clother's shop. It's a Fey mood. A lot of wool. Lead bars, sheep's wool, alpaca wool, multiple kinds, leather, more wool, more wool. Holy shit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces of wool. Holy crap. As well as gems, rough gems, giant rat leather, bone, and lead. Why the fuck are you still awake if it's midnight? I mean, I was awake at midnight last night and I went, ah, crap, not again. It's 9 p.m. somewhere. It's 9 a.m. somewhere. PM or AM, Shadow Absorber? I'll be honest with you, I have no idea how many units of Dwarven alcohol they hold. I've never looked. I feel like if it's a perfectly round number, that would be very not Dwarf Fortressy because that's nowhere near obtuse enough. PC Conti has created Sam Am Avog, a llama wool dress. My faction can't make dresses, fun fact. And she claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Unib Peltboards. So this is actually a foreign item. This is a llama wool dress. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with pear-cut white jades and encircled with sheep's wool. And oh, that squad already returned. Sheep's wool and lead, and it is made from llama wool cloth. The thread is red with red root dye. This object is adorned with hanging rings of sheep's wool and menaces with spikes of llama wool, sheep wool, and rat leather, and lead. On the item is an image of glass, half-empty glass. The Okur call of temples. The dwarf in white jade. Half-empty glass is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the dwarf half-empty glass, the cell of temples in Firebolt in the late spring of 367. On the item is an image of withered justice, a cave spider silk skirt in sheepspawn. On the item is an image of 3 sand pear trees in alpaca wool. On the item is an image of the charity of temples, the tall brown recluse spider silk cap in sheep's wool. Also, just to like chime into the conversation in the YouTube chat, I agree. Ham is better. Back with pies? What kind of pies? I think the dwarf can pressurize any amount of wine in a barrel as long as it's done during the brewing process. Huh. Okay. Plump Helmet Man is visiting your fort and you don't even know that was possible type of person. Yeah, Plump Helmet people are great. I mean... There is a mod that makes them edible, but Plump Helmet people are not edible. They're also not brewable. Because they're technically sentient, because they are sentient creatures, and because they are sentient creatures, you cannot consume them, or butcher them, or brew them. But there is a mod that lets you brew them. I think that mod goes against the Dwarven Code of Ethics. I'm going to go some cheesecake. Ooh. Cheesecake. I could go for some cheesecake. My favorite visitor ever was a outpost liaison that was a necromancer experiment that could fly. And because I didn't have a public meeting zone, and because normally outpost liaisons, they just go to the tavern, right? And then they leave when they're done. However, because I didn't have a public meeting zone anywhere in the fort, instead of it going to my tavern or whatever, it flew at the highest point of the center of the map. This was on one of my birthday streams, Stone. Yeah, she flew to the highest point of the center of the map and just like watched the whole map. Which is awesome. It's just like, well, you just have this floating gargoyle like up above the center of the map, just like staring down on us. Sure, actually, yeah, it's like a cherub from Actraiser. That's a pretty good pull, that. All right, so squad returned. We've destroyed that place. Okay, we finally caught back up. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this empty squad. Never mind, I can't do this because this squad doesn't return. All right, well, that's fine. Let's go hit this tower. And I think this is the last... Chat room, do any of you guys see any towers on this map that are not green colored? Or pink colored, because they're tiny. So I'm just going to share this for a minute, because I'm pretty sure there's this one, obviously, which I'm going to go capture. There's this one, which is green. There's a few abandoned sites. There's this one. Yeah, I think this is the last one. Bottom in the snow? Nope. No, I don't see any. Just the two that I destroyed. I mean, this is a fortress. There's this one, which is part of the other Dwarven? Or no, the human civ that we were friends with. Which I'm going to attack. But first we're going to go for this. Can't see colors properly. I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, that's a fortress. The items are tiny, so like the icons are tiny. That's totally fair. All right, so we've given that dwarf their dress. Let's jump back down to the bottom level. Let's just smooth a bunch of these and peek behind them. There's enough potential thermal energy in the pot to boil from freezing 85 liters of water. Why, were you doing math about Dwarf Fort? Are you okay? Do you need help? Because one, that sounds like a horrible waste of time. Wait, so based on the amount of alcohol, you're trying to figure out how hot a barrel or pot would get if you set it on fire? Is that what you're trying to figure out? I mean, put it in a Google spreadsheet and stick it in the chat. I'm sure someone will help. Or Discord or whatever. I'm sure there's other math nerds around. There's got to be at least 2 of you. Oh, well, this poor Reacher found some cavern critters. Nullman JP has thrown a tantrum. Oh, sweet. Squatties have returned. I'm just gonna hope that they didn't steal any books that have necromancy in them. Yep, they went and stole some books. And if we did find one, well then, oh well. So they're going out to go do that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to now assign a dwarf to this squad, which is going to be the most stressed dwarf in the fort. Who's Deagle, who was a member of the military for a while, and that is okay. This dwarf here, you get to have the honor of capturing this necromancer tower. The rough mastery. Good luck there, dwarf. We have the utmost of faith in you. Throws his bone crown on the ground before he leaves. 100% pure ethanol. You know, the more I learn about dwarven alcohol, the more I feel that, like, dwarves are actually just hamsters IRL. So Nullman lost his teeth. A lot of teeth, in fact, up here. So, you know what? Earlier I said that I would like to drink some dwarven alcohol. I think I would like to take back that statement, actually. I don't think I would like to drink dwarven alcohol anymore, actually. Okay, why are we canceling? We need flux. Flux, 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 flux. But, like, this is flux. So, like... Yeah, I don't know. It's like I got tons of this stuff, but they are insisting I don't have enough. You know what? We'll just do it this way so I get less cancellations. I don't actually know what's going on with that. I'm not having any problems with pig iron, so. What's up, Clino? How's things? How is things? Merchants have embarked on their journey. We've already traded with them, so that's good. That hand sanitizer using alcohol works better at 70% than 90%? Nope. No, I did not know that. Did you know that a hamster can consume up to 2 liters of pure ethanol per day and not have any ill side effects? And did you know that hamsters can consume more alcohol based on their weight than any other creature on Earth? Relative to their weight and size, they can consume more alcohol than any other creature on Earth. Baby Blueford, the cook, has been missing for a week. Oh. Well, I assume they got thrown into lava, probably by that tantruming dwarf. Also, another thing about hamsters is that discovery was actually made by the University of Melbourne, Australia. So I really got to ask, the fuck are they doing down there, and why are they giving their pet hamsters alcohol? Almost a genuine question, mostly a joke. But like, seriously, what the hell, guys? Come on. Why are we out here just abusing hamsters? Like, let the little guys hang out. You don't need to be giving them vodka. Very important science, clearly. You do not know what you're doing. Got it, said Did. Also, I apologize to all of my Australian friends for horribly butchering the proper pronunciation of the places that you're from. Don't tell them about hamsters and DMT. I will tell you, I do actually know about hamsters and DMT because I've read way too many studies about various animals doing drugs, like spiders. Spiders on hallucinogenics is one of the most fascinating things in the world. They spin really cool webs. The tower has been conquered and incorporated into my holdings. Excellent. There's only one tower left, and we are currently attacking it. Stupid Mole is one of the last dwarves to leave. Which is a funny name for the last dwarf to leave. We are currently attacking the final tower. That currently isn't owned by anything. Oh my god! Holy shit. You know who that is, chat? It's one of my military dwarves. Who was bazombified. And they finally asked to join. I was starting to assume they just weren't going to. But yeah, you can join. Get in here. Was zombified when those necromancers attacked us. Died in the fighting. When dosed with MDMA? Are they actually solitary, or did we just think that they were solitary? Because I was reading about like the discovery of like certain octopus species that are actually much more social than we thought they were. So we've captured that tower. Continuing to dig down. Let's not do that. Let's just do this. This. And that. Somebody's knocking on my door. Be right back. Neighbor brought me food. They say that they actively resembled an actual rave and some occupied dance to the music.
Cheese for everyone.
So, the local aquarium has 3 octopuses. Like the Vancouver aquarium. 2 octopuses, sorry. And one of them, I think it's the older one, is trained that, and you have to pay extra money to get them to do this for you. It'll take a camera and take a selfie with you. Which is kind of nuts. So a picture of the Dwarf Fortress album in the wild you were accounting for Post for Canada. So not to like jump ahead of things, I already have a delivery notice for it. I have to go get it. They tried to deliver it, and I got a DM from Kit Fox saying, "Hey, just heads up, we need your buzzer number." I'm like, my buzzer number don't work, so here's a drop-off point. And she's like, okay. So I think I'm gonna go get it tomorrow, probably. I think what they did was they shipped it direct this time instead of going the, what's the word I'm looking for here? Letting Fangamer ship it, because like the first time they shipped us stuff, they just let Fangamer ship it. They got Fangamer to put stuff aside. Initially, Fangamer completely forgot and just didn't. And then they reminded Fangamer, and Fangamer was like, ah, shit. And so then they shipped it a second time. Then they remembered to ship it, and we actually got the stuff when they did the refresh. But to my knowledge, like, they shipped the same stuff to Salford Sal, and she already got hers. So, what's good? Cheese is pretty good. Turkey's pretty good. Ham's better, though. Coffee's pretty good. This stuffed rat is pretty good. I'm pretty good at this game. Did I find and steal Mortal Throw? Can I remove that from the goal? Because I'll be honest, there's like 1,000, 100 bajillion things in that list, and I don't want to sort through it. File for some mug is pretty good. Yeah, this stream can be pretty good sometimes. It can also be pretty bad sometimes. It depends on the day. Postal holiday today. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, it's not a holiday here though. So, yeah, I'll probably have it by Monday, at the latest, if I were to guess. Depends on how many days it takes for FedEx to forward it to the new location, because FedEx has a hell of a bad time delivering to my building because none of the buzzers work. And FedEx is a very old-fashioned delivery company that doesn't want to, like, move into the modern era of just, like, you know, fucking texting to people who they're trying to drop a package off for. And we're in an ad break for some people, so I will pause the game. So the result is, like, FedEx and Purelator, who are both pretty old-fashioned, have a really hard time delivering to my unit, to the point where if I'm ordering something online and I know it's one of those two, I specifically make a note to not try to deliver it and just deliver it to a drop-off point, because otherwise I just don't get it. You just spilled your drink? No! Checking to get around to beers. Hopefully you didn't spill it on anything important. But yeah, that's me and shipping. That being said, Canada Post is very good at delivering, and there's a couple other delivery services. UPS is really good at it, delivering to my building. The funny one, though, is DHL, because DHL still doesn't, like, you know, text the person. Thank you very much for converting that Prime to a Tier 1. I get 70% instead of $2.50 from that now. Thank you. Appreciate you, caveman. But the funny one is DHL, because while they are an awful company and really bad at actually doing their job of delivering things, the really, really funny thing between them and other ones is they now have decided they've moved into the modern era. So they will send you a message through WhatsApp, which I don't use. So because they're now even more annoying because they won't call you. They will send me an email, which usually shows up in my spam, that just says, "We would like to contact you about your package through WhatsApp." It's like, no. No, you will not. You will not do that. And then after about a week, I'll just get a post on my door or in my mailbox that says, "Come get it at this location." I go, fucking finally. Christ, you guys, it's awful company. And I jerked away to foam and screech about them. God, they're such an awful, awful company. What's the purpose of tier 2 and 3 on Twitch? Well, I get more money is the main thing. Honestly, what is the purpose? Twitch has made it very difficult for me to give you a reason for them. On my channel, if you subscribe at tier 2, I give you those sound commands that Devilish Potato just used. You get more emotes, and that's basically by default, you get more emotes. That's it. I also give you sound commands if you subscribe at tier 2. And then if you subscribe at tier 3, you get a custom sound command. But you have to, like, I will tell you that you get one, and then you have to reach out to me, and we'll figure out what that is.
Cheese for everyone!
I'm on a maybe to get Cave of Cud. Caves of Cud is leaving early access early next year, though. So it's like, its price is going to go up again, probably, when it leaves early access. So if you're worried about that, just, like, buy it and then don't play it until it releases in early 2024. Because the patch that just dropped, the big one, the story arc patch, is the last major patch before 1.0, as far as I know, unless something else has changed. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. If you're like a stickler about early access, I would just don't play it until it releases. I mean, it's sold a lot of copies. I wouldn't be too concerned about them not finishing it. I will say that Caves of Cud also felt finished like years ago, and they've put a lot of work into that game since then. It's one of the least early access games I've ever played. You ordered a joystick on the 8th, and I got 2 delivery times, and they... Am I going crazy, or are, like, postal service companies getting worse? Because I really feel like they are. And there's, like, no logical reason for it. You just bought it and now installing? Hell yeah! Welcome to the Cud Club. We'll be cutting a little bit later. By a little bit later, I mean, like, in, like, 20 minutes. Because I have been streaming for 8 hours, and I don't really want to stream for 12 again, but, I mean, it may happen. All right. We may have destroyed the last Necromancer towers. Okay, so that went well. We did that. We travel all the way across the map. Tobes, the creative defense of declining, outmatched the human necromancer with a strong positional advantage. You paid for me to stream? I am. What? Angry face back. We're killing void ghouls. Oh, that's new. Also immediately killed the necromancer and more void ghouls. Voidlock, don't look. I'm killing your kin. 2 more necromancers. All right, so now the last few towers that we need to destroy are, in fact, owned by factions I'm allied with. So let's go piss some people off, shall we? Hopefully things get exciting. I think I'll probably do one more stream of this fort, and then Wednesday next week we'll start a new fort. It's 1:30. You should have been in bed hours ago. You have a good night, Napalm. Last with 9 animated humans. We slayed all the animated humans, and we destroyed Rince Brass. All right, well, chat room, I have a question. Do I break an alliance with humans or an alliance with the other Dwarven faction first? Because there are two Necromancer towers left that I can see immediately. There's one down here. This is the Human Tower of Embraced Murder. And this is the Human Tower of Clasp Wing. Where's the Dwarven one? There's a Dwarven one around here somewhere. Unless the humans took it over, which would be kind of funny. No news or rumors going on right now. Not in that vicinity anyway. Yeah, just stuff going on up here. Okay, so there's this one. Rest I've taken. The pink ones I've taken over. So there's this one. This one. Oh man, maybe the humans did take over it. I'm not seeing the last one. But I swear there was one that dwarves had control over. I know I've taken over a bunch, but I'm not seeing any more. I am not Fangamer technical support and barely ever order stuff from them. But if you ordered something on the 15th and you haven't heard anything, I don't know. I mean, if you're concerned, reach out to their customer support. I am not a person to ask. I think I've bought 2 things from Fangamer in my life, so I'll rip everybody who invested. All right, well, let's hit these guys then. This is the Human Tower of Embrace Murder of the Joyous Society of the Empire of Wonders. We're going to go raise this tower. We warned them. No, we didn't. But we warned them that it's what they had to do. Yeah, I have no idea. I barely ever buy things from Fangamer because their shipping is so expensive into Canada. So, although I did just buy the Into the Breach soundtrack because it was on sale and had 50% off shipping. So I still overpaid for that soundtrack in my opinion. But we'll be getting Into the Breach as well as Dwarf Fortress. So, very excited. It took 6 months. Yeah. I think that like I said, I think Kit Fox ordered the stuff separately as sample orders and then is shipping it direct to people this time. That was a special circumstances screw up. Yeah, it took a similar amount of time for me to get my merch. It was like 3 months, I think, before I finally got that t-shirt. Have a good gobble. Yep. You have a good family dinner. We'll see you when we see you, Devilish. I'm still amazed by how many people are watching. I guess it is a holiday for a lot of people who watch this channel, but still. I don't know, we were at like 250 for a bit. That's without any raids. Like, it's hard to fully explain. It's like, I will look at the stats of other channels around my size, and it's like, oh, like 30% of their views come from raids. And then there's me, where it's like 0.5% of my views come from raids generally. Late spring and someone was found dead. Did Null Man just kill you? Null Man, did you just kill a fool? No, man, you just killed a fool. Come on, man. Why you gotta be that way? Ah, jeez. At least there's a bunch of calls against him. Where's the captain? Where's the captain? Where's the captain? Captain of the guard, Ash. Currently running up the map to store items. Tisk, tisk. COVID finally got you after 3 years. Kind of proud for dodging it so long. I still, like, if I've had it, I didn't even notice. I'm convinced I haven't had it yet, but, man. And also, Saigon the cook was found dead. That's 2? 2? 2 deaths? You're telling me? Man. You're gonna go beat the criminal? Damn right. You're going to jail, you're getting a shit kicking first. We'll see if you survive. Oh. So you lost a nose. I kind of want to know how you lost your nose. So the captain of the guard scratched the cook in the nose and the severed part sails off in an arc. So he clawed your nose off. So you're now noseless. You're a very you were not a very noseworthy dwarf, shall we say. You're just running off to the hospital, probably to get stitches. Where do you live? Don't actually answer that question, no man. Where do you live, dwarf? There we go. I may or may not be putting your nose in your bedroom. All right. So where did that dwarf go? That's where the nose. Excellent. I'm just gonna let that sit for a second. We're gonna stare at you, see if you go to jail or anything. You get to look at your nose for the rest of your life because you knows what you did. He isn't going to complain about the smell. Mm-hmm. Is your dwarf still alive? Maybe? Yes, Neezer the Second is still alive. No banner flags? No banner flags is also still alive. You're a little pouty, but it's not the worst. Is it a really well oiled fort? As in, like, it's functioning well? Thank you. There's a green one to the west. Okay, because, like, I know about this one. Oh, that's the dwarven one that I was missing. Okay. I was just looking in the wrong spot on the map. Yeah, you are correct. Ability to grasp somewhat is somewhat impaired. Nothing about his sense of smell, eh? His nose is gone and his lower front teeth are gone. God damn. What a sad tale. Dwarves are currently leaving. Tobes is on the way out. Doesn't even need... Look, Tobes doesn't even need a helmet, nor does Tobes need a shield. Nor... I was going to say nor does Tobes need pants, but Tobes does have pants. How many kills does this dwarf have? 14 notable kills and 43 others. Dang. My good lord. It's also one of my favorite taverns I've built in a while. Throw some of those down. Dwarves are out here digging. Drop down to the lowest layer. I mean, what could possibly go wrong, right? I'm gonna go crash and catch some Zeds. Just don't get bit by those Zeds. Then you'll turn into a zombie and start screaming brains. And you're all set, eh? Yeah, I don't know. I want this fort to have a bit more of a dramatic end because I'm suddenly starting wars with multiple factions. Because the last 3 towers require me to attack at least one, if not 2, different human factions that I'm allied with and the only other dwarven faction in the map. So we're going to do one more stream of this fort. But the main goal is completed. We've almost destroyed all of the necromancer towers. I've got 2 more to do after the one we're currently attacking. Uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. A large, bulky metal thing and a faceted metal thing. I will just assign those 2. I mean, I actually probably what I'll do is I'll make this into a mountain home under the duress of combat. Is probably what we'll be doing. And then dig too deep and release it, you know? Like that's probably how we'll end this fort. And we'll end it in the next stream. So that will be on Tuesday is when I will end this fort. And then we'll start a new fort on Wednesday, if that works for everybody. And then Thursday is the PC gaming show. So I will probably restream that and then continue the fort in the afternoon. I'd do it now, but honestly, I would rather do it next week so that more people can watch, because we're getting kind of late in the day and people start going to bed later in the day, you know? Received a file from late 80s as a backup form from a post from 2003, which was apparently given out as a draft and physical CDs you had to mail in for. Oh boy. What was I going to make? I was going to queue something up. Now I don't remember what it was. Oh well. That was close. No, it's fine. My thoughts interrupt themselves. That is no fault of yours. It's also getting to the time of day where my meds begin to wear off. Give it another 4 hours and they will have. I'm also reading 2 chat rooms and among other things. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. So we've discovered Kunga Dansu, which is a blazing metal cloak. That is pretty rad. There's also a rat fiend. Actual image of rat fiend in real life, but this rat fiend is a large feathered rat twisted into humanoid form. It has a gaunt appearance. Beware its fire. I am going to immediately remove all of these jobs and hope that wild shiny Florin can run quickly. Run away here, dwarf. I'm going to station my 2 crossbow squads down here. Wild shiny Florin is on fire and now has the creature standing over her. And wild shiny is now no longer with us. Creature, however, is now called Punch Howls. And I'm going to lock these 2 doors. And we are going to bring our squads down here, and we are going to shoot this thing. And if my military squads return, we'll send them into fight as well while we shoot the thing. So here comes my in-charge Mark's dwarf, who's got an inventory full of bolts of varying materials and types. Got a crossbow, which is named Feno Kegcast Mebzuthigal, which is a masterful steel crossbow. Vengeful when joining an existing conflict. Well, that's good. Does have some notable kills. The dwarves are arriving. They are firing bolts out. The creature is probably getting hit by bolts already. The rat fiend jumps away from the flying iron bolt. The rat fiend jumps away from the flying steel bolt. The flying steel bolt misses the rat fiend. God damn it. Get good. Real Swifty. I mean, did you just fire every single one of your bolts and miss all of them? Yeah, you did, and yeah, you did. Good on you. Well done. Where'd the creature go? Oh, I see it backed up. It did get hit by one bolt. Flying iron bolt strikes it in the hand. It strikes it in the upper arm. Okay, so somebody else fired some bolts and they hit. Okay, so the militia commander got down here and they fired some bolts which have hit. Creature is still being hit with bolts, and it appears that the creature is now dead. So somebody here got the kill. Looks like it was Ravenwaved, the militia commander. Now Demonbane. His youngest son and older half-sister are the only two still alive in the fort. They're gonna go back to training. Wasn't feeling it? Well, I mean, you got some experience, right? It's the experience that counts. Also, I need to check in on my stream team's charity stream marathon. Let's see. It's at $25,338.87 raised for Doctors Without Borders. Hell yeah. Also, if I seem a wee bit distracted today, I'm also doing like behind the scenes roll call for that charity event, so it's a process. Did he just burn? The creature breathed fire at the dwarf, and then the dwarf caught fire and exploded into flames. Also, check two things. Can we get a round of Fs for that dwarf that died, and can we get a round of beers? Because I feel like we are about to have completed the destruction of yet another necromancy tower. You see, now a bunch of things down here are red because a bunch of things are now at war with us. The humans are now at war with us because we raised their necromancer tower. Not successfully, but we did attack it. The Tobzen outmatched the dwarf Edzul with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. This is a tower that is owned by our allies. Anyway, we attacked them and rampaged throughout, but we didn't actually fully destroy the tower. So we're going to try once again. Be sending them out again to destroy that tower. And then it's a race against the clock before we start getting sieged, because they're going to attack us now. And that isn't the smallest faction. This right here, this artifact here is going to be given to the king. Oh, look at that. A force that is dark and vile has arrived. Well, at least that's completely unrelated to the humans we just pissed off. King, you can now have this. This can't be too big of a siege, right? Because they're not seeking a parlay, so this can't be too bad. This can't be too bad, right? Right? All right, let's assign all of these. Jump over here, scream, ah, and do this. Thank you very much for the $2, Onyx. I appreciate you greatly. Thank you for keeping this channel funded. A couple biddies at a time. And I will put this squad right here. Actually, no, do not do that. I will click this button, go down here, and click this, and go here and do that. That's what I will do. Then this squad, you can go up here. And this squad, you can go over here. Snatcher, think of the children. Oh, God, what about the children? I'm thinking about them very hard, and it's not doing much. Loather, oh, geez. Linku appears to have been caught out. Was outside hunting and is now running around like mad going, ah. Linku, no. You silly dwarf. Rest in peace. That's what you get for hunting in a place like this. Dark tidings. Many dwarves won't make it. God, that's so many arrows. The dwarf just turned into a pincushion. Now it's just a matter of time. But, actually, oddly enough, it gave my main squads time to get inside. This Dwarf is literally dripping off goblin blood as they walk inside, too. They must have cleaned themselves in there. Chat, can I get a couple more beers for that $2? Appreciate you guys. And thank you for all the bits today and all the gift subs and everything. And the resubs, and the prime subs. All that jazz. We are getting, like, weirdly close to 2,000 subscribers again. But I don't expect that number to get much higher. Okay, so all of my Mark's Dwarves are up here, where they need to be. Some of them have picked up more ammo, some of them haven't. Which is fine. Cracking open a Michelob Ultra? Well, cheers. Certainly a holiday. I may have to go get a glass of whiskey for Caves of Cud. Bolts begin to fly. Shooting at Zaspegus. Bits and pieces. Sending them flying. Oof. That's pretty rough. Wouldn't wish that kind of death on anybody. And the squad splits and goes, oh no, fuck this shit, we're out. That's amazing. They're just like, nah, fuck this noise. They just like watched their friend turn into a pincushion in front of them and just went, nope. Nah. The hell with this. It's not worth it, guys. You're in Canada too? Okay, I don't know who's where, but cheers. Regardless. Whiskey and Cud? Yeah. I have to go make friends with a church first, though, which is something I'd never do in real life. Very unrealistic to me. All right, well, let's check the overworld. Let's go destroy this human tower. It's very funny that we just, like, completely annihilated that dude, though. PP, thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. I now need to, where's Null Man? Okay, Null Man's in prison right now. Frankly, he deserves it. Null Man, where are you? You are right here. Where's your bedroom? Your bedroom is right here. So I'm going to put your nose on this pedestal. Because frankly, you deserve to know what you did wrong. If I type in null, no, I can't search by that. God dang it. I love how I'm just like, I don't want to search the whole list of artifacts to find a mug, yet here I am looking for a dwarf's nose to put it onto a pedestal in their bedroom. You know, I'm not going to say that I have double standards, but sometimes things are just very important and it just must be done. Oh, I see the problem. It's forbidden, isn't it? That's the problem. It's caused so many bad thoughts. They can't really have more than they already have. Patwink. It's an image of rattlesnakes. Ooh. So we've killed 2 demons so far this playthrough. Looks pretty good. We now sit here and we wait for a very important dwarf to come by and pick up this nose and put it where it belongs. And there we go. So who gets the blazing metal cloak? The king gets that. Which... it's already assigned to them, yeah. The king gets it. Crossbows. Make 3 of those. It was a cloak, yeah. Speaking of king, where is my king? I think it's time to satisfy the king. Which sounds weird out of context, but... okay, so they need their mausoleum to be royal. Mausoleum ain't good enough yet. Well, let's fancify it a little bit. And then let's also, I don't know, put a book. Okay, no, I don't have any bookshelves. What else? What else do I have, Ziz? I could. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see if that do her. Yeah, that's one thing that's real sad is that I can't make a castle of soap anymore. Can still make walls from ice? Yeah, but it's not quite the same as making walls out of soap. Like, don't get me wrong. It's a good thing we can't make walls out of soap. It makes for a better video game. But being able to make a fortress out of soap is just kind of wonderful. Oh, you need 1 more cabinet. Well, we can sort that. Would be nice for the memes. Yeah. I wouldn't disagree with that. Two more dwarves to leave the map. All those millable, plantable, oily plants are just so hard to get. Just make them from tallow. But yeah, I do agree it can be kind of a pain to make them out of... It can be kind of a pain to make them out of oil. All right, we are stuck in an ad, so I will pause the game. Cave dragon soap. I've had forgotten beast soap and demon soap. Various kinds of demon soap, in fact. Various different kinds of demon soap. Soap fort melt in the rain. It doesn't melt in the rain, though. Because dwarven construction is kind of magical, frankly. Clear glass coffins? That's too much work. I also don't have sand on this map, and I don't quite feel like, you know, forcing sand in my caverns. Soap bars get multiple uses. Oh, you mean like they can use each soap bar multiple times? Yeah. I'm not sure how many uses, but soap bars do get multiple uses, yes. Also putting some lead statues in here and gem windows in here. Very fancy. I'll get a full screen pop-up once it's high enough value anyway. I don't know why I keep checking. And they want maces. Still not high enough value. Guess we'll have to wait on these gem windows. Guess we can just start engraving the floors. That's another thing I can do. I an audiophile. You know, saying the word audiophile out loud sounds weird to me, but yeah, by definition. I enjoy high quality audio and I collect vintage audio gear, and I'm wearing like Sennheiser headphones. So yeah, I guess by that like logic, yes. Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you. Not Norwegian. I just use animal fat. I mean, like, let's see how much soap we have in the fort right now. It's probably a ton. Let's see. I currently have 487 soap. We have dingo soap, boar soap, Drunian soap, giraffe soap, rhino soap, bonobo soap, alpaca soap, sheep soap, soap. Fortunately, no soap opera. We'd love to make a Candyland fort where the moat is booze and the walls are made of prepared meals. Just trying to imagine, like, the amount of, like, modding you'd need to do that. Norstat, the armorer has been possessed, who died and then came back because the game crashed. Let's see what, see what Norstat does. Yeah, I guess, why do you ask, Caveman? I mean, I own 3 record players and 12 cassette decks. And that's a cassette boombox. So yeah, I'm an audiophile. You made a fort once with the express purpose of making unicorn soap as an industry. It was one of your favorites. Hell yeah. When you make a fort with an express purpose to have any specific industry, those are generally the best forts. I'm running out of wood. And how I got into it? Well, I got into records because my ex-girlfriend moved out. And 1, I desperately needed a hobby, and 2, I'd always wanted to get into records, but she had a lot of stuff. So the result was the apartment was mostly full of her stuff. And so I didn't have any place to really store stuff, so I didn't have stuff. Was the result. So when she moved out, I was like, well, I can get into this hobby now, and I just kind of always wanted to get into it since, like, basically as long as I can remember, I guess. I always liked nice audio and things that sounded good. I also always liked audio gear, like ever since I was a little kid. So I don't know. I guess I've kind of always just liked audio. I used to collect cassettes, and I had a bunch of, like, Walkman and boomboxes growing up. But that's about it, really. It's a pretty short story. It's kind of something I always wanted to do, and I never really did it. Wait for that squad to return. I'm just gonna cover all this with mudstone around the edges. I mean, I don't switch songs frequently in any audio format. It could be streaming music or whatever. Like, just because I own records doesn't mean I don't listen to streamed music or music that's easily shuffleable. I mean, like, I have CDs as well. I also listen to tapes, like cassette tapes, but I think it's more just about mindset than anything. I zoom into the bottom of the lava fall for a minute. Give me a second. Down here. Are you wondering why it's purple? Why there's pigtails growing? Because it's underneath this, so it's technically underground. And also, yeah, grass grew there because there was dirt underneath it. Grass grew there, and so did moss. It didn't just grow there. It's been there for a bit. $435 mudstone. It's no shabby number. But yeah, do you guys approve of my idea for an ending for this fort? Is we set up to dig too deeply and greedily and go to war with everybody and try and end the fort while fighting off multiple factions? Or at least one? What are we umming over, Lucas? I thought grass grew on mud puddle pile on stone floor. That was dirt. And it's outside dirt. If there's dirt that is outside, grass grows on it. If there's dirt that is alone and it's underground and you have access to the caverns, then moss grows on it. And if it's dirt that is above ground like this, grass will grow on it. You can also remove grass by building over top of it and then removing the thing that you built on top of it. So, grass also grows on stone that's underground. Or moss also grows on stone that's underground, yes. But grass and moss will grow above ground too. I mean, where else do you think all this grass comes from in the first place? It clearly isn't put there by the grass fairy. The grass fae isn't real? No, and neither is Santa Claus. So, considering Santa Claus is a piece of marketing material designed by the Coca-Cola company, yeah, definitely Santa Claus isn't real. Yeah, unless it's a region where nothing grows, grass will grow. It's too busy getting high to put grass everywhere. Yes. Well, I'm under the assumption that the grass fairy can fly. Also, by the way, Nordstat has begun their constructions. Let's see what they grabbed. Star sapphires, well, those are expensive. Cave spider silk cloth, limestone, crundlebone, sheep's leather, Drunian leather, tower cap, and aluminum. Oh. And you're an armorer. Oh. That's kind of exciting. Aluminum armor. Huh. It's gonna be expensive. Yeah. No shit. Best shield ever? That would be a really good shield. I'm hoping for like a breastplate or like I don't want it to be like a gauntlet. That's my only hope. As long as it's not like a shoe or a glove. The squad returned. Let's see how this went. So we attacked Embrace Murder. Once again. We rampaged throughout. It's not letting me destroy it. Well, fine then. I will send somebody to go break it open. Knoll Man, would you kindly do the honor? Although I think you may still be in prison. And then let's go and go over here. So let's attack the other human tower first. This one. This one's actively allied with me. We're going to once again try to raise it. Squads leave again. Aluminum only pops up in like tiles of like 3 or 4, so. Damn it! Sorry. Norstad, the armorer, has created Onod Ngugdgdol, an aluminum right gauntlet, and offers it to the ageless creation. Chat, how expensive do you think this gauntlet is? It's got star sapphires and aluminum. $12K, 11,000, 22K. 40,100. This is an aluminum right gauntlet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with crundlebone, cave spider silk, and encircled with bands of tower cap and cushion limestone cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of Drunian leather and sheep's leather and star sapphire. On the item is an image of Zan Busted Dance, the dwarf and dwarves in aluminum, or in aluminium. The dwarves are refusing Zan. Zan is weeping. The artwork relates to the removal of Zan from the position of outpost liaison of the Uncommon Mansion in the early autumn of 354. I don't know where that accent came from, but dang. All right, let's put this gauntlet up in here. Up in here, up in here. Yeah, poor Zan indeed. Poor Zan indeed. Makes you think of tassels. Yeah, it's probably tassels is probably pretty close. Tassels would be my bet. Anyway. I also need to get this dwarf buried. Okay, so Knoll Man is still chained. It's fine. Jingling his gauntlet at the prisoners. Very, very, very light gauntlet. I think it's time for us to increase the bling on this fortress. Let's go with that, because this isn't centered, so it's fine. But yeah, many tassels. Yeah, the most expensive artifact I ever had, if anybody's curious, was a adamantine screw. Yeah, an adamantine screw. And it was like 2.3 million. But values were processed a little differently in older versions of the game. So I kind of like that artifacts don't come in pairs, but I also kind of hate it. Kind of like it, but I also kind of hate it. Dwarves are all running past this wonderful waterfall repeatedly. Not a bad little crowd. It's going to take a little bit to complete. That is not what I wanted you to do, dwarves. Seen a bug where dwarves get stuck outside of burrows or then get fey moods and then infinitely bringing rocks? Oh yeah, no, we had that happen in this fort once, maybe twice. Actually, I think we had it happen in this fort twice. It's a very old bug that has had several different forms. This is just the most recent one. I never had one in older versions, but then when Premium came out, the bug has come back in the form that you just mentioned. Multi-threading hasn't helped that much. It's most of the performance enhancements have come from the code optimizations that Putnam has been doing. Not so much from the multi-threading. Multi-threading is a very small portion of the speed increase for the game. Is it harder to climb some kinds of walls than others? If it's made out of blocks, then it's a smooth wall and it's hard to climb. If it's made out of boulders, then it's a rough wall and it's much easier to climb. Both are climbable. One is just harder to climb. Is going to be great. SDL2 is already in the game. That's been out for 4 months now, maybe more. You didn't realize that? Yeah, no, it. Oh god, like, I could go look at the actual news post. When was it? SDL2 was July. Yeah. And yeah, and only a very small portion of the game is multi-threaded. Water moving doesn't affect your frame rate at all. Never has. Probably never will. Unless it's a huge amount of water that's been pressurized that's moving all at once, at which case then it affects your frame rate for a couple of seconds and then it goes away. That being said, fire also doesn't affect your frame rate. However, fire affecting pathing affects your frame rate. So if smoke blocks a location that a dwarf is trying to walk past, then your frame rate will vanish randomly. Otherwise, it really doesn't actually affect it all that much. A lot of people place a lot of blame on water and lava moving, which not so much. It's more lava heating up and cooling stuff down that's fucking with your frame rate. And when it comes to fire itself doesn't really hurt your frame rate at all. It's the smoke mostly, and it's the smoke blocking the dwarves' pathing. No, like, and the reason I say this is, like, I used to have a much slower computer. The computer I have right now is kind of a beast. The computer I had a couple of years ago, not so much. And that computer I had a couple of years ago ran absolutely fine when there was stuff on fire, even in older versions of the game. The only time it would start to cause issues is when pathing started getting blocked by it. So the directions and locations of where the dwarves were trying to go starts getting blocked. That's when problems start arising with frame rate. All right, let's see how this one did. This is the last, not one of ours. Tubbs led the attack, and a human led the defense. And the human had a defense with a cunning plan, but the attackers had a strong positional advantage. There's one more tower we need to attack after this one, and it's owned by dwarves. So we've now gone to war with 2 human factions over this. But this one we actually destroyed in the first bat. I can tell because I can see its destroyed little sprite down there, which is behind my camera, I think. But it's gone, trust me. And we destroyed it, and the Society of Wait fled. So we are now at war with with a human and a goblin civilization. Interesting. Wait, hold on a second. Is interesting. Is the Empire of Wanderers a goblin civilization? No, it is a human civilization. The Brass Hex is the goblin. Oh, the Brass Hex is the goblin one. And this one is the Confederacy of Whiskey. I'm pissed off the Confederacy of Whiskey. We're fucked. Anyway, that's funny. What kind of name is that? Why are they not on? Oh, that's why they're not on here. It's because I have to scroll down to see them. Got it. So we've pissed off the Confederacy of Whiskey, the Empire of Wanderers and the Healing Witch, the Brass Hex, and the Undignified Ruthlessness. Is this a small world? It's the size above Pocket, yeah. All right, so this one we're trying to capture. Yeah, Embrace Murder we're trying to seize. So we'll wait for them to do that. We destroyed that one, and now we're gonna go attack this, which is the Infinite Razor's Earthen Gates. We are going to raise it, and I'm gonna send my two squads. And once that is done, by all counts, that's the Necromancer Towers destroyed. Goddess Todd, thank you very much for the 11th month. Welcome back. Your last fort became literally unplayable because you built an underground river and all of your dwarves ran to the other side of it to smooth the room, and then the bridge was flooded over with just enough water to cause the wave to bounce around. Game went to a crawl. Okay, so it's got nothing to do with the wave bouncing around. You've trapped your dwarves somewhere. That's the problem. It's got nothing to do with the water. You've trapped your dwarves in a location where they think they can path, but they can't. That's not the water. That's you screwing with pathing. So you need to understand that isn't the water. It's the dwarf trying to path across the water. Does that make sense? It's not the water. The water being there is irrelevant. The issue is your dwarf trying to get across. And as far as that's not really unplayable. You could probably force them to build a bridge. Or jump back to a save and then just not do it that way. Their brains are broken from thinking. Pretty much. They think they should be able to cross, but they can't. Caveman, thank you very much for checking out another gift. Appreciate you. Good win. Wait, what? Everybody else is losing today. I just realized, like, that isn't the water that's the problem. It's the pathing across the water that's the problem. Although, that being said, I'm not looking directly at your fort, so it might not even have been the water in the first place, but it's got nothing to do with the water splashing around. Water itself doesn't really affect your frame rate. And I maintain this because just settle on an ocean or on an active river, and there will be water sloshing constantly everywhere, and it doesn't really hurt your frame rate at all. And I've also had, like, this statement, like, reinforced by Putnam, so you can also thank her for that, because I talked to her about this once, and she's like, yeah, no, I've looked at it. Like, it does, like, water doesn't affect your frame rate at all. I mean, maybe if you're running a netbook, but the effect that it has is so minimal. If suddenly all your frame rate vanishes, it's because you trapped your dwarves somewhere. Like, one of the most notable, like, oh god, where the fuck my frame rate go issues that I ever had was I told a bunch of dwarves to auto mine things in caverns, and then randomly my frame rate vanished. I was like, what the fuck's happening? And I looked at this screen, and there was one dwarf that had no job. Every other dwarf in the entire screen had a job. Okay, clicked on that dwarf. They dug, let's just say, this far into a metal vein, and they dug to right here. And right here was a tree, an underground tree in the cavern, and it had grown to full size while the dwarf was in that, like, vein mining. So the tree became full size behind him. And then the dwarf was trying to path out and couldn't. And it just destroyed the dwarf's ability to think. The Cyclops Luth has come. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. Luth, eh? Hello, you. Have I killed your I have killed your family. Oh, I feel bad. I killed your father, your older sister, and your other older sister. And you have an artifact. What is it? It's an amber opal ring. Craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval garnerite cabochons and rose-cut clear tourmalines. Oh boy. Well, let's send the king to go kill it. And my Marks dwarves. Congratulations on acquiring ad-free viewing. Anyway, I'll stop rambling about water now, but Cyclops runs up and over. Hopefully it doesn't encounter too many of my dwarves. One of my Marks dwarves is firing bolts, his jetpack tuxedo. Managed to get one into the body and is now moving backwards as quickly as it possibly can. Is dodging all of these shots. The king comes running up with his axe, hacks at the creature with his steel battle axe, tearing the muscle. The creature is bleeding heavily. The king is dodging around the fights. The two Marks dwarves are firing bolts at point blank range and doing their best to not take hits. And firing multiple steel bolts, stabbing the creature. The creature hasn't caught any of the steel bolts permanently, but that is all right. And now the creature dies very quickly, and it appears that our king was the killer. Most recently saying, I've improved my armor, that was not satisfying, slashing the creature in the head with a steel battle axe, and the object is cloven asunder. Asunder is a really good word, by the way. Hail the king? Yes. Pretty sure it was this one. So I'll put that there. Bam, bam, bam. Both my squads have left. This dwarf's still in prison. How long are you in prison for? Probably a while. I mean, he did kill a bunch of dwarves. 55 more days, okay. Mm-hmm. Flinders. Can't say I've heard that one before. I totally believe you that it's a word, though. Also, I just would like to note that the last tower, the one that we're destroying right now, is called Merchant Flashed. I just think that's a really funny name for a tower. Merchant Flashed? Oh no, what did the merchant flash you with? Do we need to, like, call the authorities? All right, well, I'm gonna go ballsy mode. Let's just... What could possibly go wrong? I mean, come on. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, seriously, come on. What if we just... I like to imagine that the necromancer is just like a necromancer merchant and they're just like standing at the top of the tower flashing everybody all the time. Like, God damn it, it's like, why did I have to move in right next to Jerry? All right, so what could possibly go wrong if I dig around in here with this automated? That's completely unrelated. It's just some mockingbird. If it ends up in my fort, whatever, we'll deal with it. Also, I'm noting that I'm not getting any migrants anymore. Also, I haven't traded in a while. We checked the stone for heat. What devilry is this? Devilry, that's for sure. Check the stone for heat once again. What devilry is this? We're stuck in an ad. I will pop. Full pop. Nope. Population cap is 300. But definitely not full pop. I don't think I've ever actually been at the population cap on this particular map. So we've got 1 minute 20 seconds to wait on ads. I think I will finish this last siege, kill this last tower, and then once that last tower is done, we're going to swap over to Cud. Of course, as always, appreciate if anybody sticks around for Cud. Squee, you okay over there? But for right now, we simply sit here and we wait for another 30 seconds for some portion of the audience's advertisements to finish. Do you think that Kitfox Games would let me upload a video of the entirety of the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack on vinyl? Do you think they'd let me do that? I wouldn't even monetize it. I should do that. Might do that on YouTube. Oh god, this dwarf just burst. Fuck. Hold on. This dwarf caught fire and then stopped being on fire and then caught fire again. What just? Psyomegas and telling. Oh come on. Yes, I'm putting the fires out on them. Run away. Run away, dwarves. Run away. Run away. I said away. Away. Don't bleed out. Don't bleed out. Holy shit, that's a lot of blood. Pale? Okay. Okay. Dwarven liposuction gone wrong. I mean, wrong? Still Radu back here. Radu's okay. Gotta be careful. He was trapped by magma? Just Radu Constantine. I'm sure Radu will be fine. Also, I'm aware I just cheated to keep those dwarves alive, but damn it, I like those dwarves. Both of them. I'm attached to them. Sometimes you just gotta cheat. It's the caveats of having DF hack installed. If a giant monster shows up and kills them, that's one thing, but lava falling out of the wall is just... ugh. Gemstone melted was blue? I don't think gemstones can melt. They catch fire. So I don't think you actually... It probably was just a boulder, actually. Just diorite or something. But gemstones would catch on fire. They wouldn't melt. Otherwise, what you're seeing is not actually a gemstone. It's lava. Or rather, ice. Uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods, a large bulky pale metal right glove, and a large bulky pale metal left glove. And I will give those both to the king. Who I just realizing actually is not satisfied with this fucking thing yet. Oh no, I've unlocked a fight of Forgotten Divine Retribution, which means now Radu's gonna die probably. Yep, it looks like it. We've got a Guardian of Thak, Blowgunner. Dying Sun, the Baron is right in front of it. So that's how my Baron died. I'm going to station all of my military down here. This thing is wearing large rounded cloth helm, large bulky glowing cloth clothing. So large bulky glowing cloth clothing. Which is quite valuable. It's 9,000 apiece. This creature is specifically a humanoid composed of ash. It has a short trunk and it bellows and croaks and it bellows and cheers without pause. It was created by the human god Thak, the zenith of controls, as part with death, fortresses, valor, and war. And it jumps forwards towards our dwarf here, who then runs away in absolute fear. Other dwarves see it. Are you trying to mine? I swear, dwarf, if you're trying to mine still. And it's just standing here, just shooting darts. And then chases the dwarf, and they go, ah! Doesn't feel anything while in conflict. He's fired several darts. He's firing thick, pale metal darts. Yeah, it's gonna die real easy. I was kind of expecting that dwarf to hit it with his pick and then kill it, but didn't. It starts moving this way. It's probably just gonna die randomly in the... Okay. I think Telenartho just killed it. Telenartho just killed it. Telenartho repeatedly whacked it in the head with its pickaxe. And he says, I've been wounded and that is very annoying. These injuries begone fear. But stabs it in the lower body with his pick and it sails apart in an arc. As for that creature, all of the stuff on it, the pale metal stuff, is going to go into the king's tomb and then be given to the king. Could you harvest those darts? Sure, I don't care to. Could I? Yes. Will I? No. We attack this tower. Okay, we are still fighting with the dudes left in the tower. Gonna go hit them once again. But yeah, anything that comes off of an angel can be kept and then broken down. But because the thing's stuff is mostly cloth, I can't, there's nothing I can actually do with it. It's a bit frustrating and kind of a bummer, but is what it is. Plate the king's tomb? Certainly. I could also just, like, put a pedestal on here and then put a bunch of stuff on the pedestal, which is what I'm going to do. I'm quite happy just putting furniture and things in it. That should crank the value up enough. It doesn't really matter how you do it. There's many different ways to get the value up of stuff like that. I just more like the aesthetic of using furniture. Weapon traps are just kind of weird to me. It's like, if I'm going to use weapons, I would rather put a pedestal and then put weapons on different pedestals and display them. It's weird to just like, unless like they really like traps or something, or mechanisms, then at that point maybe. I don't actually think we've seen any adamantine just yet. Let's add bodywear specific. Say, wouldn't you sort by most valuable? Maybe it's because it's already assigned to him that I can't manually assign it. Odd. Not sure. We're also waiting on all of these gems to get hauled out of here eventually. Squads are still leaving to go do the last round of fighting. Okay, well, there's just water down there. Well, there's lava down there, water down here. It's kind of a pain. More lava over there. That gem's going to catch on fire soon. That rough emerald specifically. So I'm going to pump this water out and then work from there. It's kind of like a Minesweeper game. This is my least favorite part of the game. I do not like this mechanic. I much preferred the way this stuff worked in older versions. Ever since they've added all this stuff in, it's like, mate, this is a bit much. You know, like, don't get me wrong, I really like Dwarf Fortress, but man, this whole fucking snaking through and like trying to make this stuff function is just kind of a pain. Did that just seal a dwarf up in... No, it didn't. Okay, population. I thought I just like encased a dwarf in obsidian, but I don't think I did. Okay, well, let's get you going. Start that. Let's pump this water out. Talking to Tarn about it, he basically said that they felt pressure because of... Oh, weird. You're right. That gem did melt. Odd. I thought they only caught fire. Strange. Yeah, talking to Tarn about it, his basic statement was that they felt pressured because they thought that their player base would want a more challenging experience than Dwarf Fortress because of the existence of RimWorld. So they basically were they felt pressure because of the existence of RimWorld to add an endgame challenge to the game, which they did. Unfortunately, Dwarf Fortress doesn't really suit challenge in a lot of ways. So this used to be a lot more straightforward. It used to literally just be just adamantine randomly in the wall, and you just dig through the adamantine, and then suddenly you break into hell. That was it. So there was a lot less of this back and forth, messing about, slowly sorting stuff out, which, say what you will about that. Huh. The more you know. Thanks for sharing, Sentient. I didn't know that. All right, well... At least with Pocket Friends, you get warned more clearly that there's something very bad there. I don't agree. I think... Yeah, no, I don't agree. I don't agree. To give you an idea, in the years I played Dwarf Fortress before Premium came out, I found 1, maybe 2 diamonds. in that entire span of time. Finding a diamond was incredible. When I found a diamond, it was like, holy shit, I'm gonna put this on a goddamn pedestal, and like, it's going to be a monument to the success of this faction. Now finding diamonds is an irritation to try and get to cooler shit, which is beneath it. So I think it devalues the coolness of finding rare gems like rubies and diamonds and sapphires and all that shit. And I think that I think it devalues the coolness factor of finding rare gems, and it increases the annoyance of getting to endgame. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Like, it's taken me 3 days before just to dig through an adamantine spire, and it's like, that's just ridiculous. And if you don't agree with that, then I guess fair enough. But, like, at the same time, that's just my opinion. My opinion was they took a really interesting way of getting to endgame. Were divine metal objects also that hard to get before? If you didn't know how to play adventure mode, yeah. The way you would get divine metal objects, like, okay, so I used to always explain to people that angels existed in this game because nobody knew. Because the only way you could find angels before was by going to vaults, which were basically only visible in either adventure mode or by settling directly on one, either by accident or by setting your world so that they were visible. So the only way that you would get divine metal was from vaults. And I think that was a really neat way of doing things because it would force the player to specifically seek out vaults. So give you a reason to go do something else. I don't know. I don't like this. This feels like a band-aid on a design issue instead of like a better design, if that makes any sense. I don't like the mechanic. Flat. But I don't want to just sit here and complain. I just realized I forgot to post that I was live on Discord. I'm good at my job today. I'll put out a ping when we swap over to CUD. Yeah, the 3x3 pockets are new. Yeah, all that's new. None of that was in the game before version 50. Finding angels on the map that aren't specifically in vaults is also new, which is why if you go to the angels wiki, it says the only place you can find them is in vaults with a little asterisk thing say also now in fortresses, and we're not sure why. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the mechanic. I think that's just gonna be lava. Yep, we break through into that. Never mind. And it just, yeah, I don't know. This sucks. That's my take on this. This sucks. All of this sucks. This mechanic sucks. All right, so we'll dig into this right here. You get reconstructed, but we'll use obsidian this time. Why are you giving me suggestions that I have absolutely no way of affecting? Like, that is a feature request for a video game that I don't develop. Are you asking my opinion on that thought? I have no idea. I mean, seems kind of random. Seems like a weird addition to artifacts. I mean, I'd be much more interested in like dwarves being able to dedicate artifacts to their gods. Opinion? That's not an opinion. That's a feature request. But yeah, I have no opinion. Meh, whatever. I mean, it'd be cool. No opinion because it's not a thing in the game. I generally don't care about feature requests, really. It's not something I ever really think about. Start this one pumping. Take your whole attention to do it safely. The thing is, this is how I feel about digging too deeply. It should be something the player does by accident. It is impossible to do it by accident right now. Unless you are being intentionally careless, and if you do it by accident, most of the time what you're actually doing by accident is not digging too deeply. It's just simply stumbling on an angel, right? I think that players should find adamantine. Holy shit, adamantine! Starts mining all the adamantine. Big cool endgame thing happened. Dwarf, run the fuck away, please. Actually, Dwarf, stop. Okay. But that's just my opinion. I don't know. I think it kind of defeats the point if it's not easy to accidentally do it. It should be something that, like, players who are well aware of the mechanic know how to avoid. But I think that if it's just, you know, a matter of intentionally avoiding it, it defeats the whole point. At least what I've always imagined to be the point, anyway. All right, my squad returned. Did they do it? Yes, they destroyed it. Dwarf Tobes led the attack with an outmatched the Dwarf Mincot with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Because FPS death doesn't exist, Henry. So how do I prevent it? I can't prevent something that doesn't exist. We rampaged throughout and destroyed it. But if you want to know how I deal with cavern critters, I've nerfed them pretty badly. They only spawn 3 to 5 at a time. You can do that in your difficulty settings. As far as how do I prevent FPS death, I build forts that don't generally get affected by FPS death. But FPS death, as it is traditionally known, is not a thing in the game and hasn't really been an issue in a very long time. There are a few specific things that can happen that can cause the frame rate to tank pretty quickly. But largely, they are a non-issue. Unless you have absolutely no idea what you're doing. Gigantic dung beetle. Yep, it's okay. If it can get to me, we'll find out in a minute, and we'll deal with it when we get there. Am I ignoring a forgotten beast? Yep, because I'm well aware that it can't get to me. And if it can, we can kill it pretty quickly. It's just a fire-breathing beetle. They're pretty weak. We got plenty of bolts and plenty of squads. There's only one tower left. Unless I killed it already and forgot. Yeah, this one. So this last tower needs to be captured. That one's mine. Yeah, so this last one just needs to be captured. So that's every single Necromancer tower population depleted. I think that's pretty good. Blind roasting the beetle. I'm not too worried about it. It'll probably die to Crundles or something. And then down here, dig through this. Then we will pump this water up. The little bit of it that's in there. Pump it across there. And from up there. That's kind of funny. Kind of figured that would happen. Not too much more water to do anyway. An animal has grown to become a stray rhinoceros. Last little bits of lava. Cheers! Looking forward to more funny moments? Me too. What exactly am I doing? I am plumbing. I am plumbing out the, what do you call it? Entrance to the hidden fun stuff is what I'm doing. But currently mostly just waiting for this lava to disappear. And I also need to get this fire out of the way, which is why I have these jobs set to go. Because then we can dump buckets of water on those gems, and then they will go away, and then we can path around that smoke, which is the problem here. That's the problem. So I need to get these gems put out, because we can't path past the smoke right now. They could go this way, probably. But they can't go through here because this is all full of smoke. This area is done, so you can stop pumping. So yeah, all we are waiting for right now is that to get dug out. Could also, actually, I don't really want to risk this dwarf's life. But I could do this. That may help. You right here. We'll dig this out, because that's right above that. Which is right where I put that zone. Yep. All set to water zones. Now I just need a dwarf to come down here with a bucket and dump it in that, and that should put the water out. Should. Or should put the fire out, rather. This dwarf's sitting here still pumping. Hang in there, IDZ. Getting through this with this... digging through this will also do it. And there we go. Water come out. That's going to probably go pretty quick. You know what? We'll just remove all this for now. I'm not... Okay, the bucket did do it. And the water is now shallow enough that you can stop pumping. All right. I think we're going to call it at that, chat. I have destroyed every single Necromancer tower on the map. And the ones I haven't destroyed, I've conquered. For a fort that's 23 years old, that's not too bad. The plan for the next stream and the final stream of this fort is to secure the mountain home and dig too deeply and greedily while it's being besieged by enemies. And ideally, locking the king somewhere so that they can witness the destruction of the world. Or whatever. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But on Tuesday, we finish up this fort. However, stream isn't ending, but Dwarf Fortress is ending. I'm going to go play like 2 hours of CUD. Chat, you guys get another 12-hour stream. Are you guys excited? Oh, is it planning on streaming 12 hours today, I swear. But I am. So you guys better, like, I don't know, throw all of your money directly at the monitor because streamer is streaming too much. We're going to go stream some Caves of Cud. That being said, though, to those of you on the YouTube side of things, the YouTube stream is ending. So if you would like to watch some Caves of Cud, click on that little Twitch link in the description and come over here and watch some Caves of Cud over on Twitch. Otherwise, people here on Twitch, you guys can say goodbye, YouTube. And thanks, everybody on the YouTube side of things, for hanging out today. You guys are very kind. It's been fun. Thanks for the one new member we got on YouTube, too. Saying goodbye to YouTube on there too. That's something you can do, yeah. Okay, so the YouTube stream is now over.